In a beautiful gallery, coffee with a pleasant atmosphere, a meeting of two people in a well-lit place, wives and mistresses of one man, the Duchess turned to Mrs. Cyr Thorson because she felt that the girl was distracted by something. Sarah said that she came here because she wanted to tell her something. Even if she does not receive the Duchess's forgiveness, she nevertheless has no intention of parting with the Duke. The Duchess asked her to take this package. The lady noted that it contained exactly £100,000. A simpleton like Sarah had never seen such money in her life. The lady who tries to buy it with money is the Duchess. She noted that if she does not have enough of these 100,000 or a million, then she can give more. The girl asked for forgiveness and said that no matter how much she offered her, it would not sway her. This mistress was sincerely not in love. The girl screamed that she truly loved this man and asked for forgiveness, but no matter what she did, they would not part with him. The Duchess remarked that Mrs. Sayre was in an excellent position. The main character of this novel is not a girl with pink hair, but a duchess. Tereya Delova said that she can continue to seduce him. Since these are her words, she must definitely keep them. The Duchess asked her to take the money and buy a beautiful dress because she had to show up for a date. Tereya said that she would support the love between them. In this empire, there are two noble young dukes, one of whom is the husband of the Dills, a warmonger who instigates war on his enemies and is called the Black Lion of the Empire. He is the mentor of the protagonist of this book. And of course, the Duchess entered the body of the wife of this distinguished duke. When she opened her eyes, she saw the Duchess and thought it was very cute. But soon she remembered everything. Delova was such a pathetic woman. She devoted her whole life to love for her husband, but received nothing in return. She soon met her death in the shadow of her mistress, immediately married her, and as a result, no trace of her remained in the duchy. Not only did she die an unjust death due to disagreements within the duchy, but no one would even sympathize with her in the future. Our main character decided that she would not give up so easily. She would definitely survive and enjoy money and power to her heart's content. In that case, she needs to get a divorce as soon as possible. She will give Sarah money, people in the duchy. Therefore, she asks that she share love with her husband, the Duke, for the rest of her life. The butler greeted Madame when she returned. The lady noticed that she had already returned and asked if the Duke was now in his office. The maid reported that His Excellency was absent, which seemed strange. It seemed that he had no travel plans today. The maid reported that he told her that he had personal business. He really likes his personal business, but it is obvious where and with whom he went to meet. The lady asked where he had gone, and the maid began to worry. She said it was to Levrand. Tereya knew it. This is the same address of the house that her husband bought for Sarah. This is truly the love of the century. The Duchess showed that she was sad and was upset that he had gone there today. But in fact, the girl was very happy that he went there. She was glad that he continued to meet with her openly. She, on the contrary, was grateful to him. The lady asked to be left alone for a while. The maid, of course, was not against it. She felt very sorry for her mistress. Tereya was delighted and sighed with relief. Nervous breakdowns lack of physical activity. Even the slightest movement tires this weak body. The girl didn't understand at all how she could survive with this cottony body. Her plan is this. The first thing to do is to create the image of an unhappy, sickly duchess who received a mental wound from her husband and mistress. Based on this image, place the blame on her husband. The lady will successfully divorce simultaneously, receiving her husband's property. The name of this is A Magnificent Solo Project.
She thought again that this really was a perfect plan.
The Duchess even gave Sarah money and encouraged her to continue dating. And she hopes she didn't overdo it because the girl looked like she was really scared. She might get scared and back off. Meanwhile, she heard her husband's footsteps. He appeared faster than she thought. The expression on her face is colder than ice. Bright red eyes that attract attention. He asked if she was in her right mind, this scoundrel with a pretty face. This man is the main character's husband. Bloody eyes, red beautiful, and possessing special power. This is a very rare genetic mutation. Everything about them is a mystery, as are the limits of their power. The reason the original protagonist chose Duke Delaf as his mentor is because he had the same bloody eyes. The girl did not think those eyes were beautiful. Looking at her with those eyes, you can't call it beautiful. Her husband noticed that they said she was seeing someone today. He decided to find out who she had seen a few hours ago today. Terea asked if he could next ask if she had seen that woman. He asked if Jaina had spoken to her very well, and the comma in the stream gave her an envelope with money. Terea was shocked that he even knew that there was definitely no spy in that cafe. Perhaps Sarah couldn't stand it and told him everything. The Duchess smiled and said it was nothing special. She just told her to take the money and leave him alone. It seems he was not informed of this. The man sighed and said that she herself said that it was okay to date her, so he didn't understand why she was now doing such an unworthy act. Tyrea is a duchess, and the girl would agree she is truly a noble lady. She is the Duchess of Diloff, so she asks if she has done anything unbecoming of a duchess. She simply enjoyed tea with the poor girl. She gave her mistress some money and told her to leave. In the eyes of the public, this is after all worthy behavior for a duchess. He may have asked her to refrain from seeing anyone in the future. After that he left. The girl started crying. They said that they could meet, so they met now. He is talking such absurd things, so she doesn't understand what the problem is. She was shocked that he was saying that she should abstain and keep everything to herself. He is nobody at all to forbid her anything. The maids do not understand that this duke can be so cruel. They felt very sorry for Madame. Thanks to him, the girl's public opinion is going as it should. He can walk without looking back, and he doesn't even take his grief-stricken wife by the hand. Although those noble hands are meant for Syrah, the lady decided that she had had enough of this. In any case, she would not have lost his hands for nothing. After this, a maid came up to her and said that she was told that the Countess Amantha would soon be here. Terea was surprised, but asked that tea be prepared for them in the greenhouse. After she entered this body, the results of what she had prepared finally began to manifest. As soon as she got here, the holy girl looked through all the protocols of the imperial court to find out whether divorce was possible in this world, and if so, in what cases. As a result, the girl learned that the most useful person for her would be Countess Amantha. The woman said that with the help of the imperial family, they completely divorced her ex-husband. It's because she's the only woman who regained her title after the divorce and appeared at the imperial banquet. Now's the time to draw her conclusions. The ideal reason for divorce, which even the imperial family recognized, the girl really wanted to know about the rumors from the Countess of Amantha. Terea noted that it was as if it hadn't happened. If it was hard for her, then she might not tell her, but the Countess said that almost everyone already knew about it. In this world where even the emperor has courtesans, a duke having a mistress is not grounds for divorce. However, it is shameful and vulgar. Then the lady understood. This must be a difficult conversation, so she is grateful to the Countess for telling her about it. The Countess was very grateful to the Duchess for her concern. Terea, meanwhile, was happy because it was bingo. The emperor received a letter and asked what it was about. It was a letter from the Duchess of Diloff. The operation thought it was something unusual, since it came from that quiet duchess. The unfortunate woman reports to His Majesty the great emperor beautiful days under the sowing sun and lushly growing trees. All this thanks to the generosity of His Majesty. But perhaps His Majesty knows that her husband is so handsome and perfect that any woman in the empire would desire him. But she is not sure that he knows that her husband has a beast that is so weak that he can barely stand up. As a wife in love with her husband, she would not want to neglect her duties expecting love from him. But all that awaited her was a silent view from behind the duke. She wanted to do her duty as a duchess and be pure, but in the end, she spends these nights with emptiness in her soul. The emperor was already completely shocked when he realized that this impeccable man, Duke Diloff, was in fact impotent. She will eagerly await the wise decision of His Majesty, who has the eyes of an eagle and the heart of a dragon. The Duchess sent him a petition of rather interesting content. It is important to prepare thoroughly for a divorce, but there is something more important, and it's a winning move to bring together two adulterous men and a woman in a secure manner. And the Duchess disappears to a place where she will have nothing in common with the original. Terea was already ready to say goodbye to death. Cupid sets off in search of freedom. As I sent Madame, they have now arrived. Now they are on Levrand. The lady only told him the name of the street, and he dropped her off right at the exact building. The coachman had apparently gotten used to coming here. The lady asked the man what floor she lived on. The servant tried to pretend that he did not understand what the mistress was talking about, but she was sure that he knew what she was talking about. Terea decided that since he wasn't saying anything, it meant she lived in this building. It's quite a big cozy nest for dirty love. The girl opened the door with a smile and was glad that he came. But when she opened her eyes, she realized that this was not her duke. They were acting as if they had been in love for thousands of years. Tareya noted that they had not seen each other for a week. Gallery in the village square. In order to see her freely, he bought an entire house and introduced a maid so that she would not get her hands dirty. Since that's the case, why not bring her to the duchy right away? Then she can quickly get away from there because it's a win-win option for both of them. Tareya noticed that Mrs. Sierra was looking at the painting, so she turned to her. This is a painting of a woman spying on her lover. This means that the ring on the man's ring finger is the same as the one on the woman outside the window. The title of the work is Pure Relations. The author was unknown. From an ironic point of view, she likes the title. Perhaps this painting should be hung in the Duke's room. Tareya said that if she liked this painting, she could give it to her, but the girl immediately began to refuse. She can't accept it, so you shouldn't buy it. The lady thought that this girl could just accept it, and that's it. It seems she even has a conscience. Tareya asks what trait of her husband she likes. The girl lowered her eyes and said that the Duke loved her very much. Tareya even said that this is an outstanding love and a very good positive trait. Sarah noted that if you really love a person, then you will like everything about him, and believed that Madame simply did not love the Duke. Tareya said with a smile that, of course she loves him, and even very much. Sarah didn't quite understand why the lady told her that, considering that she loved him. The lady just wants her beloved husband to be happy with the one he truly loves. If possible, she should come out safely and cleanly. And so the girl hopes that they will have a happy ending. The label of an adulterous man and woman will haunt them for the rest of their lives. And she cannot be sure that their love will endure this. And in order for love to continue to burn, one must endure adversity. The girl began to think about whether she really loved the Duke because she supported them. In the future, she really wants these two to rub shoulders with each other. She'll just add a little spice. The reason the Duchess came today is because Sierra needs to know something. After some time, this will be talked about throughout the empire. The girl did not understand what was being discussed, so the Duchess told her that he was impotent. Everyone was very surprised when Duke Dilov entered at that moment. The man approached Teray and said that they needed to talk. He then also hugged his lover. It was just awful. When he's with his wife, the first thing he does is grab his mistress. He has such unusual behavior. Tareya noted that this was very strange. Now he should be dealing with state affairs at the imperial palace. That's why she doesn't understand why he's here right now. The Duke felt that now was not the time for affairs of state. He said that it would be better for Sire to go home now. He warned her to be careful who she dates, so he came running because she dared to drag his precious girl away from the nest. The lady remembered that she had to look after her own, so she suggested that her husband go to another place. She really wanted him to walk more slowly because he was practically running. He doesn't seem to know that the Duchess has poor physical abilities. He acts like he doesn't care at all. He turned back and noticed that his wife was still lagging behind. Perhaps her legs were short. She got angry at this and said that she never thought that she would hear the rudest words in her life from her husband. Come to think of it, she particularly remembered one scene when she was reading the original work. The Duchess, who was always forced to look at her husband from behind. One day when he turned back, she happily said that she liked to follow someone, and that someone will always be her husband. It's a shame that such a phrase is for this scoundrel. Anger made it even more difficult. The girl wanted to get into the cart rather. Suddenly, the husband grabbed his wife in his arms, and she was in complete shock. She didn't understand why he suddenly started acting like that. He said that now they should talk. He thought she must not know how much he wanted to meet her. The lady was surprised, and remarked that she was very happy to hear this, and called him her favorite. And there is much to talk about. She sent a petition to the palace 5 days ago. The girl was surprised that he already knew about it. Things were moving faster in the imperial palace than she thought. The lady noticed that it was true and she sent it. Maybe he asked if she really said that he was impotent. The lady pretended to be surprised and asked what kind of unworthy word that was. She doesn't know where he heard it, but it made her heart ache when she heard that he had such a sexual dysfunction. The Duke got very angry and asked someone for the sexual father function. Someone sent the information she had provided in the petition to the newspaper as an anonymous report. Because of this, it was published this morning and spread throughout the empire as the secret of Duke Dilov. The Duchess did not understand at all who had committed such a senseless act. Of course, it was her playing with the public will lead to a sure victory. When she wrote the petition to the emperor, she sent another copy to the newspaper with the same content, but she did not think that it would spread so quickly. Now it was the influence of the most ardent man of the empire. Her husband wanted to know why she wrote a petition containing such false information. The lady asked again what he was talking about and what false information this was. The Duke was shocked that she had never checked this, and she doesn't know if his sexual dysfunction is false or not false information. That's right, she definitely read about it. This scoundrel forced the Duchess to be alone. The man hesitated. He even made her spend her wedding night alone, and now he thinks his excuse will work. The gentleman told her to check right now. Tyrant was completely horrified and didn't understand what he was talking about. This man seems to have gone crazy. He offers her to test herself as a man. She didn't want to sleep with him. I asked him what he was saying in such and such a place. She doesn't want to be seen with someone who at his own discretion has fun wherever and with whomever he wants. A nervous laugh escaped the Duke. He asked her if she was really unhappy with her marriage to him. The lady was surprised. It seemed he thought it was the other way around. He acted as if she was some kind of decoration hanging on his neck. The man started saying that he had already done so much for her. The girl did not understand where he had left his conscience. He seemed to have put it in a bowl of soup and eaten it. Or maybe she forgot what kind of person he is. Tyrant said that he is the youngest minister of defense and the leader of the imperial knights, so she doesn't understand why he is asking such obvious information. The girl began to believe that he was showing off his wealth through photos. Like people who show off by showing off diplomas from prestigious universities, he is trying to show what an amazing person he is. And it seems that by doing so, he wants to say that he was very busy. Not bad. He showed rather repulsive behavior. Gentleman of the subject, that it is strange, but he also asked, what is he talking about at all? She did not understand why he was walking as if he regretted it, although perhaps in his eyes it seems strange. His wife, who until now had been looking at him with extreme frequency, had to smile sadly after these words. And after that, she also said that she still loves him, and add that he will withdraw his request. However, such words can become evidence in a divorce. In fact, there have been cases where, having softened in this way, the words have been recorded and presented as evidence. After this, the lady asked where they had arrived, because she did not understand where they were. Her husband said that they had come to the imperial palace after a trial from all sides. This matter would be corrected. The girl didn't understand what he was trying to fix. It seemed like what she said about impotence. If the husband was trying to fix this marriage, he should get down on his knees, sort out his mistress's house, and apologize. But even if he says now that he is very sorry, she still does not intend to stay married to a man she does not even like. Therefore, they will still separate in any case. If he had said so in advance, the lady would have dressed appropriately. In her haste, she could only gather her hair. Her husband said that they could continue their conversation after the trial. Tyrant didn't understand at all what to continue talking about. The court, her husband is talking about the divorce doors. No, it is not the kind of trial before their judge that they are used to thinking about. It is more like an informal meeting. In simple terms, it is like a playground for the emperor. They greeted His Majesty the Emperor, the Dragonheart, and the great hawk eyes of the empire. The emperor agreed to let them pass, because he had been expecting their mate for a long time. The emperor is Bernato Radric II. Although he is considered a magnanimous hero with all the qualities, he has a special side that makes his subordinates suffer. Well, that's not the lady's concern at all. The important thing is that, thanks to this, the matter went smoothly. The emperor said that he would first begin to speak. He asked with a smile whether the Duke was really impotent. The man immediately denied the accusations, claiming that it was a misunderstanding. He was sure that his wife had misunderstood everything, and that nothing like that had happened. He insisted that all the accusations were false, and that his wife had misunderstood what was happening. These statements, in his opinion, do not correspond to reality. The emperor asked how many years he had been married to his wife. The man replied that they had been married for 3 years, specifying that their relationship was not as stated. Hearing this, the emperor noted that his wife could not be wrong, and suggested asking the Duchess directly what she would say about this. The emperor turned to the Duchess and asked if she had told the exact truth in her petition without distorting the facts. The lady, taking the handkerchief in her hands, began to cry, admitting that she had written in the petition what she had really felt based on her experience. She claimed that she suffered every night and was in great pain, explaining that a man could not understand her suffering. This could not be proven. The Duke objected, saying that he did not understand why this could not be proven, since he was ready to provide all the necessary evidence right now. The Emperor noted that if the Duke was found incompetent, the imperial family could face serious consequences. He reminded that the Duke is a symbol of the young blood of the empire. If he proves incapable, it could significantly affect Dailov's image and future. The Duke symbolizes the strength and dignity of the empire, and if his incompetence is confirmed, it will be a blow to the prestige of the entire empire. Therefore, proving this fact will be extremely difficult, especially for the imperial family, which will face problems. Despite all this, the emperor found it amusing to watch what was happening. Although he did not want to take the matter too seriously, the Duke shouted in a rage that he would never get a divorce, but the lady reminded him that the decision was ultimately made by His Majesty. The Emperor then turned to Madame and asked her whether she wished to continue the marriage or whether she would prefer to end it. The lady bowed and expressed her wish. She asked the Emperor to divorce her from her husband, having decided that she no longer wanted to endure suffering. She confirmed that her intention remains unchanged, as stated in the petition. She does not want to suffer anymore and live in tears every night. The Emperor thought for a moment, and assessing the intentions of the spouses, said that he would make a decision on the case and deliver his verdict in the near future. He gave them 4 weeks to live separately, cool off, and give them time to think before their next trial. The law prescribed this period of separation, and 4 weeks became the official reprieve to allow reflection and emotion to subside. 4 weeks is not such a long time according to the Emperor, but in their case, it should give them some time to make decisions. The lady decided that she would use these 4 weeks wisely to prepare her next step to do everything necessary for her well-being. The maid informed Madame that the tea she usually drank was ready, and she could relax and rest a little before the next events. The lady was very grateful to her faithful maid Rose for the care she had shown. At that moment, she was sitting with a newspaper that spoke of the period of grace for the Duke and Duchess. After the court hearing, Tyrant sipped her tea leisurely. She followed the events closely, knowing that to protect her weak concept, she had to remain in the shadows. The lady was aware that it looked formal and elegant, but she enjoyed the process itself. The tea ceremony awakened not only the senses, but also dopamine, which brought some relief. Despite all this, the taste of tea was not ideal for her. She thought that perhaps it was missing coffee, which was her favorite drink. To be fair, of all the things she considered her consolation, the absence of coffee was especially noticeable. It created an emptiness in her soul that did not give her peace for a long time. After some time, Tyrant developed a habit of mixing different ingredients, trying to find something similar to the taste of coffee. And finally, she succeeded, which awakened tender feelings in her soul. This new taste gave her a sense of relief, as if it were relieving her of her misfortunes. The 4-week grace period seemed a wise decision under the circumstances. After this time, there will again be a need to listen to their opinions, and then the final verdict will be made. Divorce or continuation of life together. However, for the lady herself, divorce was the main goal. To achieve this, she needed to skillfully manage public opinion and create the necessary conditions. At this point, numerous invitations were coming in her name, as if everyone was trying to arrange meetings wanting to discuss her situation. Apparently, many were curious because the focus was on Duke Dilov himself. The lady asked Rose to politely decline all invitations so as not to create unnecessary discussions. The reason for the rejection could be found to be quite acceptable. The lady was going to return to her parents' house for a while to recover from the difficulties she had experienced. Her plan was to spend her time in the shadows, crying at night, suffering because her husband was impotent and she could not count on his support. After the difficult revelation, the Duchess experienced both mental and physical weakness. In connection with this, she decided to go to her parents for recovery. Complete silence on the part of the Duchess would be the best defense against rumors of divorce and impotence. It would help maintain control over the situation and keep it within limits. Rose, having handed the letter to the lady, asked what she should do next. There were many letters from Doris again, so the lady said to send them back as always. By the way, before the restoration, something needs to be done. A few days later, she asked to put flowers near the fountain. Tereya has caused quite a scandal, and now she will not be able to simply leave everything that happened. Her decision requires attention and will certainly have consequences. It was a charity event that supported artists of low social status or those in difficult life situations. For Tereya, this banquet was the first event after the trial, and she did not give unnecessary explanations. All the high-ranking and noble personalities of the empire will surely come here. They will be attracted by curiosity. This will be an event that will not go unnoticed, and everyone will try to be informed. This event is a great place to introduce new information that will get everyone interested and thinking about what is going on around them. The couple often organizes charity events together to improve their community engagement and promote important causes that can impact many people. But this time, Tareya's husband went on a business trip and said they could discuss everything after she returned. This put her in a waiting position, but she decided not to postpone the events. In fact, it was just as well the Duchess finally showed up at the charity event, which was a major moment in her life after a long hiatus. Tereya, who had been in hiding since her exposure, was alone at the event without her husband, Duke Dilof. This attracted even more attention and made it clear to everyone that something had changed. It was like adding fuel to the fire. It made the interest even more intense. Suddenly, a man approached Tereya, and she could not help but notice his presence. He was determined. Tereya was willing to listen to the man, and he thanked her for her help, because she was a benefactor of their gallery. It meant a lot to him, and he was very grateful. He said that his long-time dream of allowing everyone from the rich to the common people to enjoy art came true thanks to her support. It was made possible thanks to her participation. Tereya modestly responded that he was exaggerating, but was happy to help in this gallery. She added that this place became her solace in difficult moments when she needed support. The man, clearly delighted, said that of course this conversation was not for a public place, but he noticed that a golden bell had rung for the work of the artist Doris. This was an important event. The man said that the proceeds from the sale of the work, as well as the commission, would be transferred to the usual account as usual. Everything went according to plan, and it was in his interests. A golden bell meant that a work by an artist in whom Tereya had invested had exceeded the auction house's expected price, a sign of success and growing interest. After she decided to get a divorce, Tereya began actively investing her time, money, and effort into creating a channel of circulation and communication to support the work of various artists. Tereya gave her full support and investment to those who had talent regardless of their social status. She believed that everyone should have a chance to succeed regardless of their background. If a work by a renowned artist was sold to someone who recognized its value, Tereya would receive a profit proportionate to her investment. It was a fair result of her efforts. It wasn't exactly like a commission, more like a pension, and Tereya was very grateful for the news. Everything was going well, and she felt satisfied with her investment. The man also reminded that it was still a secret, and he understood the importance of confidentiality. By the way, Doris continued to send letters to Tereya, keeping in touch with her. The man said that on this issue, he wanted to express gratitude to his sponsor, but the lady clearly separates the personal and business, not allowing them to mix. Therefore, she conveyed that she did not intend to meet or exchange letters. The gentleman understood her position perfectly well and did not insist on changing her decision. The event discussed the events concerning the postponement of the Duchess and Duke, which attracted the attention of all those present and aroused interest. All present were stunned when the High Treasurer, Marco Orante, appeared at the event, unexpectedly appearing in the company. This noble man was known for his independence from scandals and rumors, preferring not to participate in dirty gossip, remaining pure before society. It was extremely shocking, especially considering that the matter involved Duke Dilof and the Ministry of Defense, which traditionally opposed the Ministry of Finance. Apparently, the Marquis did not miss the chance to take advantage of the situation to tease the Duke, who was clearly not in the best position. Tereya expressed her gratitude to everyone present at the charity event, appreciating their support and attention to such an important event. She was the host of the banquet, as was Duchess Dilova, who had prepared the artist's work, which she happily presented to all who came. The Duke did not go on a business trip and watched everything that was happening from a remote location, carefully monitoring the atmosphere at the event. The party took place in an outdoor area decorated with works of art, creating an atmosphere of cultural celebration and inspiration. Many people came who were invited to participate in such an important charity event. Among them were famous personalities. However, among all the guests, only one person enjoyed the atmosphere and truly enjoyed what was happening at the banquet evening. Everyone except Duchess Diallo was trying to sniff out something and find out what was going on behind the scenes. It was written all over their faces. Countess Amantha approached the Duchess, and the lady greeted her with joy, hoping for a pleasant conversation and an opportunity to communicate. The Countess was glad to see her mistress in good health and wanted to say something, but decided that this was not the most appropriate place for such conversations. Terea laughed and noted that it was a great place for artists to forget about formalities and talk without tension. The Countess was in complete shock when the lady suggested forgetting about formalities, because this meant that more important topics could be discussed. The Countess thought that now she could boldly speak about what had been bothering her for a long time, and the Duchess was clearly in the mood for a frank conversation. The Countess believed that she could now discuss the subject openly, and she eagerly waited for her mistress to begin the conversation first. The Countess began to ask anxiously if the Duchess was really all right, as if she cared about her condition, but in fact was completely unaware of what was going on. She didn't realize that the Duchess was going through the same experiences as she was. Terea realized at that moment what the Countess was talking about, but she remained silent. When Terea understood what the lady meant, she was slightly surprised, but decided not to explain anything so as not to reveal her feelings. The Countess continued to say that the Duchess was very poor and unhappy, as if trying to justify her behavior and make everyone feel sorry for her. Terea couldn't help but laugh. Despite her desire to remain serious, her hands were shaking, but she still did what was necessary. The gentleman addressed the lady with the remark that this charity event would become an important and significant event, attracting the attention of many people. Everyone around him agreed with him that this event would certainly prove satisfactory, since it was bound to leave a vivid impression. They promised to give her one of the best potions for erectile dysfunction, and also offered to buy her a beautiful painting so that she could enjoy it. At this time, strange proposals were made, but Terea was grateful for the attention and good intentions, even if they seemed ridiculous. The lady asked everyone present to enjoy the works, and she herself moved a little to the side so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Terea declined the invitation on the pretext that she needed to recover and refused to engage in active communication that would only worsen her condition. She needed some privacy to rest quietly in the room and then finish all the work she had left for later. In the corridor, she met her husband with a bouquet of roses in his hands, and this sight caused her a lot of questions that she could not immediately understand. Terea couldn't understand what was happening and didn't know why her husband had appeared here, especially with flowers in his hands, which seemed extremely unexpected. She was confused and could not understand why he had brought these flowers and why she was again being haunted by such questions and strange gestures on his part. The husband noticed that women liked flowers, so he decided to buy some for her on the way, not hiding his satisfaction at having brought her such a gift. He insisted that she accept the flowers, but the lady was not in the mood to show gratitude, although she felt a little embarrassed. She mentioned that he had gone on a business trip, but he began to say that he had come to ask why she had decided to divorce him. He noted that this decision would not be good for her or their relationship, and perhaps she should think about it again. After the Duchess lost her husband's warmth and support her achievements, and awards began to lose their value, and she began to think about the future. Terea had already begun to gather her belongings in preparation for the changes, because she understood that her husband should not worry about her plans. He said he always thought she was having a good life with him, and couldn't understand why she would suddenly decide to get a divorce when everything seemed to be going well. These words simply drove Terea crazy. She couldn't understand how anyone could think that she felt good with such a man. He allowed himself to have a mistress and live a carefree life, and now that she decided to get a divorce, he began to accuse her of doing it without reason. The Duke may not want to hear the truth, but the lady is sure that it will be difficult for him to accept it. Everything must be unexpected and shocking for him. If she had truly lived well, she would not have filed the petition. This decision would probably have been a consequence of her dissatisfaction with her current life. Terea said she wasn't going to answer his questions anymore. He had to tell her himself why he'd never tried to understand her point of view. It amazed her. He had left his beloved woman, and now he was standing in front of her and asking such questions. It was strange how he didn't realize the absurdity of the situation. He tried to explain that he didn't really love that woman, but his words only made the situation worse, further emphasizing his insincerity. She was horrified by what he had just said. His confession was beyond her comprehension, and she couldn't understand what was happening. It was scary to hear him say that he said he didn't love Sira, and it was like a blow to her. How could he say that without thinking about the consequences? Terea sighed heavily, full of anger. She didn't care. It didn't matter whether he loved her or not. Either way, their marriage would end in divorce. The Duke grabbed her hand, trying to convince her that he was serious. He asked her to believe him, but she was not impressed and felt only disgust. It was incredibly impudent of him. Even if she hadn't stopped reading his confession, his words still wouldn't have moved her. She will not forget how her life with him began. The story of the main wife was full of pain, and it does not matter how long she lived with him. Despite all the privileges, she was not happy. Even in the best place, everyone envied her position, but inside she suffered. The reason for her misfortune was him and his mistress, especially her husband, who did not live up to her expectations. The oath of happiness is an empty word. Not even a dog should be given it. His actions were as absurd as trying to draw with crayons in Siberia. Now he came and claimed that he doesn't love her, asking her to believe him. In her place, he wouldn't believe him. His actions don't inspire confidence. She noted that if he really wanted her to believe him, he should have said so sooner. He continued to apologize, but she was unmoved. But the lady responded calmly, saying that she did not need an apology. He could have kept it to himself. Beautiful flowers were something he could give to that woman, not to her. Terea was not interested in his attempts to please. She had finally cut ties with him. Terea felt relieved and satisfied with her decision. The Duke tried to stop her calling her name over and over again, but she was determined, and his attempts could not bring her back. He shouted that he hadn't finished yet, but that only pushed her away even more. His words lost their meaning. He ran after her, begging her to listen to him to the end, but her decision was firm, and she was not going to stop. He looked like a madman completely out of his mind. His behavior was strange and even frightening for Terea. He was screaming down the hallway and running after her like a mad deer. Terea couldn't understand what was happening to this man. Getting involved with this madness was just a waste of nerves. Terea decided that she had better not waste her time on this man. She decided to run away, knowing that if she reached the corner, she would find herself in the garden, where she could be left alone in peace. Already close to the corner, she suddenly felt fear. The situation became too tense, and she began to lose confidence. She felt a sharp pain in her nose, as if she had hit a stone. This only added to her anxiety at that moment. But then a man came up and asked if the lady was okay. Her figure caught his attention, and he immediately decided to inquire about her condition. The man, noticing that perhaps he hadn't been looking around closely enough, explained that he had been somewhat taken with her appearance. He had noted her platinum blonde hair like a crown. His voice was soft and warm, and his violet eyes matched his appearance perfectly. The man looked flawless, and there was a certain restraint in his behavior. At that moment, her husband ran up to the lady, and her face immediately darkened. She was upset as his obsessions sometimes drove her crazy, especially now. The man apologized for his rudeness, and if he was not mistaken, offered to help, as he believed that the lady was in a difficult situation. He was ready to support her. He offered to accompany her, and the lady thought about it, evaluating his offer. She immediately felt that it could be a good decision. She soon agreed, saying that she would ask him to accompany her. It was not an easy decision, but she did not want to be alone. The man asked who this person was, and the lady replied that he was her husband, adding that he would soon become her ex. She also added that her husband would soon be a thing of the past, which was an important point in the conversation for her. The man introduced himself by saying that his name was Pablo Ril Ensdobi. He apologized for the late introduction and hoped that it would not cause any inconvenience. The lady immediately realized that he was the younger brother of the Marquise of Ensdoby. This discovery was important for her, since she knew who was in front of her. The man was surprised that the lady recognized him and noted that it was a great honor for him to meet her. Several months ago, she learned of the death of the Marquise. Since the Marquise had no children, his title was inherited by his younger brother, and now Pablo became Marquise. This was an important event that also affected the life of the lady. The lady's intuition, supported by her husband's advice, told her that this man was clearly not an ordinary person. He had an aura that betrayed his extraordinary nature. She decided that it would be wiser to stay away from such people to avoid getting into an unpleasant situation. This was her cautious decision. She said that this situation definitely had meaning for the organizer, and he immediately realized that her words stopped him while leaving no room for misunderstanding. The gentleman noted that this seemed to imply that he was not alone in this gallery. He felt that there might be other important people here. The lady immediately understood that his goal was to make an impression. He clearly spent a lot of effort to look attractive and interesting to others. She also thought that she shouldn't introduce herself, but he noticed that she was already well known to him. It was strange and even a little unexpected. The lady apologized for the misunderstanding that had occurred, explaining that her husband was currently on edge, but she was sure that Pablo would understand the situation. Pablo noted that he had heard a lot about the lady and could not miss the chance to meet her. It was not just a show of respect, but a sincere desire to see her. The lady has thought of everything, so that the works of her artists really stand out. She has done everything to ensure that these works receive due attention and recognition. Tyrant was more pleased that a man appreciated her abilities than if she had received a dress or jewelry. It was more important to her that her skills were recognized. She hoped that the man would have a good time at this party so that all her efforts would not be in vain. Tyrant wanted to create a pleasant atmosphere for the guests. The man smiled and offered to talk in private. He wanted to introduce her to the artist, but Tyrant refused, thinking that the conversations could take place later. She told him that he could discuss the artist with her subordinates, but she needed to concentrate on finishing the banquet. The importance of the event did not allow for distractions. Tyrant thanked him for his help, but reminded him that she had to be careful for 4 weeks. She had to avoid anything that could become a source of rumors. The man smiled and promised that they would definitely see each other again. Tyrant only nodded in response, not wanting to delay his further actions. The servant came and informed her that as per her instructions, he had collected all of Tyrant's personal belongings. He asked where he should take them. She answered decisively. Tyrant told the servant without hesitation that he should throw away all her things. There was no doubt or regret in her voice. The man was stunned by her decision and tried to explain that these things were not just objects, but important dresses and jewelry. He did not understand her behavior. He even mentioned that among the things was a wedding gift, tears of the sun, but Tyrant only calmly repeated that all this should be thrown away. Even if he decided to hide the wedding gift, she no longer cared. Tyrant had made a firm decision, and his arguments did not change her view of the situation. The scene that took place in the house attracted the attention of many. All those present closely followed the development of events, surprised by the behavior of the Duchess. Tyrant wanted everyone who watched to spread this painting throughout the house. She was pleased with how her image of a free and independent woman was perceived. The man asked Tyrant to confirm that the items were intended for the right purpose. He promised to deliver them safe and sound. She gave him a short answer. The maids didn't know what to say in response to his words, but one could see confusion in their eyes. They felt awkward at that moment. Rosa asked Tyrant to listen to a message from His Excellency the Duke. Tyrant did not understand what was being said, as she thought he was busy. Tyrant thought he had gone to meet Sira, but it turned out he had gone on business. He asked her not to leave the house until he returned. He wanted to meet and talk in person, but Tyrant ignored this wish, deciding that she was ready to continue her business and move on. The maid asked if Tyrant was going to recuperate with her parents, and when she would return. She waited for an answer, but Tyrant had already made her decision. Tyrant replied that she would not return. This house was no longer her home, and she had no intention of returning to a place where she had once been considered part of the family. Thanks to the maid, Rose the Duchess felt calm and comfortable. The maid provided her with the necessary care, and in gratitude, the Duchess decided to leave her a parting gift. In addition, the Duchess asked that the maid delay the announcement of her departure to her husband as long as possible, as this was important for her plan. The maid assured her that she could handle the task. She promised to delay the news as long as possible so that the Duchess could leave without unnecessary worries. They set off, and as the Duchess had expected, the journalists behaved very respectfully, not interfering in their affairs following pre-established norms of behavior. A crowd of journalists had already gathered in front of the main gate, eager to learn as much as possible about the events taking place, hoping to get at least some information. The Duchess was lucky that she did not use the Duchy's private carriage. Now she had the opportunity to retreat into the shadows to bid farewell to an unpleasant stage in her life. In the future, the Duchess planned to build a new life for herself. She dreamed of a bright, happy future, relaxing in one of the most beautiful resorts. Yosin, the Duchess's home, is located next to a transparent sea, which was called the Glass Sea. This place became her new refuge. The city was famous for its developed sea tourism industry and was a popular resort #1, which the Duchess knew about. The local beauty attracted guests from all over the region. The nobles also often vacationed here, which made the region even more attractive. The peculiarity of the place was that it combined natural beauty and developed infrastructure. A villa had been prepared for the Duchess in this city by her parents. This care for her daughter touched her heart, and she felt grateful for their attention. The divorce settlement period was not as easy as expected. In order to understand each other, they needed to meet in person at least once every 2 weeks. This meant they could go up to 2 weeks without seeing each other, giving her plenty of time to prepare and get things done before she finally left. When the Duchess arrived at her home, she was met by her mother, and the girl was very happy to see her after such a long separation. It was a warm and joyful meeting. Her parents had been waiting for her arrival for a long time, and their meeting was filled with joy and warmth. She felt how much they missed her presence. The Duchess hoped that her parents were feeling well. They were talking calmly, but then Mama remembered that she should now call her Duchess. Tereo was a little puzzled by this, as she had thought they already had a good relationship. She did not understand why such a change in address was necessary. This was not the first meeting with the Duchess's parents. They had previously come to the capital to meet their daughter when there was a large banquet at the imperial palace. At the time, the Duchess was confused, but thanks to this meeting and the support of her parents, she adapted to the new world faster than she could have expected. Her parents assured her that they would always love her no matter the circumstances. These words warmed her soul and gave her the strength to move on. Thanks to the tenderness and care of her parents, the Duchess was able to quickly get used to this world and gain confidence that helped her cope with difficulties. The father was sure that Tereo was hungry after the long journey, and so he offered her something to eat, believing that it would be a good start for her after such a difficult journey. Mother also agreed with his proposal, her heart breaking when she saw how much thinner Tereo had become, as if she had become even thinner since their last meeting. After this, she was served her favorite dish, veal cooked to her taste, which immediately filled her soul with warmth and comfort. Tereo noted that this was indeed her favorite dish, and perhaps it was the Duchess's favorite too, since such subtle taste preferences often coincide. Since then, she decided that this dish would become her favorite because she chooses what she likes in this world, and this became her personal rule. In order to get a divorce from her husband, Tereo knew she had to maintain her image for her loved ones and act according to those expectations. Deep down, she dreamed of a life without worries, a life filled with comfort and luxury, where she could be a shining example of the YOLO style. However, for her parents, she had to remain calm and serious, showing herself as a well-mannered and worthy daughter, so as not to raise unnecessary questions. After she finished eating, Tereo noticed how delicious the food was, and thanked her parents for their care and attention to her preferences. Then, gathering her strength, she told her parents that she had decided to divorce her husband, deciding to speak directly and honestly about her intention. Mother now realized that the rumors that had been circulating about the divorce were indeed true, and she could not believe that it had already become known. Tereo was surprised that these rumors had already reached her home, and she could not believe how quickly these rumors had spread. Suddenly, her mother jumped up and ran somewhere, and Terea, not understanding what was happening, asked her father what exactly happened. Her father laughed and led her to her mother, and Terea was confused, not understanding what exactly was happening and how it all connected with her words. In front of her stood a box filled with gold silk carpets, tea leaves, and even a tea set. Everything was so disorganized that it seemed as if the items had been chosen at random. Mother explained that all this had been sent by her husband, the Duke, but Terea felt how this strange message from her husband only worsened her mood. This made Terea feel completely bewildered, but then her mother added that now the Duke no longer had any relation to their family, since he had become an outsider. Mother declared that she did not need an impotent man, and that she was not going to take him back, despite all his attempts to justify himself. The husband, trying to beg her, asked her to be more careful with her expressions, but the mother sharply objected, claiming that he himself could not be different. She could not forgive her husband for mocking their daughter and leaving her alone for 3 long years, betraying her in this way. Mother could not understand why a man who was not capable of being a full-fledged husband would take a mistress without being able to satisfy her. She cried out, demanding that her daughter wake up immediately, as she could not understand why there was this period of delay in their lives at all. The father tried to explain that if his wife continued to behave the way she was doing now, their daughter would not be able to finish what she wanted to say. As you can see, her parents live in complete harmony and support each other. They practice the ideals of marriage and family relationships, which is evident from their lives. Not only can they not understand why he needs a mistress, but they also can't forgive her for hiding this truth about her life for so long. Living alone in the duchy, without friends or acquaintances, if not for the support of her parents, she would have no one to share her experiences with. The unfortunate woman is indeed the true Terea. However, our heroine does not share her fate and has completely different views. In any case, her parents fully support her decision and opinion, respecting her choice in the current situation. The father insistently asked her to get a divorce as soon as possible. The girl laughed and replied that she would certainly fulfill his request. At least for her parents' sake, she should become a happy woman, independent of anyone. She said that maybe it was worth sorting out this accumulated baggage. She also noticed that there was a letter on the table. Curious, she asked what kind of letter it was and who could have sent it. Looking at the signature, she realized that the letter was sent by her husband, the one who had not yet come to terms with their relationship. She imagined him trying to persuade her to accept the gifts and convince his daughter to stay with him. It made her giggle. Apparently, he had tried to break into his parents' house before she arrived, which seemed ridiculous. She couldn't help but feel a little amused at such an obvious attempt. The lady offered to return all these gifts, and the movers were shocked. Their reaction was quite predictable. They did not expect such a turn of events. But Terea decided that instead of returning the gifts, they could send them to Livron III, so that they would end up somewhere else. Soon after the divorce proceedings begin, many expensive and luxurious gifts arrive at the house of the Duke's mistress. These luxury items are difficult for ordinary people to buy, and everyone around will most likely be perplexed when they see such gifts made for a mistress. Walking along the beautiful shore, enjoying delicious food, a whole week of wonderful life has already passed. Everything seemed perfect. Her parents constantly offered her various entertainments. Her mother took her to a massage. Her father suggested having tea in a cozy setting. Terea was happy to be here. She knew she should have come to her parents and enjoyed this time a long time ago. Meanwhile, the Duke continued to send gifts to his mistress, despite the fact that the divorce process had already begun. The Duchess's condition gradually worsened, and rumors of her illness spread, giving rise to talk that she might not return from her parents' home. Everything was going according to plan, but she couldn't relax. Terea knew that if she wasn't careful, something unexpected could happen that would disrupt her plans. Although Terea was feigning weakness at the moment, she knew she had to prepare for a possible threat. She kept herself in the shadows, ready to scream at any moment if the situation called for it. Suddenly, the Duchess, who no one expected, made a growling sound like a low roar of a dragon. It sounded loud and threatening, attracting the attention of those around. The servants began to argue, discussing that by order of the Count, any visits were forbidden at this moment, and this was an important rule that they must follow despite all the circumstances. Terea did not understand what was happening. she noticed that all the knights were in confusion, and among them there was an unexpected guest. It was the Duke, and his presence caused general confusion. The Duke loudly declared that he had arrived later than planned, and he wanted to talk to Terea without caring about the rules and circumstances that might interfere with this. He insisted that she listen to him, and there was determination in his voice. He was ready to explain his position despite the complexity of the situation. Terea already knew that he had appeared again. Annoyed, she ordered the servants to step back for a while so that she could have space to talk to the Duke without prying eyes. The Duke knelt before her, as if that would persuade her to listen to his words. He said he would explain everything until she understood what he wanted to say. He continued to ask Terea to listen to him until the end, and only then make a decision based on his sincere and, in his opinion, reasonable words. Terea couldn't understand what had happened to him. His actions contradicted everything she knew about him, and he acted out of character, making her wonder about his motives. Although she had once allowed him to be near her, she never ceased to be surprised that he acted so stupidly, acting contrary to her expectations and common sense. He couldn't understand what his wife was really feeling, and although he couldn't tell her all the details, he felt he had to protect Sira no matter the difficulty. Terea, in turn, asked him what this had to do with her, and insisted that he should take care of Sira's protection himself without involving her in his affairs. He noted that if she decided so, it would be better if Sira moved into their mansion. Then they could live together, and it would be much easier and more comfortable for everyone, Terea, the Duke, and Sira. That's how he imagined it. He was sure that they would all be happy if they were in the same house, and life would be much better. These words shook Terea to the core. She realized that he must be going crazy, and she couldn't believe that he seriously believed that this would solve all the problems. Terea said that she would rather leave his house. She was sure that they could live happily ever after. But now her decision has changed, and she has decided to leave to find her own way. At that moment, he grabbed her hand abruptly, unexpectedly, for her Terea was not prepared for such an action, which left her confused and made her feel vulnerable. He asked her to think again, explaining that their relationship was important. But she was hurt by how hard he squeezed her hand, making her think that his intentions were not so simple. In reality, Sira is of great importance to his abilities, and her presence is not accidental. All her actions and decisions are closely related to his power, something that has been hidden from her for a long time. He promised to tell her everything and offered to reconsider their divorce. He was ready to reveal all the secrets so that their relationship could continue and not end tragically. Terea, taking her hand back, said that he had just promised to reveal everything, but she was not convinced. She felt that he was hiding something despite his words. She didn't understand why she should believe him, especially if every time she had to peel him like an onion, revealing more and more hidden sides of his personality. The husband in turn asked her if she should reconsider the promise he made in the Frisia garden, hoping that it would help restore their relationship. He was ready to do anything for her love. Terea replied that she did not remember the promise, and asked if there was any reason to remember it at all, if it no longer had meaning to her in light of current events. Tears appeared on her husband's face, which she had not expected to see. He was clearly touched by her words, and perhaps realized that the situation had become critical for both of them. He actually started to cry because her words about divorce hurt him. He didn't want to lose her, but he knew that for her, it was over, and their future wasn't so clear. The father invited his daughter to drink a new tea with them, which had a wonderful aroma. It was a moment for a little respite, while everything around was tense. A few days ago, in their last conversation, she thought that their relationship had reached its end point. She no longer saw the point in continuing her life with a husband who did not understand her. Duke Dilof even shed tears, but at that moment, he could not express his pain in words. His emotions overwhelmed him, and he did not know how to cope with what was happening around him. Terea felt his presence everywhere. In the garden, in the stables, at the fertilizer site. He was there wherever she went, and it gave her a feeling of suffocating pressure. Terea was very keen for him to go home. Her father noted that he insisted on doing anything, so he chose difficult tasks for him, but there was no sign that he planned to return. It seems he bought a villa nearby and stayed in Yosemite. said that in any case, if that bastard that is the Duke were to stay here, it would not do her any good. True, if a rumor spreads that the husband came here despite the fact that he is impotent, then there will be talk about his care. He feels regret, sadness, and pain. He is experiencing all of this right now. They say that the cruel Duke, who cut off the heads of his enemies on the battlefield, rode after his wife. Everyone would say that even if he doesn't have any seed, but since he's so desperate, you can continue living with him. That's why you need to get ready for the trial as soon as possible. We need to slowly return to the capital. And this is already sad. She will return soon, so there is no need to worry. Parents said that when she comes back next time, it is not me that is not offering for the first time in a long time to go together and see Lorena. This is the cousin of the mother's half-sister, Countess of Toronto. Lorena's son recently returned from his studies abroad in the kingdom, and when she was little, she often followed them around and called them Big Brother. The lady merely smiled nervously. She could not know this in Romania. There was nothing written about the Duchess's past. The next time she returns to Yosin, her last name will also change, so her father asks how about giving his daughter a new villa to celebrate the divorce. Mother, of course, did not object to this decision and considered it an excellent idea, but the lady knew only one thing. Thanks to them, she was looking forward to returning here again. The girl had long understood that Terea had parents she could truly rely on. Already on the day of the trial in the capital, Madame provided all the necessary medications that she had ordered. The maid asked what to do with her hair, and the mistress replied that she should simply let her hair down and put on a veil. This was decided, and the girl accepted the offer. This was the last day she had been waiting for. She was dressing up to appear before everyone as a duchess, befitting her position and status. This day was her goal. She was the main character of rumors. The truth about her remained unknown, but her name was increasingly heard among those who discussed the events and rumors surrounding her. She was a good-natured, but also unhappy woman. However, this did not mean that she had to look pitiful or helpless in any situation. Her husband asked her if she had slept well that night. He was trying to understand how she was feeling, and her answer was important to his assessment of the situation. The lady replied with a smile that she had had a good night's sleep. She noticed that he himself looked as if the night had not been particularly pleasant or restful for him. The place of the trial was in the imperial palace. The lord and lady went there to meet the emperor and to witness what was about to happen. Terea was pleased to know that the familiar silence in this place would be the last. This feeling was something important to her at that moment. The Duke turned to his wife and informed her that a divorce would be impossible, as the emperor would never allow such a step. His words left her in thought without giving her a clear answer. She couldn't understand what exactly this man was saying. He was saying things that didn't make sense to her, and she waited to see how the situation would unfold. The Duchy of Dilov's married couple had arrived. They had come to see who would win this important matter, and they were not going to leave without results. The emperor allowed them to come closer, as the trial was already beginning. Everything was ready for the process to continue, and everyone present was expecting something important. All the necessary attendees had already gathered at the court site. The emperor, with obvious delight, was preparing to conduct the most interesting and long-awaited trial of his reign. The lady, of course, understood why the ministers had gathered here, but she was not clear why exactly the crown prince had been invited. This question troubled her. She began to think that perhaps he was simply bored and had decided to come to observe what was going on without any other important purpose in it. But at the moment, it was better for her not to think about the crown prince and leave him aside, since it didn't really matter to her current state. In this world, divorces among nobles are extremely rare, as each of them has their own status that is not easily lost. This makes the very idea of divorce scary and hard to accept. The process begins with the submission of a petition, which is submitted to the emperor and his closest advisors for consideration. The time frame for consideration of the petition is determined at their discretion. The wait is so long that already at this stage, many applicants abandon their intentions to get divorced, faced with bureaucratic difficulties. However, there are rare cases where the obstacles can be overcome. At the beginning of the process, a special 4-week period for reflection is assigned, and this is the first step towards the goal. The final stage requires incredible skill. You need to demonstrate brilliant acting skills, as well as the ability to clearly and convincingly argue your position. It's like the final point of a long journey. That's why Duchess Terea is determined to do everything in her power to achieve her goal. The emperor, smiling at the complexity of the matter, suggested bypassing the formalities and immediately proceeding to discuss the main issue, saving everyone time. He asked Terea directly if she had thought through her decision. She confirmed that, thanks to his wisdom and the time he had given her, she had been able to weigh everything carefully. However, continuing the conversation, the emperor noted that he had received a petition from the duke in which he asked for a ban on divorce, which he clearly wanted to thwart his wife's plans. The duke offered in exchange for this to go to war against the Arpesona, capture the enemy's capital, and present the emperor with the riches of the Golden City, which was supposed to look like a lucrative offers. This impudent attempt of the duke, brought to light, greatly angered him, and he could hardly restrain his indignation at the fact that the emperor was so openly voicing the details of their deal. The emperor, however, explained with great frankness that he could not conceal such questions. He decided that it would be right to ask the duchess's opinion herself. Terea understood the emperor's true intention. The divorce would not take place today, but thanks to his actions, everything went differently than the duke had expected. Seizing the moment, Terea noticed that her husband had another woman for whom he had strong feelings, which was painfully obvious to her. She expressed bewilderment at how it was possible not to feel bitterness when a man who should have been faithful leaves his wife alone to cry at night while spending time with someone else. The duke, listening to these words, began to show irritation, since similar discussions had already arisen between them many times before. But the emperor interrupted him and asked him to remain silent, emphasizing that the duke might have his own circumstances that should be taken into account. Terea realized that even the emperor, with his wisdom, could not fully justify or understand her husband's behavior. At first, she thought that the emperor was supporting the duke, but his words and actions made her understand that he was actually on her side. She felt like the emperor was almost pushing her, giving her the opportunity to say whatever she wanted without fear of consequences. Emboldened, Terea turned to the emperor with the question of how she could be aware of all the circumstances that her husband did not consider it necessary to inform her about. Even if she knew everything, she asked the logical question: did she not deserve compensation for the years she spent alone, neglected by her husband? If she was to be with this man, it would wither and die alone, even if she were not with him. The likelihood, from the reader's point of view, she would be trying to understand the character in the book and delve into his circumstances. However, in this situation, when she moved into the one who sympathized and could possibly die, she does not understand why she should delve into the circumstances of that person. The lady expressed her opinion to the emperor, stating that broken trust cannot be restored. She emphasized that betrayal leaves deep wounds that never heal. She also asked for sympathy for her unfortunate fate. Her voice was trembling, but there was determination in her words. She insisted on understanding her situation. At the end of her speech, she stated directly that the emperor should allow them to separate. Her request sounded like the last hope for freedom and a new life. The emperor listened carefully to both sides. Then he noted that their views and feelings were so different that it was impossible to improve relations. In conclusion, the emperor concluded that such marital relations could no longer be restored. His voice was firm, his decision final. The divorce was officially granted. However, the duke was furious about it. His face turned pale and his voice trembled with indignation. The duke, unable to restrain himself, began to shout loudly. He claimed that the emperor's decision contradicted what had been said earlier. The emperor merely smiled in response. With a slight mockery, he reminded her that he had not promised anything specific. His words sounded confident. Then he asked a question, as if testing the duke. Would he dare to dispute the sacred decision? It was a direct warning. The duke realized that further argument was pointless. He stood frozen in place, dejected, but still seething with anger. When it was all over, the lady took off her veil. She realized that she was no longer the Duchess of Deal. It was a moment of liberation. Addressing the people of the empire, she announced that her name was now Terea Arnazeda Yosin. Her voice was full of dignity. She proudly added that she was now the great hawk eyes of the empire and the heart of the dragon. She thanked the emperor for his wise decision. Then she confessed that today was the last day she would spend with the duke. She was happy, but there was a bitterness hidden in it. However, she did not hide her true feelings. She confessed that life with the duke was disgusting, and she did not want to see him anymore. The emperor, having concluded the process, rose. He threw down the gavel, declaring that the court was closed, and left with an unwavering air. Her hair dyed blonde, especially for the event lasted only a few hours, which was surprising given the high cost of the drug. However, the effect was so noticeable that blonde hair became fashionable in the empire. Tereya's influence was undeniable. In the port near the border, local newspapers published her picture. The Duchess's unusual golden hair became the topic of discussion. This hair became a symbol of new life. Instead of the previous silence, Tereya hoped that her future would be bright and shiny. One man was sure that his brother was visiting the empire for the first time. This was an unexpected discovery for those around him. The man explained that his brother had returned after a long period of work abroad. His return was an important event in the family. The brother noticed that he had not asked the question by chance. He was curious, but not surprised. It concerned a scandal that had become the most high-profile event in the empire. Tereya was in a great mood. Her new view of the world had even changed her attitude towards others. Now feeling free, she watched people with interest. A servant approached the heroine, politely inquiring about her plans for dinner. His manner of speaking betrayed professionalism, and the lady herself did not hide her good mood. Tereya said that she would come down to the dining room in 10 minutes. The servant understood her words without further clarification and quickly left, leaving her alone. Now that her title had changed, Tereya was no longer called Duchess of Delova, but simply addressed by her first name, Lady Tereya, symbolizing her new life. The girl enjoyed the changes. Her days were full of care. Letters of consolation, gifts 3 meals a day of good nutrition, and deep, healthy sleep became habitual for her. She didn't even believe that this was her reflection in the mirror. Her skin became healthy, her face was radiant, and a slight weight gain gave her a more lively and joyful appearance. Her parents, who owned vast lands, built 5 villas in her name. It was a symbol of their love and care, which helped her forget about the past. In addition, her parents provided her with financial support to strengthen her body and soul. After many years of communicating with the parasite, this became a salvation. However, it was time to interrupt her thoughts. She should go down to lunch and not rejoice in her current state for too long. But at that moment, an unpleasant voice rang out. Her ex-husband showed up and declared that he could not come to terms with the divorce, which caused her another fit of irritation. This man, whom she thought had disappeared from her life forever, turned out to be alive. He appeared before her again, as if he had forgotten his inglorious past. Immediately after the divorce, the Duke stalked her when he came to Yosin. He demanded to talk and did not allow her to return home peacefully, disturbing her peaceful life. This man remained the only one who poisoned her new perfect life. He was like a pest, disturbing her happiness. However, his behavior did not go unnoticed. He was reminded that this kind of behavior was not allowed here, especially towards the lady. The Duke was given strict orders to leave so as not to cause trouble. This was a clear order to protect Tereya's peace. The emperor, wanting to ensure her safety, officially allowed her to drive away her ex-husband. In addition, she was provided with distinguished knights to guard her. One of the servants reported that the Duke continued to call Tereya his wife. However, she made it clear that she no longer had any connection with him. Tereya decided that she would never pay attention to him again. This man had become a complete stranger to her. After she made arrangements with Lorena, Tereya went to a cafe in the center of Yosin to have some tea and take her mind off her worries. Countess Taranto greeted her sister with joy. Tereya felt genuine joy from their meeting and immediately felt how important she was to her loved ones. There was a man sitting next to the countess who caught Tereya's attention. She was momentarily distracted, wondering who it could be and why he was there. The countess asked how Rhea was, which surprised the girl. She was not used to being called by her nickname, but it added warmth to the meeting. It seemed that the countess and her old acquaintance had a very warm and trusting relationship. This is what inspired Tereya, with confidence that the lady would be more friendly and open. So Tereya smiled, trying to look sincere, and remarked that she really did enjoy being here. Then she asked the countess with interest how she had been living all this time. The Countess, smiling thoughtfully, began to tell him that quite a while had passed since their last meeting. Remembering her son, she asked if the girl remembered him. The young man standing nearby remarked with a hint of humor that he had been waiting impatiently for his mother to introduce him so that he could extend his hand to Terea. He introduced himself as Tartion, and the Countess added that she was sure Terea must remember him. Terea heard the explanation that because of their mother's friendship, she knew for sure that their names were chosen specifically to resemble each other. The Countess noticed that they were often referred to as brother and sister, although this was unexpected news for Terea, since she had not known about it before. Despite the words, the girl's gaze was constantly drawn to the young man's figure, especially to his prominent chest, which made it difficult for her to concentrate on the conversation. She remembered the incident with the deer, which attracted attention with its unusual appearance, but she still couldn't help but notice that Tartine was a real beauty. However, although he was attractive, his figure still embarrassed her a little, causing her to feel awkward. Tartine joked that her intense gaze could burn his face. Terea felt that she might have seemed rude and quickly apologized for her behavior. He just smiled and assured her that it was no big deal. He then remarked that he was surprised to see her again after 13 years and asked if he could call her Rhea. Their mothers enjoyed watching their respectful and polite manners with each other, finding it incredibly touching. An hour passed, but Taria still couldn't understand why she was becoming more and more uncomfortable being around Tartion. For the next while, they hardly spoke, only silently drank tea, as if both were absorbed in their thoughts. The scene was reminiscent of the behavior of children who were allowed to meet in the presence of their parents, despite the general silence. Soon the women announced that they were going to the Yosen mansion and decided to find out what the young men were planning to do. Terea was at a loss for what to say. However, Tartian smiled and assured her that he could talk to Rhea for a while before leaving. The parents nodded approvingly, left them alone, and wished them good company, as if they saw something more in it. Terea felt completely lost, not understanding why Tartian had decided to stay. She hoped with all her might that her mother would come back for her. The guy calmly apologized for the suddenness of his proposal. Terea, having calmed down a bit, asked what exactly he wanted to talk about. Tartian gently suggested that she shouldn't be so wary of him. He suggested that they simply reminisce about their childhood together, since they had similar memories. He recalled how, when they were children, she always followed him around, calling him brother, and so he really saw her as a little sister. During the 13 years he spent abroad, studying at the best academies and learning the wisdom of distant lands, memories of the past were the support that helped him move forward. Terea was slightly surprised at his words, but she held back her emotions. She said with a slight smile that they could stop there. The guy apparently didn't immediately understand what she meant, but he thought about her words. The lady, noticing his confusion, added that next time he should call her exclusively Lady Terea. This correction made a strong impression on the young man. At the end of the conversation, she noted that she was sincerely glad to meet him. However, the young man could not fully comprehend what was happening. His thoughts were confused. Terea understood that despite their childhood friendship, everything had changed. After she had inhabited this body, the past had become unimportant, giving way to the present. No matter how precious the memories of the past were, they no longer belonged to her. She felt that trying to pretend that she remembered everything would only harm the real owner of this body. Realizing this, she firmly said that she was asking for forgiveness and that it was better to cut all ties right now before things went too far. After that, the girl felt relieved. She had finally escaped from the unpleasant situation, but as it turned out, she would not be able to return home right away. Terea remembered that a branch of the capital's gallery, which she had long wanted to visit, had opened nearby. This thought prompted her to linger a little and look there. On the way, she accidentally bumped into a young man who was holding a bunch of flowers in his hands. He dropped them out of surprise, creating a small fuss. The flowers scattered, and the guy immediately started apologizing, asking if the lady was okay. He seemed genuinely concerned about her condition. Terea was shocked when she realized that the knights of the capital were hiding here in this very gallery, which made her wary. She noted that the guy seemed to be in a hurry and asked if he was okay, carefully watching his reaction. The young man looked at her with gratitude. The lady noticed that he was listening attentively and that it was important to always look the interlocutor in the eye, which the guy took note of. The boy introduced himself as Gerald. He thanked her for her help and added that he was very glad to meet them. His sincerity was touching. Tereya watched him carefully and seemed to understand who this child was. Duke Dilov proposed to capture the capital of Arpasona and conquer the legendary Golden City. His words sounded confident because he was not used to making empty promises and always achieved his goals. The reason for his success was his abilities, which exceeded the normal human capabilities. The Duke could do what others considered impossible, and he was nicknamed the Warrior with Bloody Eyes. His army was considered one of the most powerful. Victory invariably followed him, and his blood-red eyes inspired fear in his enemies and aroused respect even in the emperor himself. In addition to his fighting talents, the Duke had many other exceptional abilities that made him virtually invincible. However, Tereya, without finishing the book, only knew that in the original story, only two people had bloody eyes. These people were Duke Dilov himself and the main character of the work, who was now standing right in front of her, causing her surprise and confusion. Tereya's gaze was full of amazement, and the boy, the main character, did not understand why the lady was looking at him so strangely, as if he was a mystery. According to the plot, there were still about 3 months left for the events to develop. By the time he became an important character, her role as a secondary heroine would already be over. In 3 months, the boy will become known as the prince, who was secretly the emperor's child. The struggle for the throne will begin, and he will become the key figure in this drama. Before his arrival at the palace, as the book said, Duke Dilov took the boy as an apprentice, which became an important turning point in his life. Thus, it can be assumed that the boy followed that deer, no matter how strange this coincidence may seem. He should be 16 years old now, but his fragile and small appearance was completely out of keeping with his age, which surprised Tereya. She thought that a man who was unable to take care of even his own wife would hardly be able to properly take care of a child. Suddenly, the boy felt ill and began to fall, but Tereya managed to catch him, preventing him from falling. She was surprised at how light he was, as if exhausted. The holy man noticed Tereya holding the boy, but did not intervene. He had a high fever. Tereya didn't remember his illness being mentioned in the book. She began to suspect that something strange had happened to him. The thought flashed through her mind that the Duke might have been starving him. She had already decided that she would definitely accuse him of child abuse. Tereya loudly declared her intention to bring the Duke to justice, believing that he deserved punishment for his actions. She screamed for a doctor to be called immediately. The boy asked her to move away, but she did not immediately understand what he was saying. She demanded that he repeat it louder and explain exactly what hurt so that they could help him faster. The boy was embarrassed, but continued to ask her to move away. At that moment, Sarah came running and abruptly interrupted them. Sarah ran up to the boy, throwing Tereya aside, and rushed to take care of him, clearly considering his condition a priority. The woman immediately rushed to the boy, hugging him as if she wanted to protect him from the whole world. Her actions showed genuine concern and anxiety. Tereya watched this scene, not understanding what was happening at all. Everything looked so strange and illogical that she could hardly comprehend what was happening. Her thoughts were interrupted when someone came up and asked if she was hurt. His caring voice brought her back to reality for a moment. Meanwhile, the woman who introduced herself as Sarah turned her attention to the plants and began examining them. She also asked the boy if everything was okay. The boy, without embarrassment, replied that thanks to Tereya's intervention, no one was hurt, including the lady herself. His words sounded sincere and calm. Sarah, hearing the mention of lady, was surprised and looked towards Tereya, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Tereya, still stunned, asked when the doctor would arrive. She was told that another guard had already gone to fetch him. She was shocked when she realized that the Duchess was standing in front of her, and the man who had just been selling flowers noticed in horror that all the plants had disappeared. Meanwhile, the boy noticed that the cocoa was surprisingly tasty and asked curiously why the mentor forbade him such simple pleasures. Sarah explained that this was for his health. She also began talking about the water deer, an unusual creature with large fangs that had no enemies. To Tereya's surprise, it became known that the Duke had brought both his mistress and his apprentice here, a fact that left her slightly confused. Sarah tried to talk to Terea, asking her to listen to her, but she snapped that she no longer bore the name Dilova and should now be called Lady Terea. Sarah apologized, adding that she was truly sorry that their love had to end in such a way. Her words sounded sincere, but they failed to change the tense atmosphere. Terea smiled slightly and asked if Sarah understood the meaning of the term over self-awareness, trying to remain calm. She added that even without Sarah's intervention, she would have gotten a divorce. Moreover, this is her family's territory, and she does not want to be in an awkward position because of this communication. Sarah admitted that she was unaware of such subtleties and merely followed the Duke she loved, which seemed honest but naive. Terea coldly reminded her that her words sounded strange. She asked why the Duke whom Sarah loved so much was trying to justify himself to her. These words left Sarah completely horrified. Terea, without holding back, added that she did not understand why she needed all this at all, because there was no love left between them. She is a little annoyed that they treat the affair as a beautiful love and put it on display. Although in fact their opinions differ, she is not interested in this, and she does not even want to know about it. She really wants them to just leave her alone and say that it is certainly not a sin to follow your loved one, but you can't cause trouble for others. And so she asks Sarah to really admit that she is causing her inconvenience, and she can also convey to her lover that she wants to leave Yosen. And then, regardless of what the truth was, Terea decided to believe in their mutual love. She was sure that this was the feeling that bound the hearts of Mrs. Sarah and her companion. She did not wish to interfere with such a significant and tremulous feeling, which Mrs. Sarah seemed to guard as the greatest value. It was her gift of fate, and Terea did not want to destroy it. Terea could not imagine that a man she respected would dare to appear with a mistress without any shame. Such an act seemed unthinkable to her. She pondered whether she should ask the emperor to forbid them from visiting these lands. But knowing how quickly the palace made decisions, she decided to send the letter to the crown prince. The lady felt sincere gratitude to the men who had rendered such necessary assistance. She was glad that she had been able to use the comfortable living room, which was conducive to relaxation. One of the men noted that the gentleman would probably be happy to know how this little support helped her. At the moment, he was in an art gallery. The man added that if she had no other plans, he would suggest visiting a gallery in a week, where both old and new works were to be exhibited. After a long time, the man decided that he himself would not mind looking at the paintings. He was impatient for what he would see and what impressions it would give him. A week later, Terea found herself in the gallery. The exhibition representative paid attention to all the works, from masterpieces of recognized masters to works by emerging artists who promise a great future. However, what attracted her most was the work of one unknown author. His painting was mesmerizing, causing genuine interest and deep emotions in Terea. The canvas was incredible. The harmony of color transitions, the rendering of the smallest shades and rough brushstrokes, all this created a unique sense of energy emanating from the painting. Having learned that this artist had many works, Terea had high hopes for him. She felt that he had great potential. Terea's attention was also drawn to a man standing nearby. His presence seemed unusual to her. He did not look like an ordinary visitor. Surprised, Terea decided to come closer. After all, today was only a preliminary opening day, and only invited representatives could get access here. Perhaps it was an art historian or connoisseur who had received a personal invitation. Everything indicated that this person was not there by chance. Looking closer, she noticed that the stranger was also fascinated by the work of the same artist. It dawned on her. Maybe they both shared this artistic passion. Suddenly, Terea felt as if she had met a kindred spirit. Smiling, she approached him and asked if he had come to admire the paintings like her. The man responded coldly, dryly, confirming that this was what had brought him here. His indifferent gaze made it clear that he was not interested in communicating. And it was all for the best. Terea decided that their conversation could be limited to art, which was perfect for the occasion. She noticed that the painting was truly impressive. Although it depicted familiar grass, sky, and wind, the author saw them in a special way, in a completely different light. Thanks to this, Terea was able to feel the emotions that had long troubled her, but remained unclear. Now, As if through the prism of experience, she gained the ability to recognize feelings previously hidden from her understanding. These words, like magic, attracted the man's attention. He looked up and looked straight at Terea, as if trying to catch the hidden meaning in her words. His interest was genuine, which was evident in his gaze. The lady continued to speak, explaining that it was this particular feature of the painting that had immediately caught her attention. She emphasized how art can touch the heart, even if its meaning is not obvious. The man, clearly fascinated by her words, remarked that the work was truly magnificent. After a pause, he asked if she was familiar with the work of the artist, whose work was opening up new horizons for them. The woman replied that she was seeing his work for the first time. However, she noted that the artist has a gift for inspiring even those who finance this gallery. His skill is undeniable. The man suddenly realized that the lady in front of him was the Lady of Yosen County. He introduced himself as Enoch Vigor Beleg, making it clear that it was an honor to communicate with her. Terea smiled. She was glad to hear that she could address him simply as Beleg. The informality won her over and made the acquaintance seem even more pleasant. Together, they looked at the painting where the brushstrokes resembled Van Gogh's style. In front of them stretched the night sky with bright stars, which was mesmerizing in its depth and energy. Terea noted that despite the beauty of the painting, she did not like its title at all. She felt that it did not have the harmony that was inherent in the painting itself. Beleg, looking at his watch, said that it was time for him to leave. This painting turned out to be his last in the gallery. Having said goodbye, he quickly disappeared into the crowd. It had been a long time since Terea had enjoyed looking at a picture so fully and without regret. She thought that, after such an evening, it would be nice to go for a massage, to relax before returning home. Suddenly, she noticed someone walking towards her. This person moved with genuine joy, which immediately attracted her attention. It was Tyrant. His appearance came as a complete surprise to Terea, since she could not imagine him in such a setting. Confused, she asked what he was doing in this gallery, because his presence here seemed strange, and even a little frightening to hers. Tyrant explained that he was friends with the son of Viscount Giorgio, who was the local representative. That was why he was here completely by chance. Terea smiled reservedly, noting that she was glad for such an unexpected coincidence. She wished him a pleasant time and not to distract himself with unnecessary conversations. However, as soon as he called her by her nickname again, she flared up in anger. Her repeated requests not to use that name were apparently forgotten. Tyrant casually mentioned that he had heard that Lord Enoch, the Minister of External Affairs, had arrived. He assumed that Terea had already met with him. The girl was shocked by what she heard. She knew that Lord Enoch had been away from the empire for a long time, engaged in diplomacy, and rarely appeared in high society. Tyrant probably knew him personally. Tyrant noted that the Duchy of Beleg was indeed one of the most prestigious families in the empire. The family was recognized as one of the two major ducal dynasties renowned for their influence and status. Many in society know of the families of the Duchy of Beleg. Their name is associated with wealth, power, and centuries of history. Their achievements are discussed both in high society and beyond. The lady was completely shocked to learn that the man was a duke. Now it became clear why he had emphasized the title and advised her to take it into account. Tyrant noted that there were rumors about this lord that he had made significant contributions abroad, which only strengthened his reputation and status in the eyes of others. The lady asked what kind of contribution they were talking about, but the guy admitted that he did not have exact information and had only heard about it in passing. Terea couldn't understand how anyone could talk about a remarkable contribution without knowing the specific details. To her, it seemed like something secret, almost absurd. This secrecy reminded her of a marriage, which it seemed the person himself might know nothing about. She chuckled to herself, finding it ridiculous. Terea remembered their last meeting, where he seemed like a serious and mature person. Who would have thought that behind the facade, there was such a frivolous person giving in to rumors? The guy objected that she was too categorical, but added that he was sure that sooner or later, the story of this duke would become known and would have a huge impact on the empire. Terea asked him again if he knew anything about the contents of this great story. When he confirmed that he did not, she turned away and said with restraint that she understood him. After their first meeting, her opinion of him had noticeably worsened. Tartion, trying to dispel the awkwardness, changed the subject and asked if she liked the exhibition. After looking around, Terea found a painting that she really liked. She admitted that she was thinking of buying it, as the work made an impression on her. Smiling, Tartion remarked that if the lady liked this painting, he would be glad if it adorned her collection and expressed his approval. Suddenly, Terea realized that they had been walking side by side for a long time. She wondered how much time had passed since they had started moving together. The man matched her steps, which amazed her. Her husband would never do that if his life depended on it. He would only grumble that she was too slow. Her husband often said that her slow pace was due to her short legs. In this regard, Tartyan was much more patient and attentive than the one she called the deer. The lady turned to Tartyan, asking whether he planned to continue looking at the exhibition or whether he had other ideas for their walk. The man looked at her thoughtfully, and she did not understand the reason. He admitted that every time she addressed him as you, it sounded a little unusual and even alien to him. The lady noted that enough time had passed to justify the changes in their communication. It was now completely natural to address each other differently, as if time had changed the words themselves. In her words, he found a truth that was impossible to argue with. Indeed, much had changed, and he could not help but agree that the usual forms of address had long since become outdated. However, memories have a special feature. Although time tries to cover them with dust, they never disappear completely, only become slightly clouded. Even after many years, they remain as if sealed in the depths of the soul, and a small push is enough for them to emerge bright and alive. Those who like him live far from their homeland for a long time, often realize how much they miss home. This longing becomes their constant companion. Even when there are new impressions all around, new places and faces cannot replace what was left behind in the homeland, what is steeped in memories. The melancholy is especially overwhelming when it comes to small but priceless things, those that evoke the most tender and poignant memories. For him, these were the memories that came from the images associated with Terea, her presence, and all the moments that once united them. Extended text. The lady could not understand where this inexplicable feeling of wariness towards Tardion came from. She often thought about it, but never found an answer that could satisfy her curiosity. From the very beginning of their acquaintance, she had not noticed in Tarthion's behavior the slightest sign that he perceived her as a woman. There was no usual male gaze full of hidden desire, which she was accustomed to feeling from men. Perhaps he was telling the truth when he said he saw her only as a little sister. His words sounded so sincere that she had no reason to doubt them, although the feeling of unease remained. She decided to show that she understood his words and trusted his intentions, so she calmly said that she understood what he was trying to convey to her. It was for this reason that she allowed him to call her Rhea. It was a sign of intimacy, though not the kind based on attraction. Upon hearing her permission, Tartion could not hide his joy. A sincere smile lit up his face, and he looked like a child who had just been given a long-awaited toy. There was something touching in his joy. However, the lady smiling could not resist a little sarcasm. She was genuinely curious as to how long Tarchian intended to follow her. To her question, the man answered with slight surprise that she apparently did not know. It turned out that the Countess had invited him to dinner, so he was heading to Yosen County. Her mother, in turn, firmly believed that Tarcion was the ideal husband for her daughter. She constantly, insistently advised her to take a closer look at him. However, Tartion himself did not experience such feelings towards his mistress. Such thoughts were alien to him, although it was obvious that his mother had already made her choice long ago. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted by an unexpected noise. Loud screams could be heard in the distance, which immediately attracted their attention and silenced both of them. They saw the man arguing angrily with the girl. He clearly did not understand what he was guilty of, and demanded an explanation, completely confused by her accusations. A small crowd of curious onlookers had already gathered around them. The man insisted that the girl explain herself what exactly he had done wrong, what his mistake was. The girl, shaking with indignation, loudly declared that he dared to touch her thighs. Her words caused a mixed reaction among those around her. The man was seething with rage indignantly, insisting that he had not touched Terea, but had merely brushed against her by accident. His tone grew louder, emphasizing that there had been a misunderstanding. Even if there had been a touch, he added, it would have been merely a sign of friendly support. After all, Terea was old enough to be his daughter, and he had not put any unworthy thought into it. However, he stressed that it is difficult to avoid such situations if a woman allows herself to wear clothes that reveal her legs. The man said this as an excuse, clearly not noticing his rudeness. In response, the lady noted that everything around her reminded her of a beautiful open-air resort. However, at the moment, it all turned into chaos, reminiscent of a crush in the subway. Tartion, listening attentively, pointed to the speaker. It was Viscount Gordon Chin-Chan. He admitted that he had never seen the girl before and assumed that she was of some noble family. Continuing his indignation, the Viscount cried out that the youth of their day were behaving irresponsibly and carelessly. His words sounded like an old-fashioned grumble against the background of the general bustle. Meanwhile, he smirked at the other ladies, suggesting that they probably thought that if you painted stripes on a pumpkin, it would turn into a watermelon. His sarcasm was deliberately sarcastic. The man noticed that the ladies, in his opinion, were only shouting through their images, attracting attention. He judged their appearance, showing his prejudices about status and decency. He then pointed out that commoners probably came to resorts to watch the naive nobles with curiosity. At that moment, he turned his gaze to the girl. The Viscount pointed directly at Madame Terea, noting that her face seemed familiar to him. It was obvious that his suggestion was of interest to those around him. Gradually, he realized that her face reminded him of the former Duchess Delova. He began to talk enthusiastically about the rumors that were circulating about her in the capital. According to him, the Duchess was known as a quiet person, but her behavior, it seems, was not as modest as people thought. This, in his opinion, was the reason for the Duke's betrayal and their divorce. Tartion could not stand it and sharply reprimanded the Viscount, reminding him that a man should watch his words, especially when it comes to ladies to whom he has no relation. Terea looked at him calmly and said that it was nothing to worry about. However, memories of the Duke arose inside her, and for a moment her gaze darkened. She was irritated that no matter what she did, the label of former Duchess followed her everywhere. She resolutely approached the Viscount and asked who had called her Duchess of Delova. In fact, she is the only daughter of Count Josin Terea Arnizade Josin. Her lineage has always been tied to the county, not the title of Duchess. But the gentleman seemed to be too rude. It did not matter to her who she was, a duchess or a count's daughter, because his manner of communication left much to be desired. Terea knew the man was beneath her, so she began asking questions, trying to find out where he had learned his mannerisms, words, and actions. Her interest was genuine. To make him understand the seriousness of the situation, she even called him by name. This was supposed to help the man realize that she was not going to tolerate his behavior and demanded respect. Terea was determined that this man would not use his manners. No matter his position in this world, status always matters, and she intended to demonstrate that. People looked at Terea with arrogant respect only because she was young and female, but she knew perfectly well that in her case, age should not play a key role. In this world, titles were more important than age, so Terea decided to use her position to punish the one who treated her so disdainfully. The man looked worried and asked if she really believed her title had any meaning. He doubted its power and did not appreciate her status properly. He stated that respect for her parents made him leave. In his opinion, she was just a small girl who was not yet mature enough to make serious decisions and actions. Terea didn't quite understand why he behaved this way, but there was something about his behavior that was unpleasant. She couldn't understand how he could remain like that until the end, without changing his manners. As the Viscount had said, his view of the situation was simple. Her title was merely temporary. Her name borrowed, Ya believed that she was not worthy of his true respect. Then the red-haired girl approached Terea and thanked her for her help. She was sincerely grateful that Terea had intervened and helped resolve this difficult issue with an unpleasant person. The red-haired girl understood that it was always difficult to intervene in such situations. However, she was grateful to Terea, considering her actions important and timely in this difficult situation. Terea replied that she did not consider her actions to be anything special. She thought that she simply helped because the girl suffered because of a strange man who knew no boundaries. Terea promised that if the girl decided to go to the police, she was ready to help punish the Viscount. The red-haired girl thought about her offer, promising to think about it. Terea noticed that her new acquaintance could very well be a famous person. She didn't know who she was, but she felt that the red-haired girl could have a great reputation. The people around her obviously knew the red-haired girl. Terea was surprised that she didn't recognize her. After all, she herself was the main character of the scandal that shook the entire empire, and her face should have been known. Terea, despite her high birth, has been absent from the empire too long to be aware of what is happening. She is the daughter of the lord of these lands, and all the inhabitants know her. The girl realized that she had not introduced herself to her benefactor, and decided to immediately correct this oversight. She realized that this was important for establishing trust. Her name is Raya del Clatier. When she told him her name, the guy looked stunned, asking again, not believing his ears. He clearly did not expect such an answer. During the carriage ride, the guy continued to admire, saying that it was all simply amazing. But the lady, not understanding his delight, remained calm. Tarchin noticed that the guy was talking about that girl. This is Lady Klatsche. However, the lady, surprised, did not know who she was and what kind of person she was. The boy was shocked that she did not know this woman, because Raya del Clatier was an important person who played a key role in the affairs of the empire. He was perplexed. Terea didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and the guy explained that she belonged to a body that reported directly to the crown prince, which was of great importance. Raya is the daughter of Marquis Cletier, who heads the department that deals with special technical information. Her family is very influential in the empire, for the imperial family status is of no importance. The Marquis of Cletier, subordinate to the crown prince, is not inferior in status to the highest minister. His power is not limited in any way. Furthermore, rumors say that the Marquis and his two sons value their only daughter very much, who is the youngest sister in the family, making her an important figure. It was surprising to Terea that she had met such a person without knowing his importance. Her surprise was obvious, as she had not expected anything like this. Terea was usually knowledgeable about many things in the secular world, and even had a fair amount of knowledge about deer breeding, which might seem strange but important. However, the strangest thing was that the precious daughter of a powerful marquis found herself in such a situation without maids and knights, which put her in an awkward position. Why, despite all these circumstances, did she not reveal her identity until the very end? Her silence in response to insults remained incomprehensible to everyone. Yosen County, Terea apologized to her mother, saying that she was a little tired and would probably skip dinner. She felt unwell, but she knew she needed to rest. Mother was upset, but tried not to show it. She reminded them that Tartien was invited that evening. However, if Terea was so tired, it would be best to rest. She also noticed that a gift had arrived from Terea's classmate at the academy. The gift was placed in her room, which her mother curiously informed her daughter about. Terea was dumbfounded. She couldn't remember which classmate was being talked about because all her academy comrades had merged in her memory, leaving only vague images. The object had a special shape that resembled the official imperial seal. It was round in shape, and Terea thought it might be the seal of the crown prince. Terea couldn't remember such details, but the owner of her body, Terea, did study at the academy at the age of 7 to 8. This coincided with the time when the crown prince studied. At the academy, Terea fell in love with one of her classmates, a young man whose heart did not reciprocate hers. Her feelings remained unrequited for many years. The only memory I have of the crown prince is of them meeting at a court hearing. Their eyes met, but it was only a formal meeting with no further contact. She was surprised that now he, the crown prince, had suddenly decided to contact her out of old friendship. It seemed a little strange and even suspicious, but she decided to look into it. Terea decides to look at the gift, and after examining it, she felt that she could not understand what this object was intended for. It looked mysterious and unusual, somehow strange. She decided to examine the thing carefully. When she looked at the gift, she felt that she did not understand what its purpose was and how it should be used. The letter contained a strange instruction. Terea read that she was to hold the object in her hands and knock it 3 times on the wall. The signature belonged to Caller's friend, Elgot Dominic. Terea was surprised by this strange message. She learned an important lesson in this world. Not everything that is said or written should be taken literally, even if it seems obvious. This was especially noticeable among people from social circles, where intrigues and intrigues were constantly in the air, and intrigues flourished at every step. The world of this elite was full of hidden motives and conspiracies. If he really cared about her that much, then he could help with the divorce, because he had a lot in his power. He was familiar with such cases, and he could offer real help. At that moment, Terea felt that something was wrong with these objects. Something strange was happening. A feeling of anxiety and suspicion overwhelmed her, forcing her to pay attention to details. She couldn't understand what this light was coming from the object and what this half-naked image meant. Thoughts of magic arose in her mind, but she couldn't quite comprehend what was happening. She soon realized that something was beginning to manifest. At that moment, she heard His Highness announce that the connection had been established, and the situation had become clearer. Terea was shocked when she realized it was actually a projector. She couldn't believe her eyes, trying to comprehend what exactly she was seeing and what it all meant. But when the image of His Highness the Crown Prince appeared before her, horror overwhelmed her. She could not understand how this had happened and why she had ended up in such a situation. The Crown Prince greeted her, but Terea had not expected to meet him in this state. This meeting was a real shock for her, and she did not know how to react. The lady bowed immediately, not knowing how else to express her respect. The prince noticed her gesture and suggested that she greet him more simply, without unnecessary ceremony, as if it were obvious. He said that if he wanted to observe all the formalities, he would have invited her to the palace, and not used such an unusual way of meeting. Everything was much simpler than she thought. He addressed her as lady and then asked if he could call her Rhea, as he had before. She thought they were just classmates at the academy, but it turns out their relationship was much deeper. Therefore, she noted that despite their personal relationship, he was still a high-ranking person, and she had to remain polite no matter the circumstances. The Crown Prince noticed that she was as flawless as ever, but he said that she had been having even more headaches lately. This remark did not leave her indifferent, and she thought about it. There were rumors in the capital that her ex-husband had gone to Yosen. The Duke was his friend, and therefore knew his character very well, which added another mysterious detail to the situation. They said that if he bites once, he will never let go, as if it were something crazy. The prince is right. Actions of this kind always have long-term consequences. Indeed, the Crown Prince was right. The lady even wanted to praise him for his accuracy, but she understood that she had to wait a little before agreeing with him. However, the Crown Prince himself showed concern for the lady and asked if everything was all right with her. Despite the presence of the Knights of the Empire, he was worried that they might leave. In that case, the Crown Prince did not know how the Duke would deal with the lady, since her status was now lower than his, and this complicated the situation. The lady knew that this was true, and that despite her current strength, she was still dependent on her status in this world. It was important to understand how this affected her actions. If the Duke decides to use his status against her, she, as the Count's daughter, will be helpless. All that remains on her side is her ability to cope with difficulties. Terea knew there was nothing she could do in this situation. Even if she stood her ground, her position did not allow her to compete with those of higher status. The prince explained that he did not mean to hurt her with his words. On the contrary, he was glad that she remained the same. He even saw that she had changed, but only for the better. He was glad of her changes and saw nothing wrong with it. His concern was something else. He wanted to help her despite her difficulties because he believed in her strength. The lady was surprised and asked him again how he was going to help. The prince said that the divorce was possible, thanks to the influence of his father, who helped in this situation. He added that the Duke had been negotiating with the Majesty for some time, trying to make a favorable agreement. These deals could change a lot for her. The prince asked her if she knew about Article 14, Section 8 of the Imperial Divorce Law. The lady replied that she had studied such laws very well and was familiar with it. Article 14, Paragraph 8 provided a 3-year period for possible reunification after divorce. This gave a chance to rectify the situation if the parties were ready for a truce. If the reunification is successful within this period, the divorce record will be deleted. This meant that the divorce would be considered invalid and past mistakes could be forgotten. However, if reunification does not take place, the divorce will be final, and a repeat divorce in the future will be prohibited. A sanction in the form of an administrative warning is also possible. Litigation related to this law is transferred to an official court organized by the imperial family. This increases the emperor's influence in such matters. Tyrant realized that this sentence could be changed by the will of the emperor himself. She realized that fate was decided not only in her hands, but also in the hands of His Majesty. According to the Crown Prince, the divorce was intended as a kind of entertainment for the emperor himself. He perceived the situation as a game in which the emperor might be interested. If the duke managed to win the emperor's heart, there was a good chance that the final decision would be reconsidered. Everything depended on whether he could win his trust. Tyrant was sure that her husband, whom she jokingly called dear, would not succeed. She did not believe that his efforts would bear fruit, and his attempts were in vain. To prevent such conversations from happening again, Tyrant wanted to tear it all out by the roots. Her patience had run out, and she did not want to hear this empty discussion anymore. Now she just wanted to take a bucket of water and pour it on him so that he would disappear from her life. She was ready to do anything so that this man would no longer appear in her world. Tyrant thanked the Crown Prince for the information, which was extremely useful. She knew that such news could play an important role in her further actions. The court could not be so simple that the divorce would be decided without effort. However, for her, the moment of idle waiting had not yet come. She had to act decisively. This time, Tyrant decided to finalize the divorce process. She had to find a way to make it all over once and for all without the possibility of going back. Tyrant was determined to make every effort to finalize the divorce. This was exactly what the Crown Prince had expected, and she had no intention of disappointing him. If the Crown Prince didn't mind, Tyrant decided to ask him one question. It was already late at night, but he would probably listen to her, and then they could finish the conversation. Tyrant wanted to know why the Crown Prince was helping her. After all, after the divorce, she was just a count's daughter to him, and it seemed that her help was pointless. Even if the Crown Prince saw her as a political asset, Tyrant knew that in the end, nothing would come of his actions. There would be no long-term benefit. The prince, a little surprised, replied that he was simply fed up with the duke's behavior. Tyrant was shocked. Such simple words shook her to the depths of her soul. Tyrant suddenly realized that he was partly to blame for her marriage not being stopped. She realized that his actions in the past had played a role too. The communication device became a true secret of the imperial palace. In his department, it was called a masterpiece demonstrating its uniqueness and complexity. He gave her this special gift, Tyrant thought. Even though they were classmates, perhaps she should not have accepted such an important and secret device. However, this was a good chance. She now had a means of direct communication with the Crown Prince, which could prove very useful in the future. The device also provided the ability to track the Duke's movements so that they could work together to monitor his activities, maintaining vigilance. Having a connection with a high-ranking person was important for monitoring the Duke. It allowed him to be kept under control and to react quickly to changes. Having received such an unexpected opportunity, Tyrant realized that it would be useful to her in the future. She was ready to take this chance, no matter how it affected her life. The lady was surprised to learn that the Countess of Toronto would not be there. She did not expect that her plans could change so suddenly. Tyrant could have simply returned home, but Tartine stated that since she had already visited the county, he would not let her go so easily, offering to continue the meeting. He offered to go with her, but the lady began to say that she had to go to lunch with another person. This was presented as a reasonable excuse for leaving. The man expected her to refuse, but Tyrant realized that a week ago, she would have done the same. Now she realized the importance of communicating with people. He was surprised by her decision, and Tyrant, deciding to add a little information, told him that she was going to open her own business, hinting at her plans. She also emphasized that this was the reason she wanted to meet the Countess of Toronto. The Count's house was successful in trade, and this was the period of its prosperity. Of course, there was more friendship to be developed, and the gentleman noted that by talking about this, she seemed to be inviting him to become part of her business idea. The lady was surprised by what was happening, and replied that, of course, it was not so. However, the guy claimed that they were blood relatives and she was trying to get rid of him. The lady noted that they were related to him only on one of the 5 levels of kinship, but he asked her not to say so. In his opinion, their relationship was much closer. He winked at her, and she couldn't help but laugh. Together, they laughed, realizing that moments like these were easier to take with humor. Terea thought that it would be best for her to ask a close relative for help, rather than rely on a stranger for help in such a situation. Tartian added with a smile that he was looking forward to the next step, and was ready for any situation that unfolded before him, no matter how difficult it was. When the servant saw that Mr. Toronto had arrived, he was full of joy knowing that everything was going according to plan, and the meeting had finally taken place. The guy asked if the expected guest had arrived. He was told that he was already in the waiting room and was ready to meet him at any time. The lady was thinking that there might be something tasty in the hall, and suddenly realized that this man was familiar to her, although she could not remember where from. When she saw the man in front of her, she immediately recognized Hira. His eyes left a deep mark in her memory, and now she remembered him immediately. Terea couldn't understand how Tartian had managed to become so close to this man so quickly, since just a few days ago they hadn't even met. Tartian, noticing that the Duke had been kept waiting, apologized, but the Duke pointed out that he had arrived too early and thought that the expected guest was standing before him. The lady introduced herself, and the Duke, although he knew her, decided to introduce himself anyway. He said that she probably already knew his name. He also added that she could address him in any way she felt comfortable with, without worrying about formalities that might seem unimportant. This time, he addressed her differently. I wonder if he knew about her divorce. The lady calmly replied that it would be easier for him to simply call her Lady Terea. Tartian was surprised to learn that they already knew each other, and the Duke reminded him that they had met earlier in the gallery. That day, he wanted to enjoy the silence and the paintings. If his behavior at the time seemed rude to her, he sincerely asked for forgiveness, hoping that she was not offended and did not retain unpleasant memories. Tartian and Terea felt a little uncomfortable when His Majesty began to kiss the lady's hand, which was unusual and not entirely usual for them. In the Empire, this method of greeting was not accepted, and Terea could not understand when this changed. She remembered that before she left for the Empire, this was not the case. It was said that much had changed with the arrival of the current empress. Come to think of it, it used to be customary in the kingdom to greet a woman by kissing the back of her hand, a gesture symbolizing respect and politeness. Terea noticed that since they had already finished the greeting, he invited her to sit down, since this place was famous for its delicious food. And indeed, the establishment was known among the locals for its exquisite dishes. Terea approached His Excellency, asking for his purpose in coming to Yosen. She was curious as to what could have brought him here at such an important moment. And his answer was her next step. The Duke explained that he had come to Yosen because he was looking for something special, namely a painting which he wanted to buy. He was invited to a local gallery where he said there was the very work that interested him. However, when he returned, the painting had already been purchased by another person and was no longer available for purchase. This surprised the Duke, who had hoped to acquire it for his collection. Mrs. Terea, of course, thought that their tastes in art were similar, but she had not expected that they would be interested in the same work. This discovery confused her a little, but she could not help but agree. This meant that he was not her ally, but rather her rival in this art historical quest. The question of which of them would acquire the painting became a matter of honor for both. The Joseon County family has always supported artists, helping them organize exhibitions and promote their work. This tradition has strengthened the galleries and local art communities, including the place where they met. This support made it easy for Terea to find work in the arts. It also gave her the opportunity to be at the center of cultural events and bring attention to local talent. He couldn't defeat her even if he used all his connections and resources. The painting would still remain with her despite all his efforts. This had been decided even before their conversation. The gentleman could not help but notice that his interest in her was actually much more personal. He wanted to talk to her again and convey some request, the details of which he was leaving for later. He was very brave, but somehow his behavior did not make her hate him. Perhaps there was something deeper in his intentions than just a desire to beat her in an art criticism debate. Terea thought that since they were both art lovers, they must be looking forward to the upcoming arts festival. Both the Duke and she agreed that it was an important event in the life of the city. He had been looking forward to the opening of the festival, but now that he had met her, the Duke was glad to see her despite all his worries. After a short conversation, he seemed ready to digress and leave her alone. Terea informed Rhea that their carriage was having problems, and she decided to go and inspect it. It was her decision to act independently, regardless of the difficulties. On second thought, the dinner was truly amazing. Terea enjoyed the time spent in the company of someone with whom she shared common interests. The conversation was easy and pleasant. However, everything changed the moment her husband appeared behind her and suddenly declared that he had been looking for her for a long time. There was something insistent in his voice, as if he was full of determination. He grabbed her hands, and Terea felt her heart freeze in surprise and fear. When she looked up, standing before her was Duke Deloff, a man she did not want to deal with. The Duke spoke immediately, demanding that she listen to him. He grabbed her arm, trying to pull her away. His actions were decisive, and Terea barely had time to understand what was happening. He was unwavering, despite all her protests. What was important was that he did not stop and continued to insist on his own. It was as if he was inexorable, as if he did not know what refusal was. When the Duke released her hands, he spoke words that made Terea freeze. She must now listen carefully to him, for much depended on it. Everything seemed strange and frightening. He said that the reason he was seeing Sira was not because of love or romantic feelings, as she might think it was all because of the boy who was next to her. Terea realized that everything the Duke did was to protect this boy. He hid his true purpose, but now she knew that his actions were motivated by this very thing. The Duke confessed that he was the secret prince of the Empire, and his main task was to protect this boy for 15 years. This revelation shocked Terea, making her think about what was happening. Terea couldn't believe what was said. She screamed, expressing her bewilderment, certain that the Duke had gone mad. His words sounded so incredible that they seemed more like delirium. She couldn't remain silent, because everything that was happening could end fatally. The Duke's statement in the middle of Yosin was like a sentence that threatened their safety and life. However, the Duke explained that this was precisely why he had suggested keeping the information a secret. He wanted her to understand the seriousness of what was happening and how important it was to keep such things secret. He explained that when the prince entered the palace, where the position of crown prince had already been established, a power struggle would begin. The empire would be divided, and everyone would strive to become the new emperor. The Duke, despite his role and importance, still sought ways to protect Terea. He wanted to shield her from the bloody power struggle that would soon flare up around the imperial court. The gifts that had been carefully prepared for Terea were promptly returned. She was not given the slightest chance to explain her actions or defuse the situation despite her best efforts. The divorce was finalized without any chance for him and Terea to resolve the misunderstanding, leaving her in an emotional vacuum. The breakup was finalized without any attempt to understand each other. After he lost her, his life changed drastically. He began to feel a strong sense of loss, realizing how deeply her absence had affected him, leaving him completely alone. The void that her departure left was unbearably heavy for him. It wasn't just the absence of a loved one, but also the realization that he himself was to blame for her decision to leave. He only realized the importance of her presence when she was finally determined to divorce. It was a moment when his realization led him to deep inner struggle and burning regret. After everything that had happened, he had changed. He had begun to feel a strong attraction to her persistent character, which had seemed too decisive to him before his view of her had now changed dramatically. Terea was in deep shock when she heard the words that her ex-husband had just said. It was completely unexpected for her, and she could not understand what exactly he meant. She didn't want to hear that he was suddenly attracted to her, because everything that was happening seemed completely ridiculous to her. Her head was in a mess, and she couldn't understand what was going on in his thoughts. He wasn't interested in Terea as a person. He was admiring the new woman who now inhabited the girl's body. This was absolutely not what she expected to hear, and she couldn't accept it. The thought that space travel might be part of her new life had just flashed through her mind. But that thought was instantly overshadowed by the reality of what was happening to her personal life. Even if he was the lowest and most terrible person in the world, his only desire was to express his sincere pity and try to atone for his guilt before her if she would forgive him even a little. He knew that if she didn't accept him, he would do anything to convince her to come back to him. All he could do was try to get her back into his life, despite all the mistakes of the past. She couldn't believe that this look was an expression of remorse and a desire to atone for his guilt. For her, it was simply a gesture of despair, which she was not ready to accept, not believing in the sincerity of his intentions. If this had been the moment for Tyrant, if she could have felt his pain and worry, she would have believed. But now she felt nothing but disappointment and emptiness in his words. Seeing her husband continue to see his mistress, Tyrant felt her soul dying. As a duchess, she suffered daily, watching this merciless process of destruction of her life. She was different. When he said he was going to make amends, he didn't know that her feelings wouldn't change, and he could try as much as he wanted, but his attempts would fail. There is no other Tyrant in this world who could be the object of his atonement. That is why she said that he could try to do something, but the result would not change. He could try through the court, use any means, but she had no intention of reconciling. She was not going to return to him, no matter his efforts. Even if he prays and cries for hundreds of days, there will not come a single moment when she will forgive him, because she cannot forgive in the name of the real Tyrant. In the end, he felt regret. But even if his intention was to clear up the misunderstanding, she didn't think he should reveal information about the main character of the work. On the one hand, this could be seen as a betrayal, because someone could hear, and this could influence further events, but she preferred to leave it without comment. Suddenly, she caught on a rock and felt herself losing her balance, preparing to fall. But Baelit, who was nearby, immediately managed to catch her. When she saw him, she was in complete shock. She thought he had left, but his presence was not the only surprise. He was smoking, this confused her. She thought he had left and did not expect to see him, especially with a cigarette. But soon she realized that these were not just cigarettes, but something more important and connected with his illness. The gentleman noted that these were not cigarettes, but some other object that he used. Because of an illness, Baelit was forced to use it to cope with an ailment that affected his breathing. He had a nasty illness that sometimes made him short of breath, and despite its presence, he continued to use this remedy to alleviate his condition. While he was using this item, he decided to watch the lady and her ex-husband for a while as he passed by. He saw them interacting, but he didn't know what they were talking about. Tyrant wondered what Baelit might have seen during this time. He probably observed her and her surroundings, but he didn't know the full truth about her relationship with this man. He couldn't hear their conversation and didn't know what they were talking about, but right now she felt it was better not to look back so as not to show her vulnerability. It seemed that the person she disliked was still around. This fact worried her, although she knew she could do nothing about it. He thought she didn't want to see him. She hesitated, not knowing how to react to this situation, because it was hard for her to be around him. She noticed how Duke Dilof's eyes were full of menace when he spoke of atonement, and she realized that his words concealed not only reproaches, but also the intention to obtain her forgiveness. He looked like if Tyrant continued to resist, he would still get his way, even if he had to resort to threats to do so, as if that was the only way he could get her. Tyrant tried hard to remain calm, pretending that she was not afraid, despite the pressure she felt and everything happening around her. However, if he had acted even more aggressively, and if there had been no one around to stop him, the situation could have become dangerous for her. Baelit believed that all ladies needed help, but Mrs. Tyrant noticed that she didn't really need help, but something completely different. Then Baelit tried to change the approach by asking her a different question, and asked what exactly she did not need to receive at that moment. Tyrant replied that she actually needed an umbrella, because the sun was shining very brightly, and her eyes were starting to get blinded, causing her to feel uncomfortable. Although he didn't have an umbrella, he offered her an alternative. He could instead help her by shielding her from the sun with his hand, which would make the situation easier. If she took him up on his offer and walked next to him like that, perhaps the light wouldn't be so blinding to her eyes, and she would feel better. Tyrant thought that this proposal was too close, so she felt a little embarrassed, because such close contacts made her feel awkward. She noticed that his eyes were unusually expressive, and in their depths, there was a shadow like a reflection of the early summer sun. Mrs. Torreya realized that if he was doing this, perhaps he had something important to ask of her, and it might be a request of special importance. He replied with a smile that this request could only be addressed to her, the lady, and noted that it was not as difficult as she might think, although he was not so kind to everyone. However, he added that Torreya's situation may have been vaguely similar to his own, and for some reason they might end up in a similar position. In the Yosin mansion, Mrs. Torreya thought about Balit's words, who said that his situation was similar to hers. These words haunted her, and she tried harder to understand their meaning. The intrigue was growing, and she wanted to find out what exactly he meant when he said that his situation was similar to hers. However, she could not verify whether he was really divorced too. She continued to ponder, watching him. He looked a little dull, but his eyes sparkled as if they were hiding something important, and her thoughts were increasingly occupied by this mystery. There was a longing in his gaze, a certain sadness, like before parting. It was like a silent farewell full of emotions, which made Torreya think. His eyes were blue like a flower deer. This image came to her mind because they were large, soft, and innocent, like a gentle and graceful deer. Balit's face was one of confidence, though his bold features were hidden beneath a formal business suit. Still, Torreya could sense his hot physique, despite his reserved exterior. At that moment, she realized that Balit was trying to seduce her. It was obvious, but his approach was so subtle that she could hardly miss his intentions. It seemed that everyone around her thought that she was a lonely woman, easily susceptible to such temptations. Perhaps that was true, but Torreya was not ready to give in without a fight. Balit was interested in art and had good relationships with those around him. His hobby was related to paintings, and this further increased her interest in his personality and intentions. Torreya always appreciated people willing to help those in need, but her ex-husband would probably call her too naive. He constantly claimed that the divorce was her mistake. She imagined her ex-husband screaming again that the divorce had been a disaster for her. At the same time, she began to feel someone in her life starting to protect her. Torreya decided that she needed to pull herself together and not think about these thoughts. The most important thing now was to focus on her own business and future. At that moment, Torreya realized that her business now had to be a priority. Her entire focus was on achieving the success and stability that she had been seeking for so long. Even if she was going to earn money, she wanted to do it in such a way that it would come to her even when she was resting without constant effort and worry. Gaining fame and the ability to be successful was important, but Torreya was driven to exceed her own expectations and capabilities, to overcome her imaginary boundaries. Otherwise, everything she had accumulated over the years with the help of her ex-husband, and even the emperor, could disappear overnight, and all her efforts would be in vain. She didn't want to even imagine that her achievements could disappear like everything she had built: gold coins, awards, real estate. This thought was too painful for her. Torreya was determined to make money in something she truly understood. She didn't want to venture into unfamiliar areas she knew nothing about. Her idea was a business combining a coffee shop with coffee mixes and art. She met a Toronto family with a wealth of business experience and felt it was the start of something big. During the week, coffee tasting was held with the addition of consultations on business ideas. The taste of the 3-in-1 coffee and its special appeal left positive impressions on the participants. Many people have expressed interest in this product. However, it should be noted that the concept of galleries combined with cafes is already being actively developed and implemented in different places. There were many cafes in the city where she lived, and among them, there were establishments that enjoyed great popularity thanks to word of mouth and active promotion through social networks. She acknowledged this as a noticeable trend, but in the world of social networks, such parties could be organized by absolutely anyone, since these networks are easy and accessible for any organization. In this situation, she needed to come up with something unique that hadn't existed before in order to stand out from the crowd of competitors and attract attention to her idea. And then an idea came to her mind: to organize not just an event, but an entire festival connected with social networks, which could become an event for the entire empire and attract many spectators. At this event, she planned to make a name for herself by offering everyone present Yosin's coffee mix, which would become a symbol of the event and a source of discussion among all participants. This would be great advertising. Everyone would start talking about the delicious mix, and the popularity of the drink would quickly spread through word of mouth and social media, creating a buzz around the brand. After the launch at this event, coffee shops would open all over the empire, attracting attention, and people who tried the new mix would no longer be able to resist its unique taste. To implement this ambitious plan, she needed to prepare something important, so she decided to turn to her mother for help, realizing that she could not do without her support. The mother, thinking that her daughter had left on important business, was surprised to hear that in fact, she had simply come with a request that had nothing to do with business. The woman asked with interest what the conversation would be about, not understanding what exactly was so important for her daughter at that moment. Terea made a request to her parents that shocked them. She wanted the Yosin family to come under her control, and she would take them into her own ownership. At that moment, she realized that in addition to enormous wealth, she lacked one thing: a title that would give her real power and the opportunity to move forward. The parents were completely stunned by her request, not expecting such a decisive step from their daughter, which could radically change their lives. Terea doesn't see divorce as something bad or shameful. For her, it's just a part of life. But she understands that others may think differently. Some may judge her choice and see it as a flaw. Some may see her divorce as a stain on the Duke's reputation. Some see such things as a real social scandal, worthy of condemnation and discussion in society. Despite this, amidst all these harsh looks, Terea longs to preserve her eye, her face. Despite everything that is said about her, her inner world remains untouched by these accusations. As a daughter of the Yosin line, she decides that she will continue to live by this proud name. It is not only her heritage, but also a symbol of something greater than just a family name. She is proud of it. Her parents supported her decision to continue to use the Yosin name. The title is important, even though it is below the dukedom. Her parents were happy to see her remain loyal to the family and its traditions. The title of Yosin could give her some advantages. Although it is inferior to the title of duke, it is a protection for her from possible attacks from others such as the water deer. Deciding to continue with the name Yosin, she decides to throw a lavish party. It will be an event that will not only attract attention, but will also become an important milestone in her life and the life of her family. She plans to invite not only local nobles, but also guests from neighboring lands as well as the capital. It should be an event that will leave a mark on the hearts of many, attracting the attention of all the nobility. The main goal of the party will not only be to entertain the guests, but also to create noise. She wants it to be talked about for a long time after the event, and for it to become a topic of discussion among many residents. The party will be held to celebrate the succession of the Yosin title. However, despite the significance of the event, she feels it is too weak to generate any real interest or discussion. She realizes that there are already many precedents for female heirs, and she needs something more to stir up interest. Terea feels that her plan may not be flashy and attractive enough. Terea wants to create something more exciting. She wants an event that will keep people talking and remembering it, not letting it cool off. She comes to the gallery expecting to see paintings, but instead, her gaze falls on Mr. Baliga. She is surprised to see him here in this place, as if he too had been invited here. The lady greets him, surprised to meet him again in the gallery. It seems strange to her, but perhaps it is only a coincidence, albeit a very curious one. However, the man notices that this is not a coincidence. He was waiting for her here in this gallery because he has been interested in her for a long time and wants her to understand this. Terea was taken aback by his words. She was shocked that he was looking at her with such a look as if he was actually interested. Her heart sank in surprise. He was not just being nice, he saw something more in her. She refuses his suggestions, saying that she is not interested in him. However, the man decides to come closer and directly tells her that she should perceive him as her lover in the future. Mrs. Terea was in such a state that she could not even understand what the man standing in front of her was saying. It was as if his words did not reach her mind, and she was completely confused. The young man noticed that his words sounded too unexpected for her. He decided to explain what exactly made him show interest in her personality and why he became so attentive to her. It might seem like an act of arrogance, but with his considerable talent and high status, he believed that he knew almost all the information except for one small fragment. In his profession, gathering information was not just a job, but a part of his daily life. However, recently, his abilities encountered an unexpected obstacle that he could not overcome. The painting that he and Terea saw together was a real mystery to him. Despite his meticulous search, he could not find a single useful detail that could reveal its origin. The artist's name remained unknown, as did his origins. There were no records of contacts, and the work itself left no traces that could help solve its mystery. The only clue left was the gallery where the painting hung. However, the gallery owner, a viscount, refused to say anything, and the lead was useless. The only source of information about the artist was now Lady Terea. She could reveal all the secrets of this painting, but only if she was willing to share her knowledge. What is beyond his reach, the key to the solution, lies in the hands of Lady Terea. She has the same passion as him and finds herself in a similar situation, which makes her extremely interesting to him. The elegant and bold Lady Terea caught his attention. She became a mystery to him, and now he was ready to do everything to get to know her better and understand her true intentions. Terea often wondered about the strange behavior of the men around her. She couldn't understand why they all tried to show their romantic side in the same way. It was a mystery to her. She was already thinking about divorce when her husband suddenly decided to try to be romantic. The gesture seemed strange and inappropriate to her, but she couldn't help but notice his efforts. Another man kept persistently sending her letters with an offer to meet. She did not know how to react to these strange offers, because they all seemed equally banal to her. Plus, there was that man who had flirted with her when they first met, and was now insisting on meeting her alone. It was all becoming increasingly confusing and uncomfortable for her. She had almost come to the conclusion that all this was pointless when suddenly Tyrant appeared in her thoughts. His appearance completely changed her mood and set her priorities. She wanted to tell him that he had become a light for her in this dark kingdom, where all men seemed the same and expressionless. His peculiarity attracted her attention like nothing else. The Duke assured her that everything that was happening had its meaning, and that she really needed it. However, the lady still could not understand what exactly was being discussed, and her confusion only increased. Terea realized that this man was ready to help her. He could limit the approach of her ex-husband and become a barrier between them, thus creating the necessary space for her life. In the end, he turned out to be a man who could be the perfect cover for her. If she wanted, they could even play the role of lovers to protect her interests and ensure her safety. He decides to satisfy his curiosity about Terea, and she in turn will receive protection in the form of a shield, which will be very useful to her in the future. It was her decision, and it will have its consequences. He believed that the deal they had made was actually a win-win for both parties. His words were true, and both parties in the situation were happy. Each got what they wanted. The same goes for the party that Terea is planning. This time, preparations are in full swing, and the atmosphere at the event promises to be no less tense than everything that has happened before. Although Terea did not send an invitation to the Duchy of Dilof, one man will still show up at her party. He will follow his own plans and show up uninvited, attracting attention. The rulers of the empire, including the Duke, still discuss the Duke's strange behavior, his inability to move on, and his constant attempts to return to his ex-wife. It has become a topic of discussion among the people of the empire. Many believe that he continues to visit his ex-wife because he cannot forget her, and this is perceived as a sign of true devotion. But in reality, no one knows exactly what drives him. When he finally shows up at the party, all eyes will be on him. His appearance will cause a lot of interest, and will become the main topic of discussion, because no one expected his visit. This man, who had lived abroad for a long time, and was not very well known in the empire, will now find himself in the spotlight again. Its mystery and attractiveness add a special charm to this event, which promises to be unforgettable. Terea was already beginning to think that if Duke Belate did show up at her party, it would be a real challenge for everyone involved. She would be preparing for unexpected turns of events. The guests' attention will be divided between two prominent personalities, and talk about who is organizing such an important party will become the main subject of debate. Finally, everyone will find out who the party organizer is. It will be the former Duchess of Delova, but her relationship with her ex-husband was long in the past, and her current relationship with another duke will cause a shock. This unexpected turn of events looks like a script for a crazy drama that could leave everyone in shock. Every new discovery makes heads spin, and no one can predict what will happen next. The lady seems pleased with the decision and agrees to accept the offer. Her confidence that everything will be fine seems unshakable, although her relationship with the heroes becomes increasingly complicated. The man confirms with a smile that the deal is done and everything he has planned will now be fulfilled. His words sound like the final chord in an already complicated case that has attracted the attention of many. Their presence at the party itself is quite an event, and it does not go unnoticed, especially considering that the two dukes are involved in a love triangle that is attracting more and more viewers and discussions. The party promises to be as popular as the Duchess's divorce trial, but being open about their relationship in public, much less revealing that they are in a relationship, is becoming increasingly dangerous. Rumors will soon begin to circulate behind Tereya's back. People will say that her relationship with Duke Dilof began long before the official divorce, that they were secretly dating. Some will start spreading rumors that nothing worked out with Duke Dilof, and so in order to avoid loneliness, she immediately switched to another duke. Of course, public opinion will not help her, especially if she loses the court case for annulment and divorce. Everything will be decided only in court. Tereya needed to come up with a suitable story, because in a noble society based on arranged marriages, there are always those who seek true love and passion. Based on the clichés often used in novels, she had no doubt that there would be no reputational problems if her story touched people's feelings and resonated with them. Her task was to negotiate with Beleg. She could not delay any longer, so she asked the coachman if they would arrive soon because he had stopped the carriage unexpectedly. The man noticed that someone had stopped near their mansion. It was strange, and Tereya decided to see who it could be at such a late hour. She looked out the window in surprise and saw the daughter of the Marquis of Clatier standing at the mansion. It was an unexpected meeting, and the girl had obviously come with some important business. Tereya decided to go out to her. The Marquis's daughter immediately apologized for coming so late. It was quite unusual, but she apologized. The girl's shoes were simple and low, indicating that she had probably been walking, unable to get there by carriage. This looked strange and a little disconcerting. Last time, it was the same. This girl had no carriage, no servants, no knights, which spoke of her very humble position. This was clearly noticed. If there had been an official invitation or request for a visit between the families, a carriage would probably have been sent. But this did not happen. The girl's arrival was unexpected. The girl admitted that her actions, of course, looked shameless, because they had met only recently, and she knew that she could cause displeasure in Tereya. However, she had an urgent request that she could not ignore. She came to Tereya specifically hoping for her help and was ready to explain her intentions. She desperately needed Tereya to help her in a difficult situation. She made it clear that she had come for a reason, but because of an important matter that required the lady's intervention. The maid respectfully entered the room, bowed slightly, and announced that the tea that the mistress had requested earlier was ready. She offered to serve it right away so that the mistress could enjoy the aromatic drink. Tereya nodded gratefully and added that, given the girl's status as the Marquis's daughter, she already knew her very well and needed no further introduction. This was said softly, but with a hint of polite simplicity. Then, slightly embarrassed, Tereya asked not to be offended by her directness. She explained that she was interested in the reason for the girl's visit to their mansion. Her voice was firm, but not harsh, and there was a sincere desire to understand the situation. The girl looked at Tereya carefully. Her face remained calm, and her gaze confident. She said that she saw no reason to hide anything and was ready to tell the whole truth without hiding the slightest detail. The girl explained that not only her personal honor was at stake, but also the honor of her entire family. For this reason, she considered it necessary to reveal all the details of what was happening, despite the possible risk. She warned him that her story would take a long time, and asked Tereya to be patient and listen to the end. Her voice was sincere and convincing, inspiring trust. At that moment, her image changed dramatically. Gone was that timid look like a puppy caught in the rain. Now standing before Terea was a mature, determined woman, confident in her words and actions. Terea remembered their first meeting. Then the girl gave the impression of a straightforward person with an iron grip. She always said what she thought, which was unexpected for such a noble person. It turned out that the girl belonged to one of the most prestigious families in the empire. She shared a story about her stay in the kingdom, where she met a man because of whom she agreed to marry. This man turned out to be a prominent member of the Presidium of the Alchemist Society. Their first meeting with Baron Baller seemed like a sign of fate, an incident that would change her life once and for all. Baylor noted with admiration that such an amazing alchemical formula could only be created by an outstanding person. He did not expect that its creator would be such a beautiful and intelligent girl. He offered to discuss alchemy in more detail if she didn't mind. His words conveyed genuine respect for her talent and a desire to get to know her better. After he came to the kingdom on business, his interest in alchemy grew. By chance, he attended a conference and found more common interests with her than he could have imagined. Their common origins from the same empire became the basis for long conversations. Common interests grew into a warm affection, which was the beginning of deeper feelings. Love flared up quickly, like dry grass on a hot day. Something special flared up between them, something that both valued and tried to protect despite the circumstances. Soon they had their own, albeit secret, engagement ceremony. For them, it was more than just a formality. It was a symbol of their love and commitment. For now, they decided to keep the engagement a secret. The Baron promised that as soon as they returned to the Empire, he would make her a formal proposal worthy of her status. The girl couldn't hide her delight. She admired his determination and willingness to go against the rules for their happiness. Her love for him only grew. As a sign of her love and trust, she gave him a family heirloom, a dress that had been passed down through generations in her family. It was a symbol of their special bond. Despite her affection, she continued to live a modest life. She covered all her tuition and living expenses in the student dormitory of the university in the kingdom. They spent 3 years together, enjoying every moment of their happiness. It seemed that their love was unbreakable and would withstand any trials. But Terea couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. A girl from a prestigious family, you'd think she'd know where such decisions would lead her. The truth turned out to be bitter. For 3 years, he led her by the nose, pretending that he sincerely loved her, but she was naive. She gave him jewelry, a house, and money. Whoever finds out will immediately understand that he sucked everything out of her just like a mosquito. Terea reported that there had been no news from him since his return to the Empire. His sudden silence worried the girl, as she did not understand the reason for such a sudden change. Terea often wondered about the fate of the relic he had taken with him. Questions about why he wanted it and what might have happened to it haunted her. Their different status and strict family rules made open communication impossible. But despite this, Raya, being in love, looked for ways to find out at least something about him. One day, Taria overheard that he had come to Yosin for some important business. However, it turned out that he had not arrived alone, and this news surprised her even more. Hearing this, the girl decided to take action. She did not hesitate and immediately decided to go to Yosin to find out everything herself. While packing, she discovered that the relic wasn't the only thing missing. Her suspicions grew when she realized that even more important things were missing. Gone are the notes detailing the alchemical methods she had worked on for years. These materials were invaluable and could have made a major contribution to the development of science. Trying to understand how this could have happened, she thought about the situation again and decided to ask again to clarify the details. The girl said that her notes were of great value. If used properly, they could bring great benefits to the imperial family. In money, it would be enough to cover the expenses of a large estate for half a year. After investigating in Yosin Terea, found out that Baron Balor was engaged to another viscount's daughter. Moreover, this engagement took place about a year ago, which was a real blow to hers. Mrs. Tereu invited Raya to come closer, and slightly bowing her head, asked if she was sure that the events had happened a year ago. After all, at that time, they had been in a warm and trusting relationship. Raya was a little confused by this question, but the lady, noticing her confusion, confirmed her words. There was sincerity in her voice, and she watched the girl's reaction, a little embarrassed by the reminder of the past. But inside, Terea was seething with anger, directed at the Baron. She knew of his actions that had left her disappointed and betrayed. This anger filled her eyes and strengthened her resolve. The Baron, in turn, assured in words that status did not matter to him. However, deep down, he held a different opinion. His hypocrisy was obvious to anyone who could read between the lines. In fact, he believed that the Marquise would not approve of their relationship. The fear of condemnation and rejection was ingrained in his mind, causing him to waver between his own desires and public opinion. Although he was aware of the risks, he was still afraid of open confrontation. In fear of losing such a rare woman, he chose cunning and decided to use her feelings without thinking about the consequences. Meanwhile, Raya informed her that the Baron would be attending the upcoming party in Yosen. She was sure that a confrontation with him was inevitable, which only increased her tension. Realizing that her plans required support, the girl turned to the lady with a request to help her get to this party. She believed that only in this way she would be able to solve her internal issues. Raya spoke with sincere hope, assuring that she did not expect much from the lady. One invitation was enough for her to be able to fulfill her plan. Her gratitude would be immeasurable. Terea, holding back her emotions, asked the lady a direct question. What would she do if she had to meet this man again? Her voice betrayed her inner anxiety. To this, the lady replied that she did not know what she would have done. She admitted that 4 months had passed since those events, and the situation was still unclear to her. To begin with, she would like to return a relic, a valuable thing left by her mother. This relic was connected with alchemy, and had not only symbolic, but also practical significance. The girl, who did not yet know the whole truth, was deeply upset by the fraud committed by the swindler. This incident left a deep wound in her soul and made her doubt people. She couldn't tell anyone about it. It seemed to her that this situation was like a reflection of someone else. Someone from her past was connected to this deception. The lady shouted that no, and she should not be content with just this. The girl was shocked by this and asked again. Raya was adamant that they had been engaged, lived together for 3 years, and shared expenses. In essence, it was equivalent to a civil marriage, and his betrayal looked like treason. Meeting another woman in such a situation was nothing short of adultery. Terea knew how to call a spade a spade. She added that she knew how to act in such circumstances. Her experience in such situations was undeniable, which made her a great ally for Raya. Terea was a real expert in exposing adultery. Lady Crady had come to the right place, and the girl promised to do everything to punish the culprit. She will help her with all her strength. They will destroy that bastard together. Raya said that she will then count on the mistress. A few days later, the day of the party arrived. The Yosen mansion was decorated with exquisite luxury, emphasizing the importance of the event. All the guests, dressed in their finest, arrived bringing with them whispers of anticipation and gossip. When Lady Terea's entrance was announced, the room froze in anticipation. The gentleman remarked that this was the first time they had seen each other since the event that had had such a profound effect on many of those present. Lady Terea politely remarked that they had not seen each other for a long time, which caused a wave of lively conversation among the guests. Many confirmed that this was the same lady rumors about whom had reached even the capital's circles. When she heard her name, Terea was surprised. Instead of discussing her divorce or unpleasant stories, guests commented on how her face literally glowed. It was unexpected and pleasant. Some guests arrived later, taking advantage of last-minute invitations. They seemed interested and at ease, mingling with the crowd and adding to the festive atmosphere. Terea noted to herself that they could have as much fun as they wanted. The main thing was that they would later become doves, spreading news about her throughout the capital. She understood the power of such rumors. Suddenly, the guests' attention shifted to something else. The noise in the room changed, and it became clear that something important was happening. Parties in the Empire always followed strict rules, including the order of guests' appearance according to their title. And now, the room was waiting for the next VIP to arrive. It was at this moment, when everyone had already gathered, that Duke Dilov entered the hall. His appearance made everyone freeze because such a high-ranking guest was a rarity at such events. Everyone was stunned. No one doubted that the Duke had come for a specific purpose, and many suspected that he wanted to see his wife. The Duke's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention, as expected, from a member of such a noble family. His presence gave the party even more significance. As he approached Terea, the Duke noticed that she was not particularly eager to see him. Her face remained calm but cold. Terea didn't understand why he was looking at her so intently. She thought that perhaps he thought he could embarrass her or make her afraid with his gaze. After a short pause, the Duke smiled and remarked that he seemed to be the only one she had expected to see at the party. His words sounded like a slight challenge. Terea smiled back, but said nothing. She felt that the Duke had not come here for a serious conversation, but rather to amuse himself with idle chatter. Meanwhile, the other ladies were discussing his appearance with delight. They saw something romantic in it, and this point of view only heated up the atmosphere of the evening. The guests began to speculate that the Duke had attended the party for the sake of a possible reunion with Terea. Their imaginations ran wild, and rumors spread faster and faster. Mr. Tarshan also appeared at the party. His accompaniment aroused interest, and the servant cautiously inquired who the stranger who had come with him was. Tartian, smiling, said mysteriously that the man should figure it out himself. These words made him think, and after a moment, he realized that the Duke stood before him, which was a surprise to him. Realizing that the Duke had arrived, he immediately announced it loudly to everyone present. The ladies in the hall were amazed. They did not understand which Duke was being talked about because it seemed that Duke Dilov was already here. There was a slight confusion among the guests, since Duke Dilov was indeed in the room. However, it soon became clear that they were talking about a completely different person, a new guest. Terea, hearing this, noticeably perked up. She immediately recognized the man who had arrived as Duke Enoch Vigor Beleg, whose appearance had become a real event for her. This man turned out to be her trump card, prepared for the important moment. However, Terea's ex-husband was confused. He could not understand what the Duke was doing in this place, because he usually dealt with business abroad. Terea knew instantly that she had to go over and greet him. She realized how important it was to establish contact with this man, who would now play a significant role in what was happening. Looking at the Duke, she noted to herself how strange it was to see such an influential man in such a remote place. His presence here seemed a real mystery. Tartian, noticing what was happening, came closer to greet the Duke as well. He did so with easy ease, addressing him as an old acquaintance. Terea asked the Duke curiously what he thought of the situation. It was the first time they had met formally, and she was curious to know his opinion of the place they found themselves in. The Duke introduced himself with dignity, giving his full name, Enoch Vigor Beleg. His voice sounded confident and impressed those around him. Terea, introducing herself in response, admitted that she had heard of his arrival in the city. She expressed genuine joy at meeting him, and could not resist asking how he had ended up in this place. During the conversation, she suggested that this moment be considered their official acquaintance. It was decided that their first meeting should be dignified and memorable. The Duke was especially taken into account by Terea's friend, who promised to do everything possible to make the meeting as comfortable as possible. He admitted that when discussing business with the Duke, he immediately thought of her. As a sign of respect and as a gift, he decided to invite the Duke to the party. Afterwards, he asked Terea, with a smile, how she liked his surprise, trying to see her reaction. Terea, realizing her brother's cunning, noted that he, as always, had shown himself to be a true fox. However, she asked him not to go too far, maintaining a reasonable balance. At the same time, Tartian did not miss the opportunity to take care of his own benefit. He cleverly emphasized the business aspects of their cooperation with the Duke, trying to present himself in a favorable light. Thanks to his position and connections, he even boasted that he was able to invite the Duke to a banquet organized in honor of his beloved younger sister, which finally attracted the attention of those around him. This was also to increase Tartian's value. The Duke was confident that his actions were well thought out and would bring the desired effect. His strategic mind was evident in every step, and this could not go unnoticed. He hoped that his efforts were appreciated and expected to hear praise. His gaze expressed cautious optimism because he had put in a lot of effort to make everything go perfectly. The lady realized that the Duke was more like a faithful dog than a cunning fox. Behind his charisma and courage, there was an unexpected sincerity that even amused her a little. Suddenly, unexpected rumors began to circulate in society. Rumtu was doing business with the Duke of Balat. No one could have imagined such a union, since the Torontos were considered the main trading family. It was well known that the Toronto madam had a special care for her relative Lady Terea. This support was visible to all, and an aura of respect and trust had grown around their relationship. It seems that Terea and Toronto's son have developed a particularly warm relationship. Their closeness has provided an opportunity to distract from the deer incident that was the talk of the town. The operation was a success, and the lady did not hide her joy. She felt satisfaction with how everything had turned out, and a feeling of a small victory smoldered inside her. However, a surprise awaited her immediately after this. The Duke suddenly addressed her with a very bold gesture. The lady was shocked because they had not discussed anything like that. The Duke took her hand and kissed it without hesitation. This action horrified the lady. She could not believe that such a thing was happening right before everyone's eyes. Her confusion was shared by the crowd, who were all clearly shocked. The lady tried to comprehend what was happening and what exactly the Duke had in mind. Coming closer, she asked him directly what he was doing and how he dared to touch her so openly. Her voice was firm, but there was bewilderment in it. The Duke replied that there was no need to worry. Everything he had done had been sensible. He had noticed the lady's burning gaze and had decided to live up to her expectations, even if it seemed reckless. The people around began to discuss the Duke's actions animatedly. Everyone was surprised at what he would do next, since it had already become obvious that he had kissed the lady's hand. This gave rise to many guesses and gossip among those present. Terea, sensing the general interest, decided to ask the Duke what steps he planned to take now. There was curiosity in her voice mixed with a bit of caution. The Duke calmly replied that she should not worry. He intended to skillfully distribute the attention he had attracted, in accordance with her wishes. His confidence clearly made an impression. He then walked towards Countess Yosin and her husband, who were still in a slight state of culture shock from what was happening. They clearly had not expected such attention from the Duke. Duke Baelig smiled and thanked the counts for their hospitality, even though his presence was unplanned. His politeness could not go unnoticed. As a sign of respect, he even kissed the hand of Terea's mother, which made her father feel slightly jealous. Such a gesture seemed so unexpected that it even embarrassed the lady herself. The Duke, as if in jest, remarked that equal attention was required of him, and kissed the hand of Terea's father. This gesture evoked smiles, but at the same time caused everyone to become slightly confused. The couple greeted the Duke with restraint, both of them blushing visibly. It was difficult for them to hide their embarrassment at such an unusual greeting. They thought the Duke might do something even stranger. But in the kingdom, kissing the back of the hand is just a sign of respect, even if it seemed overly formal. Now it became clear to everyone why the Duke had done this. However, despite the ordinariness of the gesture, many for some reason found it slightly romantic in this context. Duke Baleg skillfully attracted the attention of the entire audience, but also deftly and quickly smoothed out the resulting excitement with his actions, leaving everyone with slight bewilderment. Terea suddenly realized that the Duke was not just a diplomat, but also a master of situational management. His behavior was reminiscent of the skill of an ice cream vendor who holds attention until the very end. Her gaze darted around in search of one person, and soon she managed to find him in the crowd. This was important because it was he who aroused in her a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. The gentleman had no idea that the lady knew about him, and Terea calmly stated that it was only natural. Her words sounded casual, but with a hint of hidden knowledge. Terea's attention was drawn to the alchemical elevator device brought by the Baron Yosen, as a tourist town with many hotels could benefit greatly from such inventions. In recent years, alchemical elevators have been installed in buildings higher than 3 stories, making them increasingly popular. This device certainly had significant potential. Lord expressed surprise, noting that such things rarely interested women. His statement sounded more like a compliment than a reproach. He assumed that most women were indifferent to alchemy, but meeting Terea challenged his stereotypes. Her interest in the field impressed him. Terea, listening to his speech, could hardly contain her irritation. She did not understand why this man was constantly talking about women, not noticing that alchemy was also being developed by representatives of her sex. The western side of Joseon is currently under active development plans, call for a large residential complex, which will require a large number of equipped premises to meet the growing demand. The heroine, the lady of the house, also noted that elevators would be needed for the successful implementation of the project. Under her leadership, all details must be taken into account to create a quality infrastructure, so she approached the man with a proposal to discuss the project with her father, who could provide important assistance. This could significantly speed up the process if all issues were resolved with his participation. She had high hopes for the man's consent, and was pleased when he immediately suggested that if she did not object, he could go and talk to her father to discuss all the details of the project. For her, it was just wonderful. She felt that she was able to catch a big fish, attracted an important person to solve the issue. This gave her confidence in the success of the case. Terea noticed that her father was in the part of the city where all the important events were happening, and this was a good moment to immediately contact him and discuss the situation. However, at that moment, she realized that her ex-husband was there too, and she couldn't understand why it was so important for him to be in that place at that moment. This added unexpected emotions to her plans. At such moments, it was impossible to simply ignore him, because it could cause unnecessary problems. So she decided to immediately approach her father to keep everything under control. She mentioned that there was something important she wanted to introduce him to, and her father showed interest. It was an important event, and he happily agreed to listen to her proposal, not suspecting that it would change a lot. It was Baron Baylor, and the man greeted him happily, expressing his pleasure at the meeting. He was intrigued, for such a meeting was important and carried not only business prospects, but also personal significance. The man, feeling the importance of the moment, noted that meeting gastritis in the evening would be a real honor for him. However, her ex-husband, noticing the oddity of the situation, could not resist commenting that it was funny. This was the first time that someone had greeted another person in such a manner while standing right in front of him. The man was very frightened when he saw His Excellency the Duke, and began to apologize for his rudeness, realizing that there had been a mistake in his behavior. He tried to correct the situation, but this only made the strangeness of the moment worse. He reminded them that he had already greeted the Duke when he first arrived, but this did not help calm the situation. Everyone felt that what was happening was becoming more and more confusing and required clarification. The Duke calmly noted that his presence was so inconspicuous that the man barely noticed him. This added even more tension to the situation. The situation got out of control. The Lord was completely confused, not understanding what was going on. The lady was shocked by what her ex-husband had just told her, and could not understand how it had all gotten so messed up. She couldn't understand why her ex-husband and the Duke suddenly started arguing with each other. It was ridiculous and strange, but she decided that she needed to figure it out so as not to lose control of what was happening. At that moment, Duke Belag approached them, and noticing their conversation, remarked that the topic under discussion seemed quite interesting. This calmed the situation a little, but everyone understood that questions remained. The lady was surprised when the Duke approached and thanked him. This added to the unusual atmosphere of the meeting, which increasingly resembled a performance. The Duke, showing respect, handed the glass to the Count, symbolizing his readiness for further communication. This gesture was an important sign of attention, emphasizing the respect and status of all present. The Duke, noticing that the situation was becoming increasingly tense, asked if Duke Deloff would like a glass of wine as well. It was a way to smooth the air and bring the conversation back to a more relaxed course. However, the Duke, holding back his emotions, refused, noting that he had no reason to accept anything from the other. This showed that each participant in the meeting had his own limits, and the conversation continued to develop in an unpredictable way. Baylit said that perhaps he shouldn't get involved, then drained his glass coldly, appearing indifferent. His words were fragmentary, but the message was clear. He had no intention of interfering. The lady was absolutely delighted. Her admiration was sincere because Belayet really knew how to surprise. He always had the talent to maintain the atmosphere, being able to remain reserved and expressive at the same time. Dilov noted that this was the first time in a long time that Duke Belit had appeared in the Empire. This event was significant for all present, since Belit did not often appear in society. Belit was already holding out his glass, and seemed ready to approach the strange family members. His gesture was not just polite, but rather a demonstration of intent, although he remained reserved and calm. He himself noticed that he had not greeted him properly. He had heard from conversations that the Duke had recently married, which affected his perception of the situation. He was somewhat puzzled by this. The Duke replied that he was not the subject at the time, and Belit immediately apologized. He explained that the word other family members sounded ambiguous, which could be taken differently than intended. He added that perhaps the expression was a mistake, as if it were about one's own family members. This misunderstanding could only be understood by someone who knew all the nuances of communication well. The Duke was clearly indignant and asked if Duke Belit had been trying to provoke him on purpose. His tone was sharp and his eyes flashed with displeasure at this unexpected and perhaps innocent mistake. But the gentleman in turn replied that he had not intended to offend him in any way. He suggested that the ballet might have been influenced by recent gestures in the form of kisses on the hand, which had made him nervous. The Duke replied that if he had said so at once, he could have left a kiss on his hand at once as a sign of reconciliation. The words were played out in a humorous manner, but their meaning remained serious and direct. Belit extended his hand to Duke Dilov, which immediately startled him. It was a gesture he had not expected, and the reaction was quite natural for such unexpected events in human relations. It was at this moment that a phrase was born that would remain in the memories of the guests of this party for a long time. The atmosphere became tense, and Belit's words acquired unexpected weight in the context of what was happening. The lady was absolutely delighted because Belit had really turned his game around. It turned out that he could not only be cold-blooded, but also demonstrate unusual audacity. Tyrant didn't expect that there was a person in this world who could cut her ex-husband's hair better than the Emperor did. This person turned out to be much more skilled than she could have imagined. The mild conflict between the dukes kept everyone's attention focused right here. This created the impression that events were happening in the very center of attention, and all eyes were focused on this moment. Tyrant had a great time, having managed to thoroughly prepare for all the activities planned for the day. Everything went according to plan, and she felt ready for the upcoming events to begin. Finally, the moment had arrived when all the fun that had been prepared for the day was about to begin. Tyrant headed towards her father to take the next step in the event that had unfolded before her. Tyrant suddenly realized that she seemed to have forgotten to tell her father about some important points. In fact, she had planned to introduce not only Baron Baylor, but someone else as well. She heard that he had found an effective way to improve the elevator, but she knew nothing about alchemy. So she invited her friend, who was well versed in these matters, and could help with this. The Lord, hearing about a friend who was knowledgeable in alchemy, immediately began to worry. His face showed concern, and he began to wonder about this strange new thing in the environment. Tyrant immediately introduced her friend, Raya Kleitje. The Lord, seeing her, was a little taken aback. Although he did not show it openly, he expected something completely different. Tyrant was very happy to introduce her friend. The Lord's face expressed indescribable surprise when he saw her, which only added interest to the situation. The early mistress said that the Lord always told her that she did not know how to dress. These words stayed with her, reminding her of how often she was criticized for her appearance. The Lord also claimed that she was not performing her duties as expected of a noblewoman. These statements left Tyrant feeling dissatisfied and confused about her role in society. But she still didn't understand whether this meant that she would remain a graduate student and would have to wear a dress when she went to the lab. Such thoughts did not leave her head, making her doubt the correctness of her path. Every time he yelled at her, Tyrant couldn't help but wonder if he really thought she was worthy. He often asked if she was really from a prestigious family, which only increased her doubts. Tyrant began to wonder if the man truly loved her. This feeling of uncertainty and insecurity became a real challenge for her because she could not find a clear answer to it. These thoughts began to bother Tyrant, and she could not shake off the feeling of sadness. Her mood slightly deteriorated, and she felt a slight melancholy consumed by memories of the past. However, Raya continued to love this man and could do nothing about it. Despite all the difficulties, she continued to remain attached to him, which caused mixed feelings in Tereya. Tereya suggested that from now on, she could call her friend by her nickname. It was her suggestion, and she hoped Raya would agree to make things more informal between them. Tereya promised to help because she couldn't let Raya just go to this meeting. The lady had to make the most of the party, and she wasn't going to miss this chance. Instead of simply taking responsibility, Tereya hoped that Raya would benefit from this incident too. She wanted her friend to gain something valuable from their interactions too. Raya noted that she actually felt calmer, knowing that it wasn't a one-sided help. She felt that the situation would be beneficial for both parties, and that calmed her down. In response, the red-haired Tereya suggested that the lady also call her by her nickname. It was a sign of closeness and trust that grew stronger between them with each new step. Tereya was surprised by how the stylist created a look for Raya that looked like she was going to her ex-boyfriend's wedding. The outfit didn't seem quite right. The man was in complete shock and seemed to be beginning to realize that something was wrong. He had a hard time understanding how things were going, but he felt that the situation required special attention. The lady introduced herself as Raya del Clatier and added that she was very pleased to meet Count Yosin. It was an important meeting for her, and she showed genuine interest. The Count responded to her words with joy, saying that he was also very pleased to meet her. He emphasized how pleasant it was that such a valuable guest was here among many famous people at this party. He noted that the young ruler of the empire was present at the event, which added significance to the party. The evening promised to be amazing and full of meetings with important people. Also present was a duke who had not been seen in the empire for a long time, and the marquise's daughter who was studying abroad. These personalities promised to enliven the atmosphere and add interest to the event. Tereya couldn't believe that all these famous people were gathered in one place, and it was a real surprise. She didn't expect such a combination of people in one space. Tereya spoke of Raya with admiration, emphasizing that she was an outstanding talent and was studying at the postgraduate level of the Royal Academy. Her achievements in alchemy were simply amazing. She added that Raya would be happy to give advice on Baron Balor's invention, but Raya herself modestly objected, saying that she should not be praised so much. She still had much to learn. However, Raya was interested in finding out what exactly Baron Balor had created. Her curiosity would not leave her alone, and she asked him to explain the details of his invention to her. The Baron was puzzled, not understanding why Raya was acting as if she didn't know him. He assumed that she might have forgotten him, but he didn't know what exactly caused this behavior. However, he was grateful that Raya was reserved and did not reveal unnecessary details, as he preferred to keep everything secret, as was usually the case for him. Speaking of the device created by the Baron, it was similar in appearance to previous models, but differed in that it used a new propeller. It was reinforced with a unique spell. The more exciting the story was, the more it developed, creating intrigue and attracting attention. The appearance of all these interesting characters at some point became an integral part of the whole narrative. This moment, when the Baron began to tell his boring stories, seemed to be part of the development of the whole story, adding elements to the plot that in essence revealed the personality of each participant. Tereya asked the lady for her opinion, and asked for her expert opinion on what they had discussed. She was very curious to know what a more experienced person thought about the situation. The girl noted that she was interested in the idea of using such technology only for an elevator, and this surprised her a little. However, if she were to do this, she would approach the matter completely differently in her own style. The man laughed and noted that she probably didn't know that the method they were talking about was still in development. He planned to gradually develop it and implement it in the future when it was ready. However, the main thing he lacked was financial resources, and that is why he managed to meet with Count Yosin, who could help in solving this issue. Without his help, many things would have been impossible. The woman amazed him with her achievements, and this was surprising because her success in such a complex field as alchemy was far from typical. She was already able to study alchemy abroad, which was her great luck. Even though he had only met her that day, the man was very impressed with her personality and accomplishments. He noted her skill and persistence in seeking knowledge even in such difficult areas. He tried to ignore her, and then started acting as if this method was his own invention. He explained everything as if she was a newbie, which really hurt Tereya. But she knew that people like Dilov were not only in her circle. At this point, the Baron suddenly interrupted the Marquis's daughter, which was extremely impolite and did not correspond to the norms of noble ethics. Such behavior simply could not go unnoticed, and everyone noticed it. People generally don't like to get into these kinds of dead-end situations, but they also expect that eventually the plot will somehow resolve itself at the climax, creating a spectacular ending with a satisfying resolution. The more the tension builds, the more powerful the effect of the final explosion will be. And Tereya, sensing that the situation is about to get out of control, decided to add fuel to the fire to speed up the denouement. It was too much, and Tereya decided it was time to change her strategy. She needed something refreshing to calm her nerves, as she couldn't look at that blank face any longer. She was very irritated. The lady wanted to ask something, but Tereya, taking her hand, said that she was grateful for her words, although it seemed to her that they were said with not the best intentions. There was a hidden threat in these words. The girl was shocked that such a rude man had come to the party, and she couldn't help but notice how hard it must have been for the lady to bear his presence. She felt worried about her. Raya was very grateful to Tereya for her help up to this point, but now she was going to act independently, starting from this second, solving all the issues and problems as she saw fit. She turned to her friend and said that she wanted to give her one sincere piece of advice, as an experienced alchemist who knows a lot about such matters. She was ready to share her opinion and offer a solution. Tereya knew it was best to avoid this man. He was known as a real con man, and it was clear that his intentions were far from pure. The man got angry at her words and immediately asked who she meant. He tolerated her intervention, but with each word she exposed him more and more. The lady noted that, as the Baron had said, the whole process required great expense, but it was unlikely that a man could sign such an important contract, leaving only a few lines in it. She immediately suspected him of dishonesty. Seeing how he intended to use this method only for personal purposes, she, as an experienced alchemist, could not help but doubt his honesty. The man began to ask her irritably if she doubted his abilities and the creation of this method. He assured her that despite her high position, she could not accuse him of slander. Tereya firmly replied that she was merely stating the truth. She saw no point in hiding the real state of affairs, and she did not understand what he was talking about. The man continued to insist that if what she was saying was true, then the method she was talking about was not his, but someone else's. He was trying to shift the blame to someone else. He stated that once she revealed the truth, everyone would know about their relationship, and it would be a serious blow to both of them. He tried to put her on the spot. Tereya confirmed his words without hesitation. The method was indeed hers, and she had been creating it for 3 years, ever since they had taken their marriage vows. She claimed that he had stolen not only their house money and her things, but also her designs. Everything she had created now belonged to him, and it was unfair. Tereya was in awe of how determined her friend was to defend her. She couldn't help but admire her courage and determination. The crowd was in complete shock. The marriage vow, which lasted for 3 years, shocked them. During this time, the man declared that he had never seen a more boring and despondent woman. He manipulated her by claiming that only he could offer her his hand, because according to him, no one else would be interested in her. He took her designs and jewelry with him, although he himself became engaged to another woman, the daughter of the Yanadong family. The man continued to insist that his engagement to Lady Yanadun was a lie, shouting that he did not understand why she would say such things. He tried to justify himself by saying that the engagement to Yanadong's daughter was not legally binding and that he did not understand what she was talking about. When he realized what he had said, the crowd concluded that he had actually been lying, pretending not to know Lady Clatier. It was all part of his deception. It then became obvious that all his words about alchemical methods were lies. The man insisted that his words were not true, claiming that the engagement with the Yanadong family was a personal matter and did not concern her. Raya was beside herself with anger. She looked at him and asked in a sarcastic tone how he dared to talk about his duty to her when he was already involved with another woman. After all, he had taken a marriage vow. Then she narrowed her eyes and with a hint of sarcasm asked, should she explain to him what society thought about this? Didn't he himself understand what his behavior was called if he acted contrary to moral standards? After the party, as word spread, he was given the unflattering nickname of a marriage swindler. A stigma that was hard to shake became his new companion. The very thought of him filled Terea with such intense disgust that it was as if a fire were burning inside her. Her anger and contempt filled every part of her being. The man, meanwhile, showed no signs of guilt, approached the lady, and with a polite smile asked if she was okay. If she was feeling unwell, he was ready to offer her a cup of tea to calm down. The woman was slightly surprised by such a sudden offer. She asked again what kind of tea he meant. The man explained that it was a special tea that was prepared only in their Yosen mansion. He added that this tea can be drunk both hot and cold. She was surprised to hear that the tea can be served cold. For her, it was a complete surprise. When Terea tasted the tea, it was much sweeter than she expected. The drink was unexpectedly delicious, which made her smile despite her recent worries. People around were also interested in this tea. Its rich color led many to think that it would be bitter, but after trying it, they realized how wrong they were. The taste was soft and pleasant. Even though for many it was their first experience with such a drink, the taste was surprisingly familiar and close, as if it was taking them back to pleasant moments of the past. However, the lady was puzzled. Where did this tea come from? Why hadn't she heard about it before? The mystery of the drink's origin caught her attention, making her think. At the same time, it became clear to her that such conversations, about relationships, money, or intrigues, are usually discussed only behind one's back. Openly raising such topics in society would be the height of indecency. After all, in a circle where reputation plays a primary role, such a thing is simply unthinkable. People value their names too much to risk it for the sake of instant gossip. The nobles looked at everything that was happening as if they were foreigners who were immersed in a Korean drama for the first time, where every gesture and word was full of emotion. Their genuine surprise betrayed their unpreparedness for such a scenario. Of course, watching any drama is unthinkable without a little treat. When you are immersed in the atmosphere of what is happening, you want to have a snack so as not to be distracted from the plot. This unspoken rule always pays off. Using this knowledge, offering the nobles mixed coffee turned out to be a perfect idea. This simple yet clever move helped to gain their trust and affection, which was part of Terea's carefully thought-out plan. The Lord tried hard to explain his methods, but his excuses sounded absurd. The woman next to him was shocked. Not only was he a marriage swindler, but he was also suspected of financial fraud. Terea realized that the conversation was starting to reach a dead end, and it was time to change the subject. She was wondering how to do this, but the Duke, as if reading her thoughts, suddenly took the floor and intervened. The Duke said that he could shed some light on the matter of alchemy. This remark surprised everyone, especially the lady who had never expected such a person to take up such a subject. According to the Duke, his knowledge of alchemy, backed by a scientific approach, would allow him to maintain objectivity. For him, everyone present was a stranger, which meant he had no personal preferences. Terea couldn't help but ask where the diplomat got his knowledge of alchemy. The Duke smiled and noted that his job required deep knowledge, including the intricacies of stock exchanges and international transactions. He then turned to the defense, stating that what he had heard concerned the strengthening of the elevator's energy flows. His analysis of the situation was accurate, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The Lord confirmed that the Duke was right. Indeed, the formulas for elevators are usually engraved using silver powder, which has unique properties for transmitting energy. Lord said he upgraded the design using a new formula he found while repairing the old system. The old method of using silver powder was not as effective. The Duke noted that he, too, had experience working with silver powder. His experiments and observations confirmed the theories the Lord had spoken of, which strengthened the credibility of his knowledge. Continuing the conversation, the Duke emphasized that the formulas should be engraved in accordance with natural cycles, such as the 4 seasons. This is the basic principle of alchemy based on harmony with nature. The gentleman agreed, noting that the Duke was indeed well informed in this area. This impressed even those who had previously doubted his competence. However, the Duke pointed out that the Lord's knowledge of alchemy seemed superficial. This remark confused the interlocutor because he was sure of his rightness and expected recognition of his achievements. The Lord was shocked. He did not understand what was being discussed, and the Duke's words left him confused. It seemed to him that he was one step behind in this intellectual duel. The Duke went on to explain that the basis for proper engraving was not the cycle of the seasons, but the lunar cycle. This was a basic principle that was discussed in the first chapters of any book on alchemy. If a lord himself does not know such basics, but uses complex methods, this means that either someone directed him or he simply borrowed someone else's work without fully understanding it. He couldn't figure out who this woman was, but he immediately realized that such abilities were extremely rare. Even in the vast empire, finding such a person would be an incredible stroke of luck. And in this situation, it seemed like a miracle. In the entire kingdom, people with such a level of training are found only among those who have completed postgraduate studies at the best academies. Such knowledge and skills require many years of hard work and incredible dedication. If he still wants to prove his innocence, the only way out is to find and bring here someone who can confirm his words. Only in this way can he avoid punishment and justify his actions. The Lord was at a complete loss. He stood motionless, not knowing what to do next. Silence suddenly fell over the room, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The Duke, without wasting time, approached Terea, sincerely believing that he could help her. Terea looked at him carefully. Her gaze was calm, but filled with hidden disappointment. He had indeed done everything he could to emphasize the drama of the situation, but Terea could not afford to tell him that now. Now it was obvious to her. She needed to focus on ending the situation. The Viscount, standing nearby, could not understand why all this was happening and what had caused such a sharp turn of events. A man who had always succeeded in business achieving success suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. Using the skills he had learned from women, he hoped that he could get out of the situation without losses, but everything turned out completely differently. He began to suspect that the hostess of the celebration, Lady Terea, was to blame for this. All his anger and irritation, which he could not restrain, were directed specifically at her, as if she was the cause of all his troubles. In a rage, he continued to accuse her. The pent-up anger made him grab a glass of wine and then spill its contents right on his mistress's dress, trying to demonstrate his contempt. He screamed, accusing her of bringing him here on purpose to humiliate him. His voice was harsh and loud, breaking the silence that had hung in the air. The man couldn't figure out which friend Terea was talking about. He had never heard Raya mention anyone like that before. His conviction that this was all a conspiracy only grew stronger. He described Terea as a wily schemer, a woman who weaves her webs skillfully. Her audacity and desire to control even her own husband seemed outrageous to him. In his rage, he continued to shout that she was just an impudent divorcee. This, in his opinion, was what explained her behavior and desire to destroy everything around her. Terea looked at him silently, her face motionless, her gaze expressing complete incomprehension of what was happening. She did not utter a single word in response. Terea's father, seeing what was happening, could not remain on the sidelines. His voice cut through the noise of the hall, demanding an explanation. He was outraged by the rude treatment of his daughter and demanded respect for her name and position. However, even in his confusion, he sensed that the assailant was not completely insane. He did not look as if he had completely lost his mind, although his actions seemed chaotic. Perhaps he was trying to make some kind of plan. Probably his goal was to avoid the attention of two dukes and the marquise's daughter, and he decided to take out his anger on the lady of the county who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Suddenly, the count loudly ordered his servants to summon the knights immediately. His order sounded firm, and the tension in the hall only increased. However, despite the tension, the general mood was gradually shifting in her favor. It seemed that if things continued in the same vein, the return of the relic to Klatya would only be a matter of time. If you think about it, even being doused with alcohol could be justified because everything was moving towards a successful conclusion. And then, at that very moment, Terea noticed a new stream of liquid flying straight at him. This time it was Raya, seething with anger, throwing her coffee at the offender. Her face ablaze with anger, her voice resonating in the hall. Raya screamed furiously, demanding that the bullying stop. She reminded him of how he had insulted her in the past and expressed her bitterness for the days she had wasted trusting and loving such a man. But that wasn't the most important thing. Raya was furious that he dared to humiliate her friend Terea. The Baron, beside himself with anger, grabbed the glass and began to shout back. He called her a stupid girl who knows no boundaries and constantly climbs where she is not invited. He had tolerated her antics for a long time, but now his patience was exhausted. His loud voice drowned out her screams, escalating the conflict. At this point, Duke Delave intervened in the situation. He, holding a sword in his hands, sternly warned the Baron that if he did not pull himself together, he could lose his head right there on the spot. The lady, who was standing nearby, looked at what was happening with an expression of complete incomprehension. This absurd conflict seemed to her as absurd as a theater played out before her eyes. Duke Balig continued to silently watch the chaos unfold, his face calm and impenetrable, as if everything that was happening was part of a carefully planned spectacle, the outcome of which he wanted to see through to the end. He found nothing objectionable in his words. His confidence was unshakable. He did not consider his thoughts or actions to be wrong, and was genuinely perplexed as to why anyone could see anything bad in them. The Duke sincerely did not understand why Terea was accusing him. After all, in his opinion, many people thought the same way as he did, and there was nothing unusual in his words. It seemed to him that her reproaches were unfounded. Raya timidly apologized to Terea, admitting her mistake. She confessed that she had unwittingly caused her pain with her actions. Her voice trembled with guilt, and she could barely lift her eyes. Shame and regret engulfed Raya like a heavy weight. She was ready to sink into the ground, ashamed not only of her mistake, but also of the fact that her life had crossed paths with a man like the Duke. Terea, shocked, demanded an explanation. What made Raya feel this way? The lady, with a gentle smile, noted that in everyone's life, there are encounters with unusual people. This is an inevitable part of fate, and of course, it is not Raya's fault. Her words sounded calm, but confident, like consolation. The lady continued that mistakes, if there were any, were just a natural part of the journey. She emphasized that what happened should not be perceived as a mistake or a sign of weakness, because it makes Raya stronger. Her smile grew even warmer as she said that even the hardest moments are also experiences. And these experiences, no matter how painful, help people grow, becoming wiser and stronger. Baron Balor remained firm until the end. Because of the norms of this world, women were judged more often in society, always finding more faults in them than in men. For example, there were rumors that if a girl was already with someone, she was considered damaged goods. Such unfair stereotypes are deeply rooted, poisoning the lives of many women. The lady bitterly admitted that even she could not escape these unfair standards. However, she was not going to accept them as truth, and her spirit remained strong. She firmly stated that if society perceives her as a failure because of her divorce, then that is their right. But she does not see herself that way and will not let that belief break her. The lady decided to prove that it is possible to endure. She wanted to reach out to girls who had gone through similar trials to inspire them and show that they can be strong. She also wanted to support mothers who had gone through similar situations. Her message was clear. They had done nothing wrong and deserved respect. The lady firmly declared that she would rise so high that no one, including her ex-husband, would be able to make her bow her head again. Her determination was boundless. She wanted to become so strong that her ex-husband couldn't even dream of getting close to her. Now she would be out of his reach. Her goal was clear. Even Duke Delaf would be forced to listen to her and acknowledge her power. He would not be able to ignore her words, no matter how excellent his ears were. The lady decided to become a countess. It was a symbolic act, a declaration of war against her ex-husband, who once considered himself stronger than her. A few days later, Raya spoke of her mistress with delight. Her admiration knew no bounds. For her, Terea became the embodiment of strength and inspirations. Terea mentioned the very party where her idea for the business was first born. She said that the basis for her idea was a unique coffee mix that she was drinking right now, enjoying its taste. She added that she plans to hold a business briefing soon to share her plans. She was asked to prepare and approach it with enthusiasm, as many are looking forward to this event. When Terea said this, she felt goosebumps. The excitement and trepidation of the upcoming event mixed with pride in her achievement. She expressed gratitude for the support, but still apologized for dragging him into her affairs without prior permission. Her sincerity was evident in every word. Raya assured her that there was nothing wrong with that. Thanks to Terea's initiative, she managed to get the family heirloom back. She added that Terea was not just a friend, but a close person, so she could count on her. Tartion, for his part, assured that the Toronto family would always support her. He also admitted that he was surprised to learn that the Crown Prince was also on her side. To attract more sponsors for her business, Terea decided to act strategically. She thought it would be worthwhile to reveal her connections and gain official support. At that party, Terea publicly announced that the Toronto family and the Crown Prince were already sponsoring her project, a move that caught the attention of everyone present. Although she had not discussed it with the prince beforehand, her words were true. The sponsorship did provide her with the support and resources she needed. If the guests had been a little more perceptive, someone might have suspected that her words were a little unconvincing. However, they were too engrossed in what was happening. The public was so fascinated by the situation that they did not pay attention to the details Terea wanted, not only to strengthen her friendship with Tartian and Raya, but also to build a long-term business relationship with them. She was serious and promised to live up to their trust. Terea wanted their support to become official, and they would move toward success together. The lady had always been a goal-oriented person, and Raya fully confirmed this. She agreed with Tartion that Terea was worthy of all their support. Tartion noted that their support was unwavering, even without words. Raya added that they were counting on Terea and her continued success. Terea was surprised by such unanimity, but later smiled. She did not expect such sincerity and devotion from her friends. However, she still felt a little awkward. At this time, Raya curiously turned her attention to the person next to the lady. Terea, noticing this, clarified that another of her sponsors stood before them. When the man removed his hood, everyone saw that it was Duke Belag. Tartion was stunned. He had not expected him to appear, especially in such a place and at such a time. It was unexpected and seemed to throw him off balance. The girl, on the contrary, reacted vividly and quite emotionally. Tartion, once he came to his senses, began to bombard the Duke with questions. Why was he here? What was going on? And most importantly, why did he look as if he was trying to disguise himself? The Duke, remaining calm, explained that the Countess had recommended that they temporarily hide their relationship. Her premonitions were justified. Duke Dilov's men had settled around the mansion, which could lead to problems. Terea struggled to contain her emotions, trying not to show her irritation. It irritated her that Duke Dilov was interfering again. However, Raya was interested in the Duke's words about relationships, and she decided to clarify what he meant. Belat asked if it was okay to discuss the matter with those present, as it seemed like a secret. He clearly wanted to make sure no one would become an unnecessary witness. The Countess assured that she had complete confidence in these two. They played a key role in her plan. The Duke finally confirmed. They had decided to start dating and hiding. It was part of their overall strategy. Tardion and Raya were completely confused. When did all this happen? And since when had they been together? The questions kept coming, and the answers only confused them. It all started in the gallery, where their eyes first met. Then a slight interest arose, which only strengthened after a recent party, where the decisive turn took place. Despite being rejected, once the Duke did not give in, his persistence and passionate courtship eventually convinced her to give their relationship a chance. Raya was simply delighted. She could not hide her admiration for how much everything that was happening resembled the plot of a romantic book. It was like something out of a dream. Tartion, on the contrary, was almost crying from resentment. He reproached the Countess for telling him about it right away, because a cousin deserved to know such things first. The Countess only chuckled, reminding him that he was the first to learn of her decision. This calmed Tartion down a little, and he even felt relieved. Realizing that their mission was complete, Tartion and Raya announced that it was time for them to leave, After saying goodbye to the Countess and Duke, they went about their business. As they parted, Raya wished the couple a pleasant time. Her words sounded sincere, which added a touch of warmth and sincerity to the moment. When the friends were out of sight, the Countess and the Duke stopped holding hands. Obviously, this was all just a carefully planned performance. They were relieved that their little trick had worked. The two believed in their romantic line, which was an important part of their plan. The Countess was surprised to see that Tartion and Raya's reactions were much more positive than she had expected. She thanked the Duke for his help, especially during such a stressful time. The Duke reminded her that she had spoken of the need to discuss something important. He had come here precisely for this conversation, and now he wanted to know what was troubling the Countess so much. Terea began to explain her discovery. She had found conditions in their agreement that could not be ignored. It required immediate discussion. The Duke listened to her, but clearly did not understand what she was getting at. The essence of her claims remained a mystery to him. The Countess specified that they needed to review their contract. The mutual agreement for temporary lovers was not clear enough, which could affect their further actions. Terea accepted this contractual relationship not of her own free will, but because it promised her certain benefits. She saw it as a chance to gain useful perspectives for herself, despite the absurdity of the situation. The relationship was meant to attract public attention and distract negative rumors, which could work in her favor. She hoped that such a move would help her control the course of events. This whole move could give her a chance to keep Duke Diloff in her hands, control his actions, and manipulate him for her own purposes, becoming more influential in their interactions. But no matter how she tried to rationalize her actions, there was no real benefit to Duke Beleg. He was not benefiting from this union, which made her question. The only reason he gave for his involvement was his simple curiosity. This made Terea very wary, making her doubtful and suspicious that he was hiding something from her. That night at the party, Terea noticed a woman in the garden who caught her attention. The woman was not shy about calling out the name of Enoch Viger Belega, shouting that he was there and did not think she knew anything. The woman continued to shout that the Duke should hurry out, as she knew more than he could possibly guess. This caught Terea's attention, and her suspicions grew. All this became clear through the tracking device that Terea carried with her. She began to observe every step and every word that happened around her. The woman continued to shout, threatening that if he did not come out immediately, Terea would not be able to control her actions. This was very persistent and greatly affected her perception of the situation. Terea felt her patience wearing thin, and the woman was obviously trying to manipulate her emotions, forcing her to make quick decisions that might be disadvantageous. The woman was screaming that the Duke had to come out immediately before things got out of hand. It was important for both her and Terea to understand the real reason for her worries. As soon as Terea saw this scene, she realized that all this was not a coincidence. It was obvious that her suspicions were justified, and she was increasingly immersed in the mystery of what was happening. The day the Duke helped her, he mentioned that their situations were similar. This made Terea believe that he too might be involved with someone who was causing him trouble just like her. So she began to suspect that this girl she had heard about might be the reason for all these events. Perhaps she really was related to the Duke in some personal way. When she asked him about the girl, the Duke was silent for a few seconds and then finally began to explain the situation. This silence made Terea even more doubtful of his honesty. He said that the woman Terea had seen in the garden was named Niobe Rouge Asteria. The name immediately seemed familiar to Terea, and she knew that it was connected to an important royal family. Terea immediately remembered where she had heard the name and realized that she came from the kingdom of Asteria. This meant that Niobe Rouge, Asteria could be an important figure, especially for the Duke. Upon learning this, Terea couldn't hold back her emotions and cried. It was too much for her. She realized that this girl was in fact a princess, and her feelings for the Duke could be much more complicated. The Duke confirmed that Niobe's mother was the Emperor's younger sister and the current Queen of Asteria. This added even more significance to the situation, making it extremely important for the political game. Thus, Terea realized that the woman the Duke had thrown her into was the Emperor's niece, and therefore a significant figure in the empire. It was a disturbing discovery. This discovery changed the whole picture. Terea now understood that this girl could not only be a relative of an important person, but also a person who has influence in political circles. The Duke explained that all these events began when he first visited the Kingdom of Asteria. His visit became the starting point for this whole story, which was now intertwined with the fate of Terea. Terea had been obsessed with this for 3 years, spending entire days in his office, not hesitating to go into his bedroom. Her attention was so focused on him that the boundaries of personal space disappeared. Women who were subordinate had no right to stay if she began to suspect them. If she did not trust men, she expelled them too, without giving them a chance to justify themselves. One of the secretaries was subjected to cruel threats. In addition, she began to direct him to mysterious actions and did not hesitate to threaten the Duke if he did not give in to her wishes. Despite his attempts to persuade her, Terea was shocked to learn that his reactions were not yet extreme. The whole thing seemed even more disturbing to her than she could have imagined. The main problem was that he couldn't hide. She knew wherever he was, his location was always broadcast. He was trapped and there was no way to escape her. Terea's alchemical device was imprinted with his blood, allowing her to track his movements. The revelation couldn't help but shock her as she realized how close she was to him. It was like installing a tracking device on her phone. She felt goosebumps run across her skin with the knowledge as if she could monitor his every move. Today, he again politely, but firmly refused her. There were moments when he was less reserved, because even he could not restrain his feelings and tolerate these endless attempts from her side. Discussions between the Empire and the Kingdom were about an important alchemical agreement that had been in effect for the past 3 years. However, this agreement hid many secrets. The Emperor was very keen for the agreement to be concluded. He could not afford to back out of it, and the only option was to endure all the difficulties that this relationship brought. For 3 years, he had been holding back her advances to avoid damaging diplomatic relations. He knew that if they did not follow protocol, the consequences could be disastrous. But finally, the main issues of the agreement were resolved. He entrusted this matter to his assistant, and he himself, taking advantage of the moment, fled the kingdom alone, hoping that no one would follow him. He thought that she, as an empire hater, would certainly follow him, but he was wrong. She seemed to have no intention of pursuing him in this story, which came as a complete surprise to him. Terea was shocked by everything she had just heard. It seemed unbelievable to her, and she could not believe that it had all happened like this, and that he had told her everything without hiding anything. It even made Terea shudder that he had been next to her in this position for 3 years, as if she were his salvation, and not an enemy with whom he was in constant struggle. If she were in his place, she wouldn't think twice. She would rip all his hair out and send him to jail, because it was impossible to cling so thoughtlessly to something that should have ended long ago. Ballet couldn't help but be surprised. He knew that his silence about this danger could bring serious consequences. He was ready to take responsibility for it, despite his own doubts. He still wanted to make one detail clear, though he knew they were on the brink of something important, and he wanted to make sure his words about Terea weren't taken as empty or wrong. He was sure that Terea was the best opponent to play the role of pretender. He still believed that she was the strongest ally or enemy in this complex political game. Mrs. Terea decided to find out why he had chosen her. She was interested in what could have prompted him to pay attention to her, and not to someone else. This question did not leave her thoughts. After he rejected Niobe, people began to say that his action was too rude and arrogant, although on the other hand, they noted that accepting kindness is the right of the one to whom it is intended. No one can understand the feelings of those who, despite rejection, continue to move forward without stopping along the way. This feeling, like many others, remains incomprehensible to most. But Terea knew that feeling. She understood what it meant to keep going, no matter what. She also wasn't a fan of sympathy for her problems, preferring to be left alone with them. The lady noted that she also does not like it when someone tries to manipulate her control, her decisions. The Duke in turn said that he knows about this and respects her independence. He said that he really pitied her. The lady, not knowing what to answer, decided to just laugh. She couldn't help but notice that his pity was more sincere than she expected. He was indeed cunning, and she could not be fooled. This was not simple sympathy. She could not understand how one could ignore frank requests for help when everything was so obvious. The lady agreed, adding that perhaps a clause should be included in the contract to compensate for the damage caused by the princess. She thought that was a reasonable solution given the circumstances. Terea decided that she needed to be alone. She knew that this was the only way she could find the true freedom she craved. To be alone was to be herself. In order to hide from the scorching sun, she needed an umbrella. It was not a whim, but a necessity because the sun here was merciless, and protection from its rays became a priority. However, this umbrella could only serve until sunset. Once evening came, its functionality was lost, and Terea knew she had to be prepared for changes. The Duke remarked that until the hot weather subsided, he hoped for the Countess's help. He counted on her support, and she could not help but notice that his words sounded reserved but confident. Lady Terea asked the Duke to stop in a discreet manner. She delicately made it clear that he would do well to refrain from such gestures as kissing her hand so as not to provoke unnecessary conversations. In the Empire, such a gesture is usually directed either to lovers or women with whom one wishes to spend only one night. It might seem somewhat vulgar and misinterpreted. Mr. Baelig instantly felt awkward. His face flushed. He felt completely at a loss, as if he had made a terrible mistake. Trying to justify himself, the Duke assured Terea that his intentions were far from frivolous. He spoke sincerely, hoping that the lady would understand his correct motives. Terea understood everything perfectly. She smiled and gently told him that he should not worry. After all, now that he had become her lover, he had the right to such gestures, but only with her consent. She calmly extended her hand to the Duke, showing that she trusted him. This symbolic gesture indicated that she accepted their new connection and was ready to follow him. The Duke readily reached out to kiss her hand, but the lady suddenly stopped him, placing her palm on his hand. She herself was embarrassed by what was happening. However, despite the awkwardness, Terea suggested that they switch to a more informal form of address. The Duke agreed and asked that she call him simply by his first name, Enoch. This strengthened their closeness and created a sense of trust between them. A few days later, while at the Yosin mansion, Enoch asked Terea what steps she planned to take in the near future. Terea didn't quite understand what he meant at first. Then the Duke clarified that he was talking about the development of their relationship and her business endeavors. Realizing his question, Terea knew that as her key partner, Enoch had a right to know. She said she felt it was important to make their relationship open. At the same time, she noted that she had to act carefully. If rumors spread quickly, she could be accused of dishonor and frivolity. The princess, it seemed to Terea, was genuinely in love with Enoch. It was not worth giving up opportunities, much less her reputation, for that. To avoid negative public reaction, it was necessary to carefully plan how exactly to reveal their affair. It had to look perfect, so as to evoke only approval and admiration. Terea was thinking about how to use the upcoming business briefing, which would bring together a large number of influential people. This event seemed like a great opportunity to implement her plans. She also recalled what she had announced at the party. However, the Countess came to the conclusion that that day was not suitable for her plan and began to look for a more suitable date. Now that she knew she would have to act alone, revealing Enoch's existence seemed not just a risky move, but akin to voluntarily taking a deadly poison. Moreover, Terea did not want to appear in the eyes of others as a person who was dependent on someone else's help or relied on someone in a critical situation. Finally, she came up with a plan. In 4 weeks, a commemorative banquet would be held at the Imperial Palace to mark the summer festival. The summer festival was considered an event that surpassed even the most sophisticated art exhibitions, turning the day into a true celebration of aesthetics. Even Tarchian, one of the key participants in the festival, was looking forward to the event. The celebration was held annually on the day when the evening primrose, the symbol of the empire, was in full bloom. During the festival, the imperial family organized a banquet with a unique dress code. Guests decorated their outfits with fresh flowers, which added sophistication and charm to the event. Instead of a specific theme for the event, the main hero of the day was the one who managed to attract maximum attention with his image and style. This meant that a striking appearance at a banquet could leave a lasting impression on the entire empire opening up incredible opportunities for self-presentation. The lady thought about how to create a spectacular moment to make a dramatic impression on all the guests. One of her advisors came up with a bold idea to stage a dangerous situation in which she might find herself and a spectacular rescue of her from danger. A scene appeared before her mind's eye. A dark alley surrounded by gangsters cries for help, and the sudden appearance of a hero who effectively deals with the attackers. However, she immediately dismissed this thought, deciding that such a banal scenario was too hackneyed and only caused disgust. The lady, having thought about the situation, at first expressed dissatisfaction, considering it inappropriate. However, thinking further, she came to the conclusion that there might be something interesting in it and suggested trying. Terea noted that this is a classic story. A brave duke saves a lady from danger. This plot always causes delight, because the lady cannot hide her admiration for the hero. The more irritating the details, the more dramatic the story will be. And audiences love racy dramas that are perfect for weekend nights. Regarding the current situation, Terea decided to weigh everything before the next meeting. She emphasized that the Duke should also take the time to think. The Duke took this as a kind of task that required a serious approach. He mentally decided that he would carry it out in the best possible way. The lady agreed with his idea, saying that it could indeed be called homework. The Duke smiled, assuring her that he was ready to take on this with great enthusiasm. During the conversation, he called her his love, which confused Terea. She considered his behavior overly dramatic, especially considering that there were only two of them there. The Duke, for his part, decided that such moments required habit to avoid future awkwardness. Gradualism, he believed, was the key to success. Terea, agreeing with him, smoothly turned the conversation to work topics. She said that she was going to the capital for 4 days to resolve several important issues. Her plans piqued Enoch's interest. He asked her why exactly she needed to go to the capital, expecting to hear something important. She explained that she intended to meet the artist Doris and offer him a new job. This was her main motive for the trip. The Duke noted with surprise that Doris was now the most famous artist in the empire, whose works were admired throughout the world. However, he warned that the artist is known for his difficult character. His egoism and stubbornness prevent him from accepting new orders. The Duke assumed that Terea probably had her own ways of convincing him, since the paintings she showed belonged to Doris. She confirmed his guess, adding that there was a special bond between her and the artist. Since she was a duchess, she had always patronized him. Despite this, Terea admitted that she doesn't have a clear plan yet on how to get Doris to agree, but she's confident that it's worth a try. Enoch noted that the lady is a much more outstanding person than she seems at first glance, and this always makes an impression. Upon hearing this, Terea replied with a smile that he was being too attentive. However, the Duke assured her that his words were completely sincere. For the Duke, she was a person he considered above all praise. But this slightly irritated Terea, because he took even her jokes too seriously. Nevertheless, the Duke declared that he would do everything not to disappoint such a worthy countess. He set himself the task of impressing her. At the end of the conversation, he asked her what place she thought would be ideal for their first date. Terea nervously admitted that she didn't know where to start asking questions, because she didn't fully understand why she wanted a date. She was genuinely trying to figure it out, but the idea left her more confused than interested. The gentleman, having listened to her attentively, asked with a slight smile whether this could be considered a kind of rehearsal. His calm tone made her think, but she had not yet found an answer. However, the very idea of a rehearsal left Terea perplexed. She had no idea what exactly he meant, or why they should waste time on something like that. They hadn't announced it publicly yet, so the point of such training remained a mystery to her. She was tormented by doubts. Why do something that wasn't even official yet? The gentleman, on the contrary, believed that people needed to see a beautiful, ideal romantic story. In his understanding, this is what is expected of them, and they are obliged to live up to these expectations. According to him, they have to create a picture where they become a natural and picturesque couple. And in this process, every gesture of theirs must be imbued with grace and harmony. However, knowing that the Countess was still hesitant, he suggested starting small and practicing. This, in his opinion, would help her get used to the new role faster and get rid of her doubts. He added that if she wanted to use him for her own benefit, she could do so completely and without embarrassment. His good-natured manner of delivery slightly embarrassed her. Terea even felt a little awkward. He said it so sweetly and sincerely that it was hard not to feel a little embarrassed by such an open offer. The Duke was confident that such rehearsals would be useful for him too. He too believed that this was a necessary step towards their common goal. The more natural and casual their relationship seemed, the sooner Niobe would accept their union and probably back off. It would work, he had no doubt about it. He even imagined Niobe sarcastically wishing them a long and happy life until their hair turned gray. The image made Terea smile, though she knew there was some truth to it. Still, she had doubts. If they started appearing together, everyone around would immediately pay attention to them. She asked how they could rehearse without causing unnecessary noise. He confidently assured her that she didn't have to worry about that because he had something that would solve the problem. His voice was calm, and she felt that she could trust him. He placed a small badge on the table, usually worn only by emperors or high-ranking officials. The gesture aroused her considerable interest and slight surprise. She asked what the object was for, and he explained that alchemy was the art of extracting the power hidden in nature, and the badge was an embodiment of this idea only improved. To achieve greater effect, he increased the size of the jewel on the old badge and gave it a special treatment to achieve the perfect balance of power and harmony. It's basically a device that blurs her face. As long as she stays quiet or no one touches her, she'll be hard to spot. A simple but incredibly effective invention. Terea immediately remembered how calm and relaxed he had been the last time. Now it became clear why he hadn't been worried. He had such a reliable assistant. He confirmed her guess with slight irony, noting that at that moment, he was like a green tree, completely calm and unshakable. He had no desire to confront Niobe. He had chosen to avoid the unwanted encounter, choosing to hide once everything became known. This choice explained why there were no rumors in the area about his presence in the Yosin mansion. If she had something that could help, everything would be easier. However, it is impossible to avoid difficulties forever. Sometimes you have to bravely confront them in order to protect yourself. Terea was well aware that struggle and determination were the only way to the freedom she desired. She knew that nothing would change until she took action. In order to achieve their goal, Terea and her allies decided that there was no more delay. They had to act decisively, using every opportunity for success. But at that moment, her thoughts were interrupted by an agitated servant. He literally burst into the room, apologizing for the intrusion, and loudly announced that he had interrupted her conversation with an important guest. The lady raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked what exactly had happened. The servant looked extremely worried, as if something out of the ordinary had happened. The servant, choking on his words, said that the young master and the second son of the house of Klatcha demanded an immediate meeting. Despite all the obstacles they were trying to enter, Terea couldn't figure out what was going on. She assumed it was something to do with their family or friends, but the situation still seemed strange. She gave orders to the butler to relay this news to Lady Cloutier. This would clear up the situation before any action was taken. If Lady Cloutier decided to come, she was to be ushered through the service entrance next to the reception room to avoid unwanted attention and maintain order. Terea understood that if what happened at the party became public, the Marquisate of Klatcha would not ignore it, and most likely a scandal would break out. She had expected that a servant, or perhaps a vassal, would be sent to her with a letter, but she had certainly not counted on such a direct and unexpected intervention. However, seeing how persistent they were, the lady decided to go out to them personally to sort out the situation and hear their explanations. When they met, the Marquise noted that this was their first meeting with the former Duchess of Delova, who was now the heir of Yosint. His name was Colin Bale Clatier, and Terea smiled and said she was pleased to meet him. Politely but reservedly, she also introduced herself following the etiquette. Colin continued by introducing his brother Daniel Hardy Clathier. Despite the elder's politeness, the younger looked extremely agitated and angry. Daniel was beside himself. His voice was harsh. He declared that he did not understand at all why they were wasting their time getting to know each other now. In his opinion, they should focus on finding the one who caused all this trouble and not engage in empty formalities. Colin, his brow furrowed sternly, told Daniel to shut up. He reminded him that etiquette was a must, even if the situation seemed urgent. You couldn't throw away decorum for impulsive decisions. Daniel sighed heavily and replied that he would never allow Tarea to go abroad to study alchemy, could be studied at home without any risk to safety. He had no intention of making concessions. Daniel added that if anything happened in his absence, he would be forced to take full responsibility. This outcome scared him, but he could not do otherwise. Colin noticed that Daniel wasn't the only one worried about his little sister. It was the concern of everyone close to her, and he shouldn't act like it was just his problem. He reminded again that his every action, as the Crown Prince's knight, affected the reputation of the throne. This responsibility did not allow him to act rashly. The gentleman, softening his tone a little, apologized for the noise. He explained that they had only come to ask one important question and asked Tarea to give an honest answer. He stressed that for the sake of peaceful relations between Cletia and Josin, she had better tell the truth. Her lies could harm diplomatic relations, and his face only added weight to those words. The lady, slightly embarrassed, asked what he meant. The gentleman, without changing his tone, mentioned the events of the recent party that had given rise to so many questions. He explained that his younger sister, who was supposed to be in the kingdom, had suddenly shown up at the party. This circumstance was already suspicious. In addition, her lover was present at the same party, and he rudely insulted her sister. Such behavior is unacceptable, but unfortunately, no one stopped it in time. He considered Tarea to be the main culprit of the situation. She, being the hostess of the evening, remained indifferent, allowing her younger sister to be humiliated in front of everyone. The gentleman continued his accusations. Tarea not only ignored what had happened, but knowing everything, she did not send her sister home. Her indifference caused great indignation. Despite the many rumors, eyewitnesses of the events in the capital could confirm the real facts about the party. These people knew very well what happened. The Clatche family had their own reliable sources of information that left no doubt about the truth of the events. Lies could only make matters worse. Colin raised his voice, hoping that Tarea understood that her actions amounted to kidnapping. He demanded that she return his sister and offer a sincere apology. But he did not stop at apologizing. On behalf of the Clatche family, he announced his intention to file a lawsuit against Josin to seek justice through the courts. He warned that Tarea would have to pay for deceiving the Clatche family and for hurting his younger sister. No compromise would help to avoid punishment. Tarea, realizing the gravity of the situation, admitted that Colin's behavior was truly frightening. She did not expect such cruelty from the young master. She was terrified to the point of trembling and could barely utter a word. However, the man made it clear that he did not tolerate jokes and lies, especially when it came to his family. He continued to call her the former Duchess, despite Terea's repeated requests not to do so. She preferred to be called Countess Josin, emphasizing the importance of her new title and current position. Tarea reminded the heir that she was no longer a duchess but Countess Josin. She calmly but firmly pointed out the need to observe the rules of etiquette, emphasizing that he was obliged to call her correctly in accordance with her status. The man did not argue and nodded, indicating that he accepted her words. He assured Tarea that in future he would adhere to polite address and properly respect her title. However, he noted that the fact that he asked her to confirm the rumors indicated his confidence in the veracity of these conversations. It seemed that the man was ready to hear only the answer he needed. Colin, addressing her, clarified whether she really denied everything that was discussed around her. Tarea confidently stated that the rumors concerning her were absolutely not true. However, she admitted that the first point of these rumors is true. She was indeed subjected to insults. Tarea did not hide this, but clarified that this is only a small part of the whole story. At the same time, she emphasized that she did not remain an inactive victim. She decisively and independently dealt with all the difficulties that arose on her path. Colin was loudly indignant, accusing her of lying. He categorically stated that his younger sister was incapable of such a thing because, in his opinion, she was too soft and vulnerable for such actions. He described her as a quiet and dependent girl who is unable to express her opinion. All she can do is cry without taking any action. He added that it was their attitude that made her cry. This behavior, he believed, fully justified her reaction because the girl simply had no other choice. Secondly, Terea clearly stated that she did not kidnap anyone. On the contrary, she did everything to protect a young lady who found herself in a difficult situation. The man looked stunned and asked her what she meant. Terea replied that when she asked the girl to go home, she categorically refused. Finally, Terea clarified that she would never abandon her friend in trouble. She always supported her and did everything to make her feel safe. Moreover, she even pushed her to give a worthy rebuff and strike the offender in the most vulnerable place in order to teach him a lesson once and for all. Daniel sighed and suggested that his brother stop listening to all this nonsense. In his opinion, these arguments and accusations had already crossed all boundaries, and he could not tolerate it any longer. He also noticed that Terea seemed to have spoken many flattering words to Raya, which she listened to with pleasure, absorbing every phrase with genuine interest. Coming closer, he added that Terea was not the only one who managed to manipulate his younger sister using similar communication techniques. Terea's childhood friend, a fellow academy student whom she became close with in her youth, became a loyal and sincere friend. They found support and understanding in each other, making their friendship one of the strongest. Even young men, who sometimes feigned sincere love with the aim of marriage, often hung around her. In Terea's life, there were always enough people similar to her in spirit or external aspirations. Many of them believed that they could accurately discern the intentions of those around them. They believed that they could cut off from her those who were not worthy of her attention or kindness. This belief seemed ridiculous because true human relationships can only be understood through personal experience. Without it, it is impossible to gain a mature and objective view of the world. However, their overprotection blinded Terea. Instead of giving her freedom of choice, they, in an attempt to protect her, only isolated the girl from reality. Didn't they realize that their actions would ultimately cause her to suffer? Their intervention played a role in causing Terea to go through pain and disappointment. At some point, Daniel couldn't take it anymore, and taking out his sword, declared that it was time to stop interfering in other people's lives. He made it clear that everyone should live their own life. According to him, if we continue as we are now, it will not end with just another conversation like today. It was necessary to stop before it was too late. Suddenly, the younger sister, who was also Terea's friend, burst into the room. She pounced on what was happening with obvious indignation, demanding an explanation. Loudly and angrily, she asked what this absurd behavior was. Her indignation only grew because it affected her close friend. Terea was delighted to see her friend, the red-haired girl, apologized for her harshness and said that she could no longer tolerate such treatment of her savior. The girl began to reproach Daniel for the way he behaved with the one who saved her life. She could not stand aside seeing his injustice. Daniel, stunned by her words, asked again, not understanding how this was possible. He doubted that his brother's words were a lie. Terea, outraged by what was happening, shouted that there was no kidnapping and that her friend's words were not true. She resolutely defended her point of view. According to her, no one provoked her, and everything that happened was her own choice. She hit her opponent because she wanted to. Colin noted that Terea should have told her brothers what happened because they were worried about her and deserved to know the truth. But the girl objected that if she did this, the Baron would disappear from the face of the earth, as had happened more than once. Her brothers did not know when to stop. Terea remembered how, as a child, her brothers had eliminated any threats, as if she were a helpless child with no right to interfere. But now she thought differently. Now she was determined to decide for herself who to hate and who to take revenge on. She realized that this was her life, and she had to be the master of her own destiny. Terea made it clear that she no longer needed her brother's care. She was an adult and wanted to deal with difficulties on her own without relying on anyone for protection. Terea always followed one important rule: do not intimidate those she meets on her way. She believed that threats or fear should not become the basis for communication or interaction with others. However, she made it clear that if anyone continued to behave inappropriately, they would definitely not be allowed to have tea with her again. This warning sounded simple, but it was very convincing. The brothers were horrified when they heard her words. Realizing the seriousness of Terea's intentions, They immediately promised that such a thing would never happen again. However, they were puzzled. Why did she say that? It was a painful subject for them, which they would prefer not to touch on. The brothers knew that their busyness with palace affairs deprived them of the opportunity to see their sister often. Tea parties became almost the only chance to see her, and at least communicate a little. They found Terea stern and unyielding. Their frightened glances resembled rabbits, who in panic cling to her skirt, begging for forgiveness and leniency. The brothers swore that such a thing would never happen again. Judging by the expression on Terea's face, she realized that her method had indeed been effective. Later, Terea apologized to her friend Raya because she felt very embarrassed because of the brothers. She realized that their behavior and methods of solving problems seemed quite childish. However, Raya assured that nothing terrible had happened. Moreover, thanks to the situation, she was able to hear their sincere apologies, which she could not have imagined before. The conversation smoothly moved to the future. Terea asked her friend what she was going to do next and what plans she was making for the near future. Raya replied with a smile that she planned to return home first. That's where she could think about her next steps and make decisions. Raya also suggested that when Terea returned to the capital, they would definitely meet. She would be happy to invite her friend to visit and hoped that she would not refuse. Terea smiled and promised to wait for an invitation. After that, they said goodbye, warmly happy that their friendship remained intact. The following day, the Duke approached Terea. He noted that, contrary to rumors, Lady Clache was quite capable of clearly expressing her thoughts and views. These words brought Terea back to the past. When the Duke appeared in her life, he greatly frightened her with his authority and harshness, leaving her with anxiety in her soul. She was protected by Enoch, who was always there. If anyone dared to harm her, he would be the one who could stop any threat. However, this performance, as Terea put it, ended surprisingly well. She noted that the Duke turned out to be a very perceptive person, able to see the essence. It was all a byproduct of his job, but Terea wanted the Clutches to remain in her debt. However, it seems she overdid it, delving too deeply into her intentions. Personal emotions were to blame. It was not just that her friend had been deceived by meeting that vile and low person, but also her own experiences. Terea felt that the Clutche family did not pay enough attention to Raya, not giving her the opportunity to make normal acquaintances or simply adapt to society. However, she understood that neither she nor anyone else had the right to judge or blame the Clutche family for their choices or attitude towards Raya. Still, Terea couldn't accept the fact that her first real friend could be so casually and dismissively ignored. It didn't fit into her mind. She ended up taking on the role of her sponsor. It could be said that in doing so, she was providing the Klatsche family with a service they didn't even realize they were doing. The Duke noted that her actions suggested that she attached too much importance to the Klatsche family, perhaps even more than they deserved. Simple attention, the tiny seed she used, proved to be a powerful weapon to face enormous difficulties and enemies. Terea had many ideas and needed alchemy as a tool that could turn her rich imagination into reality. She didn't know if it would be a success, but beyond that, she wanted to embody fragments of memories from her past world, here making them part of the present. She was sure that her creations would amaze, captivate people's eyes, and arouse admiration. No one would be able to pass by without noticing them. Terea strove to become the center of attention so that this resource, human interest, would help her move forward and achieve her goals. She challenged the Duke, let him watch and wait. Soon no one would be able to take their eyes off her, that was her promise. To this, Enoch remarked that it seemed she had already achieved what she wanted. His calm confidence surprised her, causing her to ask again. He didn't have to be embarrassed, and he explained with a smile. At least he himself couldn't take his eyes off her, and that was already quite eloquent. Terea was amazed, for she had never seen such an expression on his face before. It was both surprising and disconcerting. Taking her hand, Enoch suggested that the next time they met, they could try practicing the art of dating. His voice was soft as he asked her to take care of herself until then. It touched her soul in an unexpected way. Terea couldn't understand why her fingers burned from the light kiss Enoch had left on her hand. In the evening, left alone, she sighed thoughtfully. Why did the man who was always so reserved suddenly smile so sincerely? Perhaps it was her surprise. Her heart wouldn't calm down, continuing to beat faster than usual, as if reminding her of this moment. Terea had to gather her thoughts and prepare for important matters in the capital. Time was running out, and she needed to focus on the duties ahead that required her full attention. She had already sent her things to Yosin's mansion in the capital. If she left tomorrow, she would have a whole week to prepare for an important business briefing that was supposed to be a turning point in her life. Of course, she was a little disappointed that she wouldn't be able to have dinner with her father on the last day, as he was too busy with his own affairs. But it wasn't the end of the world. She understood that work requires sacrifice. However, Terea knew that they would be able to make up for lost time when the summer festivals began. Then, it was imperative to see each other and spend time together, enjoying good company. Terea was also very excited to introduce Enoch to her father. She felt that this moment was important, as she hoped that her loved ones would approve of him and that the relationship with him would grow stronger. When she heard her father's voice, her surprise knew no bounds. He had come earlier than expected, and noticing her surprise, he said with a smile that he had simply been working hard. It was obvious that he had a lot of work to do. He couldn't ignore the growing workload in the business, which required more and more attention. However, Terea knew that he had to take care of his health, despite all external circumstances. Terea was simply shocked when she saw the state he was in. His appearance left much to be desired, and she could not help but worry about his well-being. Her anxiety increased. Something was wrong. However, her father reassured her that he was fine. He said that the most important thing was that they had just overcome the unpleasant news that a new prince had appeared in the capital. Terea couldn't hide her surprise and immediately asked what exactly he was talking about. It turned out that her father himself didn't know all the details, and the news was so unexpected that even he was in the dark. The most important detail was that the new prince was brought by Duke Dilov, and this made the situation even more confusing. Terea could not understand what exactly was happening in the capital and how it was connected to her family. At that moment, Terea realized that the story she found herself in began with exactly this kind of shock. The last time she met the protagonist, he was still too young for this. She didn't expect things to happen so fast. Terea thought she would meet a new prince in 4 to 5 years. But now she realized that everything was happening much faster than she expected. All this meant that the incident that ended her life in the original story was already close. But since Terea had divorced Yosin, these events could not unfold according to the usual scenario. But despite the divorce, she couldn't calm down. That old dear, as she called him, still wouldn't leave her alone, and that made her wary because everything could change at any moment. Terea's father did not know what to do in this situation. Finding the missing prince could be a matter of treason, and the consequences were unpredictable. He was worried that the new developments regarding the candidate for the throne could greatly affect the fate of Yosin and his daughter. After all, she was his wife, and all this caused him fear and anxiety. Terea noticed how worried her father was. He was depressed, and she realized that this was serious. He didn't know how to deal with this situation, and her anxiety grew. At this time, Terea realized that the wave of change brought by Duke Dilov was strong and destructive. In order to avoid Yosin being harmed, she had to take matters into her own hands and act decisively. Terea assured her father that nothing special would happen to him. She reminded him that she and the Duke were officially divorced, and now her life no longer depended on his decisions and actions. She also admitted that she knew nothing about the new prince. If she had known, she might have been forced to remain silent, and she herself once suggested a divorce, fearing revelations and possible consequences. Everything that man did has no bearing on their lives now. It's all over, and those events won't affect the future of Terea and her family. She and her father have started a new life. They will live peacefully as before. The father always hoped that their life would return to normal, so he hugged his daughter tightly to support her. Terea couldn't understand what her ex-husband Duke Dilov was really thinking. His intentions remained a mystery to her, and she didn't know how he would resolve all this. At this time, Terea was in the Yosin mansion in the capital. She was busy preparing things, deciding where exactly to move them. This took time and effort. She had a lot of things to do, but as soon as the necessary materials for the briefing were brought, all her affairs could be considered resolved. Then there would be time to rest. Meanwhile, her friend Tartillon was waiting for her around the corner. He was very happy to meet his friend and could not hide his joy when he saw her once again. Terea was also glad to see him. She noticed that he did not leave her side and watched her steps. It seemed that he had no other business than to be near her. They decided to communicate on a more free note without formalities. Tarchin began to joke that he was already too close to her. He was in a good mood. Tartion brought her a gift of tea leaves. He spoke excitedly of how he had cared for them, but Terea was not sure how exactly he had cared for the gift. Terea was touched when she saw the tea leaves. She didn't even notice her friend at first. She was so carried away by this small but pleasant gift. After a short pause, she turned to him and thanked him for the gift. She was ready to make some tea and offered Tartion a cup together. Tartion asked with interest if she had seen what was happening on the main street of the city. He was probably referring to the posters and newspapers that were hung everywhere. A new wind of change was blowing from the streets, and the future of the empire remained unclear. The tyranny of the young ruler created an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty. There was a strange tension in the streets. It was not only due to the political situation, but also due to the excitement of the upcoming festival that everyone was waiting for. Terea noticed that the new prince resembled the emperor in his youth. He was his copy, and she believed that this was a harbinger of a great future. She knew that no one would dare question the legitimacy of his power. He was untouchable, and his rule was beyond question. Tartion was extremely surprised when he saw the portrait. His reaction was caused by the fact that he did not expect such an image that could so affect the perception of what was happening around. From that moment on, the imperial palace was divided into two sides. One supported the prince, and the other was against him. A real struggle for power and influence began inside the palace, which overshadowed everything else. Almost everyone supported not so much the prince himself, but his advisor, a young and influential man who stood behind him. He had charisma and could decide the most important issues at the court level. A young general who had fought many wars, won victories, and established himself as a strategist. His successes on the battlefield made him a man on whom great hopes and expectations were placed. Deer, the top minister of the Ministry of Defense, was also an important figure in the empire. He enjoyed enormous popular support and continued to be a favorite despite difficult personal circumstances. However, his divorce from his wife somewhat darkened his image, but this did not affect his popularity. He still remained a symbol of strength and stability, who was respected and adored. Despite all the difficulties, Olin remained a man with a difficult past. He survived mental trauma and continued to struggle with personal experiences, although outwardly he remained strong and confident. People still loved him despite his physical disabilities. He was admired for the fortitude and strength of spirit he showed despite his weaknesses. Tartion said that perhaps this was why not only the imperial palace, but the entire capital seemed to be split in two. The differences were becoming more and more obvious, and the world around them was changing. Terea noticed that this was only the beginning. There was only escalation of tension ahead, and she knew that things would soon get worse. The division and conflict were only growing. The prince was probably at the moment in the house of Duke Deloff, surrounded by his nanny. This place had become his refuge, away from the main attention of the court and the political struggle. It was said that if the prince ever officially entered the imperial palace, it would cause a real storm. Everyone expected that his appearance would cause serious consequences for everyone. Terea thought about the prince's nurse. She couldn't understand why, but it became clear to her that she was not the duke's lover or new wife. Instead, she was just a simple nurse. The plot was indeed intricate and complex. The main mystery was that this woman had not yet died, despite her strange role and the situation around her, which was becoming increasingly unpredictable. Despite everything, she was not going to die meekly. Even in such a difficult situation, she continued to fight for her life, full of unexpected turns and contradictions. Tartion said that it was more important for now to focus on his friend's business briefing. It was necessary for the future, despite all the events happening around. The lady assured that the preparations for the meeting were going well. She said that after the meeting with the person she was supposed to meet, all the preparations would be completed, and it would be possible to move on. Tartion was puzzled and did not immediately understand what was being discussed. However, the lady showed him a letter that explained a lot and was connected with an important meeting. The letter said that someone was very keen to meet her. He wrote that he understood how impolite it was, but still asked to pay attention to his request at least once. This man was very keen to see Madame at least once. He expressed a desire to become part of her life and to become her brush, which in this context meant a desire to be an important part of her creative world. The butler announced that he would take the Countess to the studio where she was to meet this man. This meeting was becoming increasingly important and was eagerly awaited. The letter was stuck behind the frame of a painting she had bought. This small circumstance became part of a riddle that she had to solve and figure out what was going on. His brushwork and brushstrokes changed when he realized that Tyrant was going to buy this particular painting. His work changed as if he intuitively knew her choice. Nowadays, the most famous artists in the capital are those whose names no one knows. This has become a real trend. A person hiding his identity has won the hearts of viewers. Even if someone wanted to visit his workshop, it would be impossible to find. The location remains a secret. There are no contacts, and rumors about him are as vague as his existence. But who would have thought that right next to the gallery she so often visits, his studio is hidden literally on the edge of her everyday life? The man announced that he had a guest. His voice was calm, but Tyrant immediately realized that he had not expected her visit and could not hide his slight excitement. Doris, meeting her gaze, turned around and was so handsome that she felt stunned. He was like a nymph hidden in the shadows of an old forest, mysterious and unattainable. The man realized that it was better to leave them alone. There was no alarm in his words. Rather, it was respect for her space, a desire not to interfere in her personal moments. Tyrant expressed her gratitude, and the boy was taken aback, not expecting her to accept his offer so easily. His face darkened, and he did not know what to say in response. If he wanted to know if she had once been a duchess, she had confirmed his guess. Tyrant was not secretive. Her past was open, and she did not hide this fact. She became the one he had been writing letters to, and it became clear right away. The man did not expect his guesses to be true, and his face turned red as a tomato from embarrassment. Tyrant decided that there was no need to introduce herself. She suggested that they simply call her by her first name, Tyrant hoping that it would make the conversation lighter and more casual. The man remarked that she could very well call him that. Then she joked that it would be nice if he started calling her Countess instead of Madame, because it sounded more sophisticated. Tyrant wasn't sure if he knew about her divorce, but he confirmed that he did. It gave the feeling that their conversation was not their first meeting, that they had known each other longer than it seemed. The man was so nervous that he accidentally spoiled the atmosphere and mood, but Tyrant was not offended, calmly said that she understood everything, and despite his worries, the situation was not so critical. The man thanked her for her understanding, and she noted that she did not like to beat around the bush. Tyrant preferred to get straight to the point without unnecessary words and omissions. Until now, she had not read his letters, because he sent them under a new pseudonym, hiding behind another name. His identity remained a mystery, as did his motives. It was as if he was certain that she would buy his work. This feeling did not leave him, and Tyrant decided that she had to take a step towards him to understand his real intentions. Doris was full of questions, and Tyrant, noticing his curiosity, decided that now was the time to ask him for help. There was no point in delaying, and she said so outright. Tyrant wasn't here out of curiosity or a desire to make new friends. She was here out of necessity. She needed his new job, and she was counting on his help despite the complexity of the situation. She decided not to seek help through old connections, as she hoped that he himself would perceive her attention as something important and accept her request, although she understood that it was not so simple. Of course, she did not forget that he would receive a decent reward for his work. The guy, however, was surprised by her request, asking if she really only needed his work. Tyrant confirmed his words, saying that she really only wanted the painting. However, she did not expect that he would give it to her for free without asking for anything in return. He was ready to give her everything she asked for, and did not understand why she was surprised. The lady could not understand what exactly was happening to him at that moment. Terea began to think that perhaps he had simply intimidated the gallery manager by threatening her. He could have claimed that if he did not do as she asked, he would simply be thrown out. However, the guy began to say that he had no such goal and that he had something valuable to offer, despite the strangeness of the situation. The lady could not understand why he was so generously willing to give away his works, without any payment, especially considering their high value. Then Terea began to suspect that he might be planning to give her a finished painting or a hidden work. But the guy immediately refuted her suspicions. He claimed that there was no thought of handing over the work, and he could not understand how he could simply give something so valuable to the Countess. The guy continued to insist that he was ready to give her everything she wanted. He admitted that she was the first one to notice his talent and appreciate his work. He always treated her with respect, but she did not consider herself worthy of his respect, confident that she was using him and his paintings as always. Terea was a calculating person who used everything she could and perhaps came to him to benefit from this situation as well. Doris said that despite everything that had happened, what she had done for him would not go unnoticed or disappear without a trace. This guy seemed strange to her. There was something mysterious in his behavior that made her not fully understand his motives. The first painting he put up for auction was to be his last work, his farewell to this world he had struggled to overcome for so long. His life was full of loneliness, in which he knew no family or relatives, and every day was a difficult test in a strange village full of memories from childhood. When he was thinking about leaving the paintings, that were his only hope, he was asked if he was Doris, and that's when everything changed. And so the Countess appeared to whom he owed everything, because it was she who gave him a chance in salvation, as he thought at that moment. A studio full of warm sunlight canvases and paints of the highest quality. All this gave him the feeling that his soul could finally find peace and tranquility. He could only think about how to pay for this gift for his salvation without understanding how all this would be possible. The lady understood him perfectly well, but said that he could perceive it as he wished. However, in her eyes, it was all part of the deal. She insisted that he take payment, because in this world nothing is free and every action has its price. The guy said that if she insisted, then he was ready to fulfill her request and not object, although it seemed strange to him, but he gave in. He seemed sincere and sweet when he mentioned the work he had created, as if to say that even this act was some kind of token of appreciation. Doris had no unfinished paintings, but at this moment he could create something right now. He was ready to paint something new at any moment, having no unfinished works. He noticed that his work had not been put up for auction recently. It was a period of rest when he did not paint, enjoying the time without obligations and creativity. However, the guy clarified that he was not resting. On the contrary, he had been exploring various painting styles for the last few days, although if she had not recognized his painting, everything would have been different. He planned to experiment with new styles of painting to continue exhibiting his work until she noticed and recognized his style. This was his intention, and he was ready to go all the way. Doris was determined. He was ready to try again and again because his goal was to achieve his goal despite all the difficulties. Terea couldn't understand why all the men around her were acting so strangely. She was confused and surprised by the behavior of those around her. It seemed unusual and difficult to understand. She wondered if she needed to perform some kind of purification ritual. The fool asked what exactly she wanted to see, and she immediately thought about it. He was offering to help her find the answer to this question. The lady said that her wishes were simple. She wanted to see the sea. Doris told her to wait a little, and soon began to create something amazing. Doris began to paint. It was not just amazing, it was something more. His movements were so confident and calm that every stroke was perfect. His hand moved without hesitation, with complete confidence. These confident and precise movements were different from the caution he had shown before. They showed true mastery. With each stroke, the painting became more and more alive. The process of painting itself was a spectacle so incredible was his ability to transform the canvas into a work of art. Soon Doris announced that the painting was ready. He proudly showed the result of his work, and the lady was amazed. She looked at the painting with delight. The lady was absolutely delighted to see the purple turquoise water, which seemed alive like a real sea. It was incredible, she literally felt its movement. The water in the painting looked so natural, as if it was a real sea. You could see reflections in it, as if she could step right into the image. But the terrace in the painting seemed familiar. Terea felt that she had seen this place somewhere, and suddenly realized that this was the terrace of the restaurant where she had met Enoch and Tartion. Thinking back, she realized that this was the very restaurant where they had met. This place was connected to that moment in her life, and she couldn't be mistaken. The lady guessed that Doris had probably been to Yosen at some point. His painting looked as if he was familiar with the place. It was as if he was transporting her memory there. But the boy immediately denied it. He grew up somewhere else and never left the capital after he got the sponsorship. He hadn't been to Yosen, and it couldn't be true. The lady could not understand how he could depict this place. Then she was intrigued and could not find a logical explanation for what he had drawn. It seemed impossible. Doris explained that he had seen the place in his mind. He had not been there physically, but he had seen it in his mind as if it were right in front of him. It was more than just a memory. Some say that such abilities are the ability to read the energy of nature. He could see these places in his imagination, conveying them through a painting. This was his unique gift. He was born with a great power that allowed him to perceive the world differently. This power gave him unusual abilities that manifested in his eyes and hands. With this power, Doris could see landscapes that others could not see and express them through art. He could convey the emotions that others experienced through his canvas and brush. He had heard that in other parts of the world, this ability was called blood eyes. It was the name given to people who possessed this unique power of perception. Bloody eyes is an expression that symbolizes the presence of great unique power. It was not just physical strength, but rather a higher power accessible only to a select few. It was a rare power that the deer and the protagonist possessed. Terea believed that it was simply a power for fighting, which enhanced physical abilities and the use of weapons, particularly the ball. However, it turned out that this power is much more multifaceted, and perhaps Doris R. also had bloody eyes, which confirms the unusual abilities of these people. The protagonist was completely confused. His mind was captured by various images, and his hands continued to move, not realizing that he was drawing. Everything happened as if in a restless dream. His friend, who also had bloody eyes, became his mentor, guiding him in understanding these mysterious powers and how to control them. The friend told about the nature of the bloody eyes side effects and ways to regulate the power, thanks to which the main character began to realize his abilities and learn to control them. This knowledge helped the hero control his powers, but his mentor died early, becoming a victim of what the bloody eyes brought. This moment was very painful for the hero. Although the time spent with his friend was short, it left an unforgettable mark on the hero's life. The lady asked if his friend really died because of those eyes. Terea asked for more information about these eyes, seeking to understand the nature of their influence on the lives of the people who possessed them. She wanted to know more about their dark side. People with bloody eyes are divided into two categories: those who possess only a part of the power and those who possess its full power. This difference determines their fate and the nature of the power. Despite the differences in power level, all those with blood eyes face a penalty for overusing their abilities. This penalty is inevitable for everyone. Those who have only a portion of the strength feel a great strain on the body, often suffer from headaches, and sometimes from other unpleasant symptoms, such as toothache or menstrual pain. For those with full power, the consequences are much more dire. Their lives are always at risk because the power destroys their inner world. This is a risk they live with constantly. People whose powers manifested in childhood need special protection until they reach adulthood. Otherwise, their power can damage their body if left unchecked. The lady realized that the protagonist's loss of consciousness could be due to the fact that his power had not yet been fully mastered and controlled, which leads to dangerous consequences. However, during the marriage, she did not notice that the deer who also had bloody eyes faced such consequences. Everything was fine, and this worried Terea. She couldn't understand why nothing bad happened to him. The question remained in her mind. Did the Duchess know the truth about the power he had? It became an important question for her. But despite this question, Terea knew that she needed to focus on other matters now. It was important for her to sort out the calculations and prepare for the business briefing. The time for the business briefing was fast approaching, and Terea was completely absorbed in preparation. She was busy with lectures on social circles and other important issues. She also had to send out invitations, support her friend's technology development, and monitor progress in this direction. Her affairs required maximum concentration. At the moment, she didn't care who the owner of the bloody eyes was. She felt strangely uneasy, but she knew that after the briefing, she would have a chance to figure it out. When Terea arrived at the gallery, the manager greeted her with joy. He informed her that he had moved all the guests' belongings, preparing the place for her visit, which undoubtedly pleasantly surprised her. The hall was full of all the guests, and all the extra seats that the organizers had prepared were occupied. The situation was intense, and the full gathering of guests left no doubt. Everything went just great. The lady was in a great mood. This meant that she was happy to communicate with each guest cheerfully and lively, not missing a single opportunity for conversation. As soon as the lights came on, everyone saw the lady herself, in front of them, who warmly greeted those present. She began to speak, greeting the ladies and gentlemen with a welcoming smile. Terea Arnazade, Josin the Count's daughter, introduced herself, emphasizing that it was a great pleasure for her to welcome everyone to this event. She wanted to thank everyone who came. She understood how valuable her guests' time was, and she would not waste it. This moment was important, but she tried to make sure everyone got through its importance quickly and to the point. So Mrs. Terea decided to get straight to the point without delaying. In addition to her, her ex-husband Adir was present in the room, which also added a certain significance to the situation. Today's meeting was organized in a specially prepared space, and every detail of this room was carefully thought out. Terea put a lot of effort into it. The banquet hall was impressive, but many guests still did not understand what exactly these changes in the interior meant. This was not just a reception hall, but something more with a special meaning. Even in her previous life, when it came to coffee, there were so many brands that it would be hard to count them on your fingers. And the new one she brought was temporary. Brands and concepts changed rapidly, and there were always new players in the market competing with each other. But eventually, the competition became not just with coffee, but with the ideas themselves. Terea started with a concept that was familiar to the outside world, a cafe with a gallery-style design. It was something unusual and exciting as an idea she offered everyone to look at from a new perspective. Her entrepreneurial streak was something that was invisible in aristocratic society, but important to her. It was a subtle move that could change the way business was done. The girl in her address asked each of those present to bring at least one work of art. It was an interesting and original request that immediately attracted attention. At first, everyone had doubts, and many could not understand why works of art were needed at a business event. Everything seemed a little strange and unconventional. Everyone wondered what these precious works of art were for and how they would fit into the context of a business meeting. It seemed superfluous for a business briefing. Terea noted with gratitude that those who responded to her request made an important gesture for her. It was a great joy for her to be able to enjoy such works. In aristocratic society, where power and status always play a key role, true values are often lost. However, beauty and culture remained important marks of distinction. In this world permeated with authoritarianism and the desire for wealth, the thirst for recognition and strengthening of one's position reigned supreme status, and wealth often determined success. People of high status sincerely believed that their accumulated reputation and wealth served as important evidence of their superiority in society. This became their main value. In turn, people from less privileged backgrounds sought to demonstrate that they were not inferior in material terms. They wanted to be perceived as worthy and successful. The main character, Terea, stood in the center of attention, throwing some objects from her hands, attracting the attention of everyone present with her behavior. Her actions were swift and mysterious. At one point, she came up and expressed a desire to know what the rarest and most valuable piece of art here was, and who owned it. Her interest was genuine, and she was looking for answers. Terea was curious to see who in the room would be able to appreciate a real work of art. Today, she hoped everyone gathered here would be able to choose the most significant work from the many exhibits. She did not seek fame or titles, Her main goal was to help people see a real work of art. For her, the main thing is their ability to understand and appreciate the true value. Suddenly, to Terea's applause, the servants began handing out small devices to each of the nobles. They were all a little confused, not knowing what exactly they were being handed. People looked at the objects in their hands with bewilderment, not understanding what these things were and what they could be, for some thought it could be some kind of precious diamond. Terea calmly explained that the principle of using these devices was very simple. Anyone who received them could easily understand what to do. She promised that everything would be clear. She explained that while walking around the banquet hall, when they saw the work they considered the best, the participants should simply press the stone attached to the device. It was supposed to be easy and convenient. A score will appear on the screen next to the work, and participants will be able to see how accurately they chose, testing their insight and ability to appreciate art. Terea hoped that all the guests would be happy to participate in this experiment. She also showed them a small corner with a drama and Korean-style coffee to make the atmosphere even more cozy. If all goes according to plan, she proposed to stage a real Korean-style survival show where participants will be able to immerse themselves in a unique and dangerous atmosphere, filled with both sweet and risky moments. The Korean survival game was a success because it is possible to actively participate in creating the outcome, or because of the desire to experience satisfaction. Sometimes I watch the success of someone I support. There are, of course, reasons why people value not only the possession of expensive things, but also the experience they can demonstrate. This reflects their taste and choice, which speaks volumes. Terea used to share her free time on social media, showing off not only her financial status, but also the moments she felt were important in her life. It felt like a cult to her. However, these salons are dominated by an outdated aristocratic culture in which there are many obstacles. These obstacles prevent something new from being introduced, something that needed to be done to renew the established traditions. In such conditions, where the old cannot develop, the emergence of a new space for self-expression was simply necessary to create an atmosphere for fresh ideas and original approaches. In her work, the name of the person who brought her remains unknown. Only her merits and abilities are important, and titles and position remain outside the framework, not affecting the true value. Unlike the previous conditions here, we are talking about fair and honest criteria for evaluating work. This allows you to see the real result of your efforts, and not just having a high status or a last name. When the most worthy work is chosen, people will not only appreciate the creative taste of the participants, but also express their admiration for those who were able to choose this work. It will be recognized by many. This is the place where you can fully express your desire to show off your achievements using art and taste. This is where you can demonstrate your style and preferences. The lady stressed that it is important for the participants to enjoy the process. Today, whoever gets the most votes will receive recognition and possibly a reward for their efforts. The artist she sponsors will present a new work inspired by the latest ideas and trends. This piece will be key to once again prove the artist's talent. If we are talking about Dory, his works are already recognized as the best in the empire. He achieved a high level of mastery and is considered today the most outstanding artist of his time. This type of business perfectly satisfies people's desire to show off their vanity and show off because everyone has the opportunity to show off their success and exquisite taste through investments and acquisitions. Terea offers investors a unique piece of art that is only available to those who find themselves here. It becomes exclusive, which makes it even more valuable for those who want to emphasize their status. She also supports a sculptor who is creating a new sculpture named Caston. His works are distinguished by a rare style that attracts the attention of art connoisseurs and collectors. Another important thing is the family heirloom of the Marquise of Clétier, which the lady presented to Terea as her close friend. It is a significant gift symbolizing trust and respect. Terea expresses her gratitude to young Mr. Clétier. She hopes that he and everyone else will enjoy Yosin's special treat and the works on display. If you think about it, this alchemical device turned out to be quite unusual. You can give marks not only for one work, but also for several, which adds interest and versatility to the whole process. Perhaps it would be better to grab a cup of aromatic coffee mix and go look at the works. Terea decides to enjoy the moment and also appreciate the creations of other participants. Everything is going according to plan, and Terea feels that the guests are happy. She is sure that they will enjoy not only the exhibition, but also the pressing of a button on a device, which has become an important part of this event. Lisa congratulated Terea on her successful start, and when she turned around, she saw Raya and young Mr. Claychi approaching to express their gratitude to her for all she had done. Recently, there have been rumors that Raya lost her precious item after being deceived. This rumor has become a topic of discussion, but Terea hopes that she can help her friend. Raya thanked Terea for the opportunity to speak to such an important and large gathering of nobles. She felt proud of her friend, who was the center of attention. However, Ms. Clatier said that there was no need to thank her because she was happy to help her friend. It was more important to her to see Terea grow and develop rather than to receive recognition for it. Young Mr. Clatier was touched by her kindness. He could not help but notice how attentive and caring she was, and thanked her for always being there and ready to support him. He also apologized for his brother's earlier rudeness. Terea accepted the apology, understanding that everyone can make mistakes, and also noted how important their mutual respectful communication was. Terea was their savior, and her kindness could not fail to impress. They promised to never forget her kindness and always appreciate her help, as Mr. Klatch's sister said. The Klatch family trusted Terea, confident that she was capable of turning the most daring ideas into reality. She attracted the attention of loyal customers, ready to buy her works, which significantly developed her business. The business briefing organized by the Countess turned out to be a real success. Everything went perfectly, and Terea felt that she had taken another step towards her goal, strengthening her position in society. However, her gaze stopped abruptly when she noticed Duke Enoch next to her. Terea was slightly confused by his presence, as she had not expected him to appear in such a place. She whispered to the Duke that she had actually asked him not to call her that. She preferred a more casual address, and hoped he would remember that. He seemed to have forgotten that she had asked him to call her by her nickname in the letter. The Duke was a little embarrassed, but soon remembered and apologized, explaining that he was still not used to this request. Terea noticed that his embarrassment was rather cute. She found it amusing, but she couldn't help but wonder how long he would remain so shy. Even if it is difficult, they must strive to progress and not rest on their laurels. Terea understood that only step by step can significant results be achieved. Duke Enoch agreed with her words and promised not to be shy anymore. He decided that it was time to stop worrying and act with confidence so as not to miss the opportunity. Terea wasn't quite sure what he was talking about, but he mentioned that she seemed to like shy men. The comment made her think about her own preferences and reactions. He believed that it would be much more natural and better for Terea if she started dating a man she really liked, rather than someone she might choose out of convenience. Now that he heard her words, he realized that she could act as usual and continue to rely on her independence. She didn't seem to need his constant care. He was a true master of manipulation, like a sly fox. Meanwhile, the women around her were simply enchanted by her art and the paintings she created with her own hands. Everyone began to notice that Lady Yosin and Duke Beleg had become too close lately, and it couldn't help but attract attention. Their relationship had clearly become more noticeable to everyone. This was known to many, especially to the young master of Toronto, who was her cousin. He was also a close friend of the Duke, which raised additional questions from those around him. The more people learned about Lady Yosin, the more they were surprised by her personality. She was not what everyone thought, and many began to notice her unusual actions and behavior. Having become Doris's sole sponsor, she also entered into a closer relationship with the Duke, which only increased the rumors and questions surrounding her true intentions. Moreover, after she received the position of successor, Lady Yosin decided to go into business, which surprised many. It was unclear why she did not start doing this earlier when she was a duchess. Women noted that if ladies like Lady Yosin started their own business and it was successful, the success would be attributed to their husbands, and the failure would be the wife's fault. In light of all this, many began to believe that Lady Yosin had always had a hidden agenda. This was her plan, a carefully thought-out move that she did not reveal to others. By the way, there was obvious chemistry between Terea and Enoch. They were a great couple, and many envied their relationship, noticing how they supported each other and clearly complimented each other. Miss Terea stood up in front of the crowd and announced that the moment for the results of the vote would now come. Everyone present waited impatiently to see who would be the winner. She announced with a smile that the winner was the owner of the work who received the most votes, and it was Viscount Stavan whose work was recognized as the best. It was this painting that his great-grandfather considered so valuable that he begged to preserve it at any cost. It was passed down from generation to generation, becoming a true family treasure. Many in the room were hearing about the Viscount's family for the first time, and yet it was hard to believe that his work had attracted so much attention. The painting, which was nearly 300 years old, impressed everyone. It was a true masterpiece. It not only captured the spirit of the times, but also expressed all the beauty and gloom of the ships ready to sail against the foggy sky. The painting immersed you in the atmosphere of the past. What was especially admirable was the perfect condition of the painting. It was preserved in such a way that its colors had not faded over the years. This was possible because it was not exposed to sunlight. It was undoubtedly a winning piece. Everyone present was amazed, as Mrs. Terea showed a high level of awareness of such works of art. She also noted that in the future, she plans to continue to lead this important event aimed at developing the arts and supporting such initiatives. Terea shared plans to continue receiving works from talented artists. These works, as today, will be presented to the winners as awards which pleases art lovers. In addition, she said that the gallery is planning presentations of new products that will be pre-showed and offered for sale. This will add novelty to her business. The lady asked to pay attention to new beginnings, and she herself concluded her presentation by thanking everyone for their participation and interest in her project. The evening continued in a relaxed atmosphere. For those interested in learning more about her business and products, Terea invited them to stay for the party to continue the discussion and interaction with colleagues and partners. This event was a novelty for many, and if Miss Terea continues to move in this direction, she will be ready to take her rightful place in the world of art and business. Everyone was shocked when the attention of the assembled was drawn to Mrs. Clatier. She left no one indifferent with her elegance and strength of character. Many knew that the Clatier family had provided important technical assistance in preparing this event, and this once again confirmed its status as a reliable partner in such endeavors. Friends and colleagues of Miss Teresia did not forget to mention that her friend Miss Clatier not only planned the event, but also equipped the premises. Her creative approach deserved real admiration. Terea was eager to showcase her talents to the fullest at these events. She was confident that her abilities would impress and leave an unforgettable impression on everyone present. She really wanted everyone around her to notice how attractive her friend was. How she shone and aroused admiration. Terea believed that her participation in this event would be a real success. Luckily for her, her expectations were met, and success was achieved. Ria was very happy with this result, and proud that her friend had achieved recognition and attention at the event. The man said that he wanted to talk to the Countess, because many people had many questions. He suggested that they keep a queue, so that everyone would have enough time to talk, and no one would be left without attention. Terea expected her business presentation to be a success, but she didn't expect it to cause such a stir. She couldn't hide the satisfied and confident smile she had on her face, knowing that everything was going according to plan. Tartion and Raya, despite their desire, could not approach Terea because of the huge crowd that had gathered all the attention at the event. Their efforts were in vain because everyone was absorbed in what was happening. However, due to Enoch's mystical influence, the crowd began to part little by little, giving other participants in the meeting a chance to get attention. People seemed to begin to sense that what was happening was something special. Terea couldn't figure out where the Duke was. She began looking around, trying to find him among the many guests. When she turned away, her ex-husband approached her. But he soon realized his mistake and corrected himself by mentioning that she was now a countess. It was a sign of respect for her new status, and he tried to behave correctly despite their past. Although he was a duke, Terea had not expected to meet him here. He was not the duke she had hoped to see, and his appearance was unexpected and unpleasant for her. Terea had no desire to talk to him. She felt that they had no reason to communicate, and she had no interest in starting a dialogue. All she felt was a slight irritation. Despite this, she simply greeted him, holding back her emotions. At that moment, Syra approached him, noting that she had been looking for him for a long time, and was now glad that she had finally found him. The atmosphere became even more tense. Syra noticed that they hadn't seen Madame for a long time, and her words made Terea feel even more uneasy. She couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was getting out of control. Terea was disappointed that this pathetic man was around, especially since he now brought his mistress with him. She found his actions not only offensive, but also completely unreliable. Rumors soon began to spread that the Duke had come to the event accompanied by the new prince's nanny. This added even more attention to his person, and everyone began to discuss this unexpected visit. The mystery was how the woman had ended up at the party, as only those with an invitation were allowed in. At first, everyone thought she was simply a subordinate of the prince, which explained her presence. It was a sweet taste of power that could captivate any commoner. However, no one knew what her true motives were behind her participation in this event. Syra noticed that her voice was so quiet that no one could probably hear her, which made her think that everything that was happening was going unnoticed. However, as usual, her face retained that innocent mask that hid her true intentions so well. She knew how to radiate modesty and pity in order to avoid suspicion. Although Terea was momentarily taken aback by Sarah's sudden appearance, she actually had no reason to be angry. Her inner calm was returning, and she was trying to keep the situation under control. After all, they had come to her territory themselves, and they had started the fight, so Terea knew she had no choice but to take advantage of the situation. The lady watching the scene closely realized that it took her some time to figure out the girl's personality. Sarah's appearance had changed radically, and it left an impression. This time, her outfit was completely different, which surprised Terea. Now looked like she was proudly showing off her new role, which of course could not go unnoticed. Who would have thought that she would meet her husband's mistress at a business briefing? It was a real shock for Terea, especially in such an informal setting. Everyone present was stunned. No one could believe that this woman was actually the Duke's mistress. Terea herself could hardly believe what was happening. But that's not all. She was also the prince's nanny, a fact that left everyone completely perplexed. Those present did not know what to say, not believing their eyes. Syra felt no shame. Her behavior was brazen, but despite this, she began to scream, claiming that everything was not at all as everyone around thought. Sarah insisted that she was not a mistress. Terea was shocked by her boldness. She could not believe that Sarah so easily denied her relationship with the Duke. Sarah insisted that this was not the case. She explained that the divorce was already finalized, and despite the past, the relationship was long gone. Terea knew it had been like that before. They had really loved each other once, but now that the relationship had changed, everything seemed completely different. Then she did not pay attention to it, and went on looking back. She understands that it remained in her soul and makes her feel uncomfortable. She thought that this happened to everyone, and that she should have put 2 spoons of sugar in her coffee. Unfortunately, it was late before going to bed. The thoughts that arose said that I should have said everything as it is. In her case, the memories of Syra are like this. For the first time, she thought that this was the person who would take this shit away from her, and she felt grateful. It will be better for her if they both find happiness. They will live as they want. She will be happy in her own way. However, Sarah appears when it is forgotten, and generally, suddenly. She says that she loves her husband, and they love each other, but our main character doesn't care about their love. She keeps intruding into her life. Terea can't stand it anymore. I should have pulled her hair back and asked her why she kept showing up. She wanted to live in peace. But although she should have spoken to her more firmly, she simply let the issue slide because she didn't want to get involved. Because the deer could stand up for this girl, but he should get out of her life. It would be better if she swore every time they met, just like with the deer. Then she wouldn't have been so angry when she saw Syra show up at her party arm in arm with her ex-husband.